and where I want to shoot the photos. We have our plan, but then I just, it's pretty fun to find the runners and get to frame the shots where I've always come to shoot for fun. We got a moon hanging out with us right now. Yeah.
How's it going?
Awesome.
Thanks for being out here. Oh, I'm moving, grooving. I feel pretty good. I just think you guys standing out here getting cold, having a good day cruising along. Yeah, most of these trails I've been on, so it's been cool. This is the first ultra I've done where I know where I am. This next section, after we cross the highway, I haven't been anywhere over there. So I'll see crew at the next one and get some fresh socks and some food and then get after it. And I think I'll be able to get after it, grab a jacket, finish this night up and start day 2.
So far, so good. It's been beautiful. The aspens were incredible, so that was really cool. But yeah, it's been good. Trying to just keep it pretty relaxed and enjoy it and eat, which is a new thing for me. It's working well. Successfully eating in big events is new. I called my husband earlier and he had already come through here and he was like, you have to get to Convict Lake before the sun goes down, and I hit it right as it was going down. It's pretty cool. I'll have to text him at midnight to wish him a happy anniversary. I had a standoff with some deer earlier, just at the beginning of the lake here. I'm not kidding, the deer would not move off the trail. I've got some pacers lined up for tomorrow, so that'll be nice. So just gonna try and keep being efficient until then. Have a good one.
Made it. Good job.
Okay.
Well, I got some spare insulin syringes.
Got Theraguns, changed clothes. I was at the car for a long time. The family is loving and supporting, but poor boy fell asleep in the car, so I had to kiss his little tired butt asleep.
I'm ahead of my schedule and I feel really good. I mean, obviously what hurts, but I feel good. I feel well, especially for being hours ahead of my schedule.
Well, what's the strategy for the rest of your race?
Just go by feel. I'm not here to do anything crazy, just enjoy it. Puts a lot more things into perspective, especially stuff that doesn't matter.
Did it. That's the bar right there next to it. Yep.
Welcome back to Mountain Outpost. This is the coverage of the Mammoth 200. I am Corinne Shalvoy, joined by Alyssa Clark.
Woohoo!
Hey, Alyssa.
How's it going? Did you get
Oh
some
my gosh,
sleep
a
last
little
night?
bit of sleep, Yeah, but there's been a lot that has transpired over the night as we expected. So we're going to try to give you guys some updates as we know them. Thank you for joining us. It is awesome to be back. This is officially day 2. Runners have been out there for 22 hours at this point, and there's some exciting things happening. So where should we start?
Oh gosh, well, let's give an update maybe on the front of the pack if we can. So right now we have Jimmy Elam is up leading the pack, but we have heard that Rachel Endricken is right on his tail.
Yeah, so Jimmy Elam continues to lead the race overnight, and looking like he's about 114 miles in at this point. We did have a field correspondent who is out there braving the remoteness, trying to track down our leaders. Mentioned that there was only about 5 minutes separating Jimmy and Rachel Entrekin. So that is super exciting. That is your 1-2 overall, and your first male, first female in the race today. So that is exciting. We also had some unfortunate notable drops overnight, and we don't have a lot of detail on the specifics. We don't want to speculate on why these people have chosen to end their race. If we get that information, we're happy to share it, but it is up to these runners to let us know that, and we want to make sure we get exact information. So overnight, we do have confirmation that Tara Dower has dropped, unfortunately.
Yes.
Also Parley Hannon.
Yes, Parley Hannon and Chrissy.
Chrissy Climbs.
Chrissy Climbs. Yeah, so unfortunate.
Harkelrod.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go
unfortunate drops, such strong runners, but we are wishing them the best, and sure they will all come back stronger. And these things happen in long, difficult races. So.
Yeah, I mean, fact of the matter is, this is hard. This stuff is so hard, and this is not an easy course, right? We are in the mountains. We're at 8,000 feet at least, and there's a lot that happens, over the course of an entire day and 20 plus hours of running. We will, like we said, we'll let you know if we get any details. As of right now, we also have Max Jolliffe sitting in 3rd place overall and 2nd male currently in the race. And we are going to try to, as the sun comes up, get some visuals and some cameras out there on our next anticipated kind of aid stations and show you as much as we can of what we've already seen to be a really spectacular course.
Absolutely. We also, it looks like, have Amber Wabel in 4th overall, 2nd female, and
Yes.
Jesse Haynes. It looks like Jesse Haynes, Xander Chase, and Johnny Kuplak are all quite close together.
Amazing. Okay.
Yeah.
That's really exciting. So some of those same names that we saw yesterday looking like they were running really strong. I mean, every time we saw Jesse Haynes, he was smiling, grinning ear to ear, just looked like he was having an absolute great time. I also saw his partner, Kira Henninger, post something, after.
I didn't realize that was his partner.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so fun. Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
After one of the crew stops, mentioning that he ate a lot of food at multiple aid stations, which is a really good sign. But that was it. He was also just excited and doing really great out there. So we're really happy to see Jesse so far having what appears to be a great race.
Yeah. Always rooting for Jesse. We did have a question, what craft shoes? I think the chat has answered it, but it is the Nordlight Ultra Pro, and we are so grateful to Craft for being the major support on the Mammoth 200 and the live stream. So thank you, Craft.
Presenting sponsor of not only the race, but the live stream also. Craft is awesome. They made some incredible gear as well that you're rocking the bucket.
Rocking the bucket.
Rocking the bucket hat.
Yeah, this is Fractal.
Yes, Fractal,
Yeah, and then supported by
and
Craft.
then we have some Craft apparel, some jackets, some shirts that are really, really awesome. So shout out to everyone. And yes, Fractal hats are really, really cool, really good quality. So they've put together some really awesome swag.
Yeah, I feel like Mammoth definitely just came out swinging with the swag. So they have a high bar to fill for next year.
I mean, and down to the level of, like we were talking last night, Shelby and I walking around in town, they've kind of incorporated some of the branding of the Mammoth and Trailfest into town and into the village here, but it's so tastefully done, and just these little, just little sprinkles of knowing that the race is going on here, some really cool flags and some window coverings and stuff like that.
Yeah, and for a lot of these mountain towns, this is shoulder season, so this is really when the towns are the population's a lot smaller. It can be harder for businesses to stay open, so I love seeing the Mammoth Trailfest and the Mammoth coming in to kind of help bolster the community's the tourism industry.
Yeah,
and
the
just bringing
economy.
events, the
for
economy.
sure.
Yeah,
Absolutely. Yeah, no, it's great to see. Totally agree. And, these mountain towns definitely need that. It's really cool. We saw a Spartan truck, giant Spartan truck. I don't know when that's happening or if that's happening here, but
really soon, I think.
I mean, it's just great to see. And obviously, like, this terrain, and it's really set up to do some really cool events in not the winter.
Yes, exactly. I mean, gosh, and this is the perfect time of year. I mean, it's beautiful mid 60s during the day, 40s at night, and just stunning weather. The trees are turning. So, yeah, this is where you want to be at this time of year.
Yeah. I think important to note too, we've got Jimmy and Rachel really have moved far ahead of the rest of the field at this point. There is about 14 miles separating, if not a bit more, separating Jimmy and Max sitting in second male. So that gap has certainly grown overnight. Also, it just seems like Rachel has been thriving overnight and gaining and really closing the gap. So it's more of a, Jimmy and Rachel sitting up there in the front, far ahead of the rest of the field. I think Max is being somewhat hunted by Jonathan Cuplack. So that's an exciting storyline to follow. And then, like you mentioned, we have, a number of runners, including our next women and some men that might be pretty close to one another, could be running together. So we'll get all that information as we start to see people coming into the aid stations. But we are right now at, I don't know what we're looking at here. Green Church. Okay. So this is the Green Church aid station. Green Church is 69.6 miles. Again, our leaders have been through this a while ago, but we are expecting maybe some other runners coming through this aid station. So we're going to stay here for a bit. And then if we get eyes on, the front and other runners making their way toward Crater Mountain. So right now, Rachel and Jimmy are in between Indiana Summit, which is just a water drop, and Crater Mountain. Crater Mountain is mile 125.
Love it. Yeah, and I mean, just to give perspective, we are less than 24 hours into this race. We were at 22 hours, and these leaders are very well over 100 miles, which we all know, I mean, as a sub 2400 miler is very impressive, let alone, stacking on 2 of those, plus just, a casual half marathon at the end.
Just climbing up to the top of a mountain.
Yeah.
So needless to say, very, very fast paces being run. We wondered if runners were going to optimize that kind of middle section that is runnable terrain, and it appears that, a few of them definitely have. Again, this being a first-year event, it's really hard to predict kind of what the times are going to look like, but that's part of the exciting.
Yeah, and it
piece.
Does seem to be that they are well ahead of projected first runner splits. So I think about 2 hours ahead of what was expected, which is bananas, to say the least.
It is indeed.
This could end up being one of the fastest 200-mile courses out there, which I think is super exciting. Yeah,
for sure. I do think I had heard that Jimmy was maybe aiming to run 22 hours for the first 100 miles or so. So I'd say he's certainly on pace for that. Not sure where that came from, but if folks don't know, Jimmy Elam is a absolute crusher in this sport, someone who has won many of the kind of classic 100-milers, a lot of those being hard rock qualifiers, things like Wasatch, Cascade Crest, High Lonesome, and he is taking on his first 200 here. And then on the contrary, Rachel Entrecan, do you have anything on Jimmy?
No, one of the things I'm just wondering is, we're seeing him in uncharted territory right now, and so I'm super curious how he's going to manage that. I have full faith in him. I'm curious also, so when we last saw him, he had not picked up a pacer, and so I'm wondering if he has now picked up a pacer, and if and when he's trying to sleep, if that's going to be on the table. I'm going to guess probably no, or very, very minimally. But those are things we're going to start really seeing come into play as the time creeps up and the sleep deprivation also creeps up.
Yeah, totally. That's exactly right. And yeah, I think, we just if you're just tuning in and you're seeing kind of the scrolling on the bottom, we have not updated that yet, but we do have Tara Dower having dropped out of the race, so she is no longer in second place right now. We believe that Amber Weibel is sitting in second place on the women's side. So just an update there. But Jimmy Elam being in first, Max Jolliffe second, and Jonathan Kuplak. That appears to be accurate. Jonathan and Max were fairly close, so we are not 100% if that is still the order. But those three are still in the race and in the top three for sure, from what we know. But yeah, going back to then Rachel on the flip side of Jimmy, very much experienced at this distance. She knows exactly what her body and mind do after this amount of hours and into the 2+ days of being out there. And that absolutely can be an advantage. It can also be something that is there's this I don't know what I don't know, and therefore this naivety that I'm just going to deal with it as it comes up. And sometimes when you know what can happen, it can also get in your head, right?
Totally. Yeah, I mean, I can tell you that I have been a bit scared off of 200s after doing a couple and just realizing, oh my gosh, sleep deprivation is just not fun.
Yeah.
There's nothing fun about that, but
so much of a
super
factor.
impressive.
Which 200s have you done, Alyssa?
So I did the Moab 240 in 2021, and then I did an FKT on the Pinhoti Trail.
Nice.
Which is about 350 miles
Woo.
in 22. Yeah. No, 21 was Pinhoti, 22 was Moab.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay.
Yeah. Have you gone above the 100 mile
No,
distance?
I have not gone above the 100-mile distance. I have not. No. Maybe sometime in the future. I think it feels like a very different sport, right?
Yeah.
It's like you're saying, all those other factors start to play into it, and it is. We've heard people say they really enjoy it because of that. Because the longer it goes, the more it becomes mental game, the more it becomes strategy and tactics, and just kind of making these decisions to save time later that might, cost time initially. So really is an interesting distance that we are in real time seeing develop within this sport, and people figure out and try and test different things. I know, we know at Cocodona, Rachel did not sleep for, I feel like it was more than 40 hours, something like that, and then maybe did take a little bit of a nap. I don't think there was a ton of sleeping in her overall race, though.
Yeah. No, I think it was quite limited, and I think we're going to see that again. I just think that probably we're looking at sub 48-hour finishes, and that's just something you can get away with not sleep. It's not fun.
If you're
I'm
a
not
parent,
saying-
you may have experienced this already
See, you're already ready for
with newborn
200.
children. No, I'm not saying I did it well. It is very uncomfortable and not fun. But it is interesting. We see a lot of people from the medical profession who reference back to, this is like residency. This is how I felt during, and that was experience. People that are overnight or shift workers that are used to kind of, operating in that environment. Sometimes that is an advantage and in a unique way for people to kind of quote unquote train for this type of situation.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's a really strong British runner, Sabrina Verjay. She's done really well at Tour. She's done really well at very long events in the UK. And she's a vet, and she's so good at sleep deprivation. She actually doesn't like stage racing because she hates stopping. She's I don't sleep well, and I get really anxious about not sleeping well. And she's I'd just rather go.
That's
and
so
not
interesting.
stop.
Yeah. Oh, the sun is starting to peak up behind the mountains there, the hills. Yeah.
Really beautiful.
It's so beautiful. I don't think there was any precipitation overnight either.
No, not that.
Not that we saw.
Yeah, it did definitely get chilly in
Yeah.
the night. So I'm guessing that runners were looking at, high 30s, low 40s. So definitely bundling up. We can see that people are pretty bundled at this aid station. But, the wonderful thing about this area is that it does warm up nicely in the day. Well, maybe our runners won't think that's so great in the middle of the day, but they'll definitely be getting some warmer temps.
Yeah, we saw Jimmy Elam wearing an ice bandana yesterday, and just mentioning we got his audio a little bit when he was in one of the aid stations. He was like, yeah, it got warm out there. And, definitely we've both been there that, 60 degrees can feel absolutely hot if you are working hard and moving. And also you're at higher altitude.
Totally.
If you're in an exposed section. Definitely could be. So we've seen cooling techniques implemented here, and definitely also some layers and some jackets.
Yeah, it's also, one of the challenges of this area is just how exposed it is. You're really not getting any or very little coverage from the trees. You're out on these dirt roads and just getting blasted by the UV index. So
yeah.
I feel like this course would play up your alley well if you were to do a 200. Very.
What are you doing, Elizabeth?
Sorry. Very runnable, and I feel like you're just such a strong runner that I could see you really excelling here.
It's gorgeous, I gotta say. I had never been here before in this area, as we saw yesterday. Some of the vistas, some of the lakes, and it really is stunning. So hopefully a lot of those runners are really soaking in and using the landscape to help fuel them through the course. I think what Tim and Hillary have put together here is very special, and it's exciting that we get to kind of showcase it in the first year of the race being run. Again, 214-ish miles, maybe 214 and a half, with 31,000 feet of total climbing and 31,000 feet of total descending. The highest altitude they will reach is that Mammoth Mountain summit at 11,053 feet, and the average altitude of the race is 8,100 feet.
That's high.
That is definitely not low altitude.
Not low altitude for sure. That's pretty insane also to have. It is a looped course. There is one repeat on the end where they do summit Mammoth Mountain again, and to have equal up and down, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. Definitely is cool. So we're going to start to see some of the aid stations we're going to encounter today, at least at the front end of the field, are going to be Crater Mountain coming up in, maybe 4 or 5 miles. Levining, we don't know how to say it, but
I think we got confirmed Levining.
Yeah. The Gate. We're going to go over to Grant Lake and June Lake, the Obsidian Dome area, and the Inyo Crater. Which,
all sounds so cool.
It sounds so cool. We have heard that I heard from Hillary that, there are sections of the course that are kind of moon-like, and feel like you're kind of maybe out on, a crazy dark surface. So that might be that area. And then, somebody yesterday was like, man, if you guys thought that Convict Lake was beautiful, wait till you see the minarets. And there is a point toward the end of the race here that is called Minaret Vista, where I imagine that you can see the minarets from there and off in the vista. And so that should be also really, really spectacular. And we'll be able to see that during the day.
Yeah, no, we're lucky. Thank you all for running fast so we can see it.
Yeah.
Levining is a pretty legendary town in the ice climbing world. It's actually one of the, and also where you're from, Ouray, Colorado, is very known for its ice climbing. Levining's probably it might be one of the few places in California that does have ice climbing. It's also a bit of the gateway to Yosemite. And then June Lake is just a stunning, I think, kind of smaller town feel than Mammoth. It's just a really beautiful area, some great breweries and restaurants and shops up there, but very small town mountain feel. So they have a lot to look forward to in the second part of this race. We've got the sun really coming up, and it's nice. I feel like they've got at least, I mean, yesterday, still around 7:30. There was it was a little bit light. So they're looking at almost 13 hours of sunlight out here with the sun coming up and sun going down. So for a fall leaning towards winter race, really not too bad.
Yeah.
Of course, you are spending some time with the headlamps, but they are getting to see a lot of this race in the daylight as well. I'm trying to think what Cocodona the day, like the sunrise sunset hours are.
Yeah, you get more daylight
I think
for
so.
sure.
Yeah, it's
I
May,
think,
yeah.
and depending on also the moon cycles. Like we don't have much of a moon over these couple days, so that contributes for sure too. But I think one other thing to note, there are some cutoffs happening in the race, and the next one coming up that we'll be paying attention to is that runners have until 10 a.m. this morning to get to Crowley Lake, which is mile 53. So that will be a cutoff section that is, one of the first places that is the first place that runners can pick up a pacer. So, if someone is really, being very conservative and or like they're going to be taking the entire duration allotted for this race, then they have until 10 a.m. to get to that mile 50 mark, and then they would be able to grab a fellow runner and continue on with a pacer.
Yeah, and they have 110 hours to finish this race.
Yep.
Which, if it were not 6:30 in the morning, I would try to figure out
even
what
want
time
to.
that was.
Well, 48 hours is 2 days,
Yeah.
so more than 4 days.
So we're looking at mid-week.
Yeah, Tuesday something.
Tuesday something.
Yeah.
Look at us
because the
doing
race
it.
started at Friday. We made it happen.
Which sounds like, gosh, what a fun way to spend, 4 or 5 days of your life out in these beautiful areas, playing hooky from work, enjoying it. So yeah, let's give a quick shout out to the sponsors of the race. As we mentioned, we have Kraft as the major sponsor of the race, and then supporting sponsors are Path Projects, Mammoth Hospital, and Never Second. Never Second is out on course. And then we have Nomadics, Bare Butt Wipes, Arc'teryx, and Wonderland Running as well. And Mountain Outpost is your live stream provider. Yeah. Kings and queens.
I mean, we did like an instant replay of a section yesterday, so we're very much turning into the authority and the foremost. Like, we're going big time. We're getting ESPN-esque over here with some replays. We'll try to do that some more today if it happens. If there's cool passes that happen or something like that, we will try to show them again. But you can always rewind too. This lives forever on the YouTube live or on the YouTube archives, so you can go check it out. I believe overnight we played a whole bunch of our interviews, pre-race interviews that we did yesterday. Those probably also are going to stand alone on YouTube at some point, but you could go check those out. As well as the chronicles that Tony Hill is making, just these beautiful recaps. We are up to the third one at this point, so we have an episode 0, 1, 2, and 3, and there will be more to come of the chronicles.
Yeah, I think today we are hoping to get out on the course a bit. We have linked up with a few crews. We have some aid stations that are run by some people we have connections with, so we are hoping to get some action for you out in the field today.
Yeah,
which will be fun to hear from the people that are on the ground doing it. So yeah, and our camera people had to got a text at 5 a.m. being like, okay, everyone's running faster, so we got to move the schedule up. So they are working hard to bring you all the footage, especially kind of waiting for the sun to come up so that we could see what's going on. But yeah, everyone's working faster and getting out there to catch the front of the pack that is just moving quickly. You know, it is amazing to have so much access by the crews to these aid stations, but I will say, from my experience at Cocodona, that it does not abide or allow for much sleep on the cruise spot or cruise end. You are just going from aid station to aid station, and if anyone has been in that place, you know that you are checking the tracker nonstop, and so what could be an hour sleep very quickly turns into 30 minutes of, oh no, am I gonna miss them?
Yeah, I've thought about, would it make sense in 200s to have a day crew and a night crew?
Ooh,
And
I
you
like
allow
that.
the other crew to sleep during the off hours, because it is very stressful. You're very invested in your runner, and you want to do everything right for them. So it's a huge job, and just everyone who's supporting runners out there, we also applaud you, and just sending you, take care of yourself, eat, drink, keep doing all the things. Make sure you're trying to get a little rest as well.
I still feel like I have nightmares of driving out of Sedona, where there's maybe like 10 roundabouts, just going, are they ever gonna end? There's
There's a lot of roundabouts
so many
around Sedona.
roundabouts.
Definitely. And this course is, I guess maybe a bit more crew and support friendly than some of the 200s, right? You know, we have point-to-point races like a Cocodona 250 that you're going to be driving a lot. You're going to be booking Airbnbs in different towns. The Mammoth 200 is a giant loop that is essentially traversing a crater. But I think the furthest that any of the crews are going to have to drive from one point to another to get to their runners is only around an hour. And that is pretty solid, considering I have heard people driving up to like 600 miles in other 200s just in terms of support and getting to aid stations.
Yeah, this race is actually very similar to Tour de Jean, which is little over 200 mile, 85,000 foot, just beast of a race in the Italian Alps. And so that's very similar of, you have Aosta Valley, it circumnavigates Aosta Valley, hitting all of the biggest hits in that area, and you kind of use Aosta as, your life base, and then I think of it like bike wheeling, the spokes going out to the different areas, which, is really kind of nice as a crew to have that central location that you could come back to, versus when you're trying to book Airbnbs or hotels or sleep out of your car. That's where, having a van and a 200 miler is so nice. You're kind of like chasing, depending on how your runner's doing, the next spot. So this is just awesome to see such a diverse loop that's also really nicely accessible to crews and spectators and friends.
Yeah. As we are waiting for some visuals on other runners, we are sitting here at Green Church, mile 69. We believe there's at least one runner in there taking a break. Looks like maybe getting sitting in front of a heater, staying warm, eating and drinking, and preparing for the next section. There are some really cool things about the Mammoth that we want to share with everyone. This is the first 200-plus mile race that is offering prize money. That is a very cool component of this. Just another incentive, I think, certainly could be a draw for people to line up, especially if it's someone that maybe is not a professional sponsored runner, and they have a choice of what they want to do, where they want to run. Hey, if you can make a little bit of money by doing this event, that could be very cool. So $5,000 is going to the first place place, male and female, at Mammoth 200. 3,000 to second place on each side and 2,000 to third place on each side. That's a really solid, prize purse for a first-year event, especially. And I think that was important to Tim and Hillary in, kind of creating what they want the ideal athlete experience to be.
Absolutely. And I will say we were corrected on this yesterday, but it is the first 200 in the U.S. that has prize money. Actually,
sorry,
no,
caveat,
you're good.
200
You're
in the
good.
U.S.
I'm
just being very, very American biased. First 200 in the U.S. That's exactly right. There are others outside of the U.S. that would offer prize money, but yes, the first one in the U.S.
Yeah, and that's super exciting. And my advice to the runners who take that home is to buy your crews a really nice dinner. Use that money to celebrate all that they helped you accomplish, because they're putting in so much work to help you to succeed. I mean, I feel like 100 milers are one thing, 200 milers are another ask. Like, hey, can you give up basically like a week of your life to come help me? And so, yeah, buy them a nice dinner for sure.
Totally agree with that. Also, Mammoth is a 200 that has, no distance more than about 15 miles between any aid stations. There are 18 plus aid stations, including a couple of water drops only on this course. That is also the most aid stations offered in a 200 plus mile race in the U.S. I can't speak to the aid stations at Tour, or, I don't know, but definitely that's a lot of support. And I guess we heard from Hillary Yang that because of that fact, there are a lot of runners out here who are just deciding to forego the logistics and the planning and the ask of having support crews, and they're using drop bags. So they're going unsupported and just essentially, I guess, somewhat of a self-supported, drop bags at all these aid stations. And that is one way you can do that. You can do it and just, maybe have a couple pacers here and there. I think you were talking about Jimmy Elam with pacers, and I do think Anna Fisher joined him for a small section.
Nice.
But then maybe he's just, kind of just popping back in and out, just deciding section to section if he's going to have anybody with him. One cool thing I learned about Jimmy yesterday as well is that he has never DNF'd a race.
What?
So he has never dropped out of a race, and it was really cool. I was listening to the Between Two Pines podcast. Shout out to Dom Grossman, who's out there pacing Rachel Entrekin and Andy Pearson. They do that podcast. They had Rachel on. She was hosting. She was interviewing Jimmy. She said, "Jimmy, what is it going to be like? How have you prepared your DNF reasons already for this race?" And just kind of giving him heck. And Jimmy said very calmly, "Well, Rachel, if you've researched my history and my running background, you would see that I don't DNF races. I have never dropped out of a race," which is really incredible. And I think just, he also doesn't repeat races.
Yeah.
He only does them once. And it's an interesting way to approach things. I'm going to go after this goal. I'm going to do it one time. I'm going to give it one singular effort. It's all focused. And it is so far, more than halfway into this race, playing out very well for him.
Yeah, I'm excited to see him go into this territory. As far as people I would bet on to continue to do well, he would be really high up there, because I think that it takes a really, really certain mental capacity to just have that door shut. And of course, I'm sure he's being very safe about it, not pushing through injury, but yeah, just being like, nope, that door is shut, I'm not going to open it, is really impressive. And yeah, I feel like that bodes well for how he's going to do in this race.
Yeah, I mean, I think it also...
I was going to say, we're getting stunning views of the Crater Mountain from the Crater Mountain aid station right now.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, which is mile 125.4. Gosh, that is
wild
stunning.
looking.
Yeah.
Wild looking. terrain. So cool. Thank you, weather gods, for allowing us good skies so that we can get all of this incredible drone footage.
Yes, and also keeping the wind down because, gosh, it just travels around here. All right, so we have eyes on Jimmy.
Let's go.
Yes, Jimmy, and he has picked up a pacer. So he had
Jimmy
a buddy.
Elam, everybody, from Midway, Utah, rolling into the Crater Mountain Aid Station.
Getting a big hug from his crew.
Jimmy's been out there for 22 hours. He is starting to venture into unknown territory for him in terms of amount of time out. I shouldn't say that. There's a chance he's been out for longer, moving, but not in a race setting necessarily. So he looks like he's got, an added layer on there. He's got some tights. So overnight looks like he was
pretty cold,
keeping himself warm.
Yeah. So he is 22 hours, 43 minutes, 125.4 miles in. And I'm going to note that as well, just to see what our gaps are on the other runners.
Yep.
And what's the distance from Crater to his next
Crater
aid?
to Lee Vining is going to be 8.6 miles.
Okay.
125 to 140. So he's at 125 now, and he's going to, 15 miles.
With about 1,800 feet of gain
Yep.
and a lot of descent. So it looks like he's got a climb coming out of this aid station, hitting to about 80 to 8,300 feet, and then he's going to drop to the lowest point of the course, which is 6,500 feet of Lee Vining, and drop over 2,000 feet. So this climb actually in several of the pre-race interviews, I believe, was on Distance to Empty. Hillary talked about how challenging this climb was. It's about 1,000 feet over 2 miles. And it is very similar to the surface of the moon. So
that's so cool.
Yeah, it's going to be,
really neat.
Yeah, it does. I know, I want to go do it. It's going to be a challenging climb out there. And then they're going to be rewarded with Tufa Towers and the Palm Crater, and drop down to the gateway to Yosemite.
Very cool. And he just came off a descent as well. This last section from Indiana Summit to Crater Mountain was 8.6 miles, and he lost about 1,200 feet of climbing in that, with a steeper descent toward the end over the last couple miles. So he already has, been doing some descending, and will continue to do so over the next sections. But yeah, we are really excited to see what is going on here.
And it looks like we are doing a shoe change.
Yep.
And switching into a pair of Ultras. I remember in Jimmy's pre-race interview that he was going to do the La Sportiva Prodigio
Pros. Was that what he had on just there?
actually couldn't tell.
Or was that Nordas?
I think, yeah. And then he had a pair of Nordas and a pair of Ultras in the mix as well.
Yeah, so shoe rotations. Jimmy's unsponsored, and so he can wear whatever he wants, and he can go back and forth between brands, and obviously like getting some fresh foam on his feet, a different feel, something that can be very much like a reset in these races as well. And so looks like he is going to take the opportunity here, get the feet dried off.
Yeah, and especially with this really fine kind of moony dust, that will really beat your feet up.
Okay.
So I think he's being super smart about changing the socks, getting the feet clean, making sure that, he's doing what he needs.
We've got audio here too. So
Oh,
we're
awesome.
going to listen in and just take a minute
You can just
here
move away too
to
if you want to change.
spend some time with
Just move away if you're.
Yeah, we can just. Oh, dude, that's fine.
Sounds like it's not really solid. I think that yeah.
Well, we have an electrolyte one too. And then we should put ramen in this one. Yeah.
You want ramen? Ramen in the other one. Okay, so you do want it. Okay. And then
This one had ramen in it.
Okay.
that's fine.
Yeah.
What's your broth? No, they can go in the basket. See one? Getting there? Alright. Put your gloves on.
There's coffee right there in that.
Is there something I can put my feet on?
Yeah, chair right here.
Like, here.
Blanket.
Oh, yeah. Perfect. I'm gonna change some stuff.
Yep,
Yeah.
cool.
All right, this is pretty epic.
This is awesome.
Loading up
No,
a
it's
soft
alright.
flask with
Is it warm enough?
It's warm.
Right.
Yeah.
This is
Okay, I think we're
great.
good. That's good.
I
That's
do
a lot
not
of
envy
noodles.
whoever has to wash out this flask at the end of this.
How's he gonna? Okay, he's gonna drink the broth, but then he's gotta open the lid to eat the.
Are they going through the straw?
Is he going? That's she's wondering the same thing. Is he going through the straw?
Really okay.
This aid station captain probably had to get up a couple hours earlier than they were expecting to get this
Oh, yeah.
set up. So kudos to them
He's
for
just
getting
changing it.
aid
No,
station
yeah.
ready for our first runner, Jimmy Elam.
Yes. And we are getting some stunning views as Jimmy is enjoying his breakfast.
Yeah, Jimmy was formerly a guide on the GMT, the John Muir Trail in this area, and spent a lot of time out here in this terrain and wilderness, and so he knows what to expect. He's been here in this. I think it's also kind of a special place for him, which is definitely something that is a important factor when you're deciding what to race.
You just put it in a
can
pile.
add a level of motivation. This is a place I've been. This is a place I have memories, and I want to kind of do it justice and honor.
Yeah,
No, I don't need
extra stuff in
Oh, is
there.
there Imodium?
Imodium, yeah.
Also, love the music choice of the aid station. Very, very fitting. It's kind of a nice folksy, morning vibes.
Yeah, somebody in the chat said he's just having breakfast like the rest of us. Exactly. Just sitting down, having a nice outdoor breakfast, some coffee maybe. No big deal that he's already got 130 miles, 25 miles on his legs.
Yeah, just a casual, day's work.
Dirty stuff next to the socks. So the tights.
All right, we might have to provide a small update on what's going on in the world.
Yes.
People are saying Jim Walmsley has won gold. I don't know if that's confirmed, but if that happened, that would be incredible. Yes, there's a lot going on in the world of trail running this weekend. World Mountain Trail Running Championships happening in Confranc, Spain. And today is the long trail course, which we have stellar teams on both men's and women's side. So we're going to maybe provide a couple updates here, but that would be very, very exciting. Maybe we should tell Jimmy, USA.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like I've been in races and heard results from
other
others.
races.
It just gets me so jazzed.
Yeah. Would you be able to load the
Support crew rocking the
The e-blanket.
e-blanket.
Keeping going? No, I'm going to pick him up in June. He's going to be solo. And so
You are looking at your race leader at the Mammoth 200, Jimmy Elam.
Yeah, that's you.
He is at Crater Mountain mile 125.4. And yes, do have confirmed Jim Walmsley has taken gold at the World's Long Trail.
Amazing.
By 10 minutes, almost 11.
8:35.
They're making the
What?
Wild.
This people at home, this course
Wow.
was highly technical and looked like it had, it was like around a 80K 50 miler with 18,000 feet of climbing in it on quite technical terrain, that time sounds absolutely bonkers.
We also have,
Someone said Katie has a big lead on the women's field.
yeah, that's what I heard. Adam Peterman is in the top 10, and then Zach Miller is in the top 20.
Amazing. Go,
Awesome.
go red, white, and blue, Team USA.
Let me switch over the women. So Katie Scheid is leading. She has come into kilometer 70.5 at an 8:45, and no other woman has been into that aid station yet.
Insane. Wow. Let's go.
Water.
Team USA. Jimmy is being very smart here, keeping himself nice and warm, covering up with some blankets and a puffy jacket, continuing to eat.
Okay. In the belt, right? Well, that one, the long thing. The switch caps with that. Yeah.
Should we do a quick update on what happened overnight? There has been some development. We might have new folks tuning in, maybe a couple hundred more than were watching a bit ago. So right now, if you are just joining us, thank you for being here. Let us know where you're tuning in from and why you're here. Are you following a certain runner? But let us know where you're tuning in from. Real quick, Kevin Goldberg, who is out there on course, says good morning. He said this is hard. He is giving us a firsthand account of what it is to experience the Mammoth 200. Kevin, we hope you're doing well. Jimmy Elam is who you're looking at on your screen right now. He is the race leader. He is running a very, very fast pace for what we had predicted, about 2 hours ahead of just projected splits, which doesn't mean a whole lot. This is a first-year race. We didn't know exactly what to predict, but all that being said, he's running very quickly, and he is in his first 200-mile race, but in the lead here. We will be very curious to see how far behind Rachel Entrekin is, because they were apparently only separated by about 5 minutes at the last water drop station, which is about 8 miles ago.
Yeah.
So we will be expecting to see Rachel Entrekin at any point here, because Jimmy's been in this aid station for a number of minutes now.
Yeah, so I was just going to say that he has spent about 11 minutes here so far. It looks like he's doing a pretty hard reset, getting some breakfast in, and just, making sure that he's taking his time before he goes on. I actually think it's one of the longer sections of the course, where we have a 15.25 mile with a very hard climb coming right out, about 1,000-foot climb, roughly over 2 miles. So Jimmy's really making sure that he's ready to go out and just knock it out of the park as he has been.
Yeah, we're going to try to, if you guys want to go to the Mammoth 200 website, you can also find live tracking there. And we also know that second place female at this point in the race, as far as we know, is Amber Weibel. We had some notable drops happen overnight. Unfortunately, Tara Dower, Parley Hannon, and Chrissy Harkelrod all dropped from the race or decided to end their race. We don't have information confirmed on exact reasons around that. It's a very personal decision. A lot of different things, a lot of different factors go into why one would decide to do that, but those individuals, those women, have all decided to end their race for one reason or another. That makes Amber Weibel right now in second place on the women's side. Max Jolliffe is also out there, currently second male. Last we could tell, there was about 14 miles separating Jimmy and Max. So we'll see if that has grown at all or diminished. But Max Jolliffe was also being chased or kind of hunted by Jonathan Kuplak. So those are your top 3 males on the men's side of the race and your top 4 overall. We also have a number of other women out there continuing to crush. We will let you know as soon as we have updates on who would be behind Amber.
I believe it's Callie Smith.
Callie Smith
in third right now.
All right.
Running along, it looks like, with Jeff Pelletier.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very cool to see Jeff Pelletier up there in the front of this field. Someone who is super experienced, not only in the mountains, but with very long efforts, former Tour de France finisher, as well as many other 200 plus mile efforts and long trail efforts. And not only that, but he brings spectacular films to the masses, kind of documenting and showcasing these. And I can't wait to see the one that comes out about Mammoth, because we've seen him with his own GoPro out. People wondering, is that a runner or a camera person? It's both, because he does both. He's definitely documenting this adventure.
Absolutely, and I think that's just going to get people even more excited after they see the views that we've been seeing on the live stream. It's just been absolutely spectacular. I'm actually curious if Jimmy might take a little bit of a nap here. It looks like he might be
It was slowly sinking into.
Yeah, I know, that chair looks so comfortable.
Just one of the granola bars. So
Any kind of like bars, like that. Or just non-gel, normal.
I have these.
Stuff those in the barn.
I got you. Yeah.
Lynn Hall watching from here in Mammoth, a local. Thanks, Lynn, for watching. And absolutely, you should get out there and maybe see the finish if you can make it over to the village.
Homemade granola bars.
Someone joining from Perth, Australia, to follow Rachel and Max. Thank you so much for being here. Post Falls, Idaho. Someone in here from Florida, Christina, the astonishing, all the way from Florida, tuning in.
I love to see that. Jeff's films are what got me interested in trail running and ultras.
That's
so cool.
That's why he makes them.
That's why he makes them.
Type up the live stream here. You ready for Rachel?
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Getting an update from the field. Sounds like they're thinking it's about 40 minutes or so.
By car separated on the straightaway.
Number of shoe options out there. I see some Hoka Tectonic 3s, some Hoka maybe Mafate 5s, and another pair of, I don't know if they were Mount Coast, but yeah, we're getting everything laid out for Rachel in preparation for her coming in. That was probably Kevin, one of Rachel's key crew members and partner out there.
Also have to give, I know Corinne said this, but good morning, Kevin. I hope you had a great night.
Yeah.
And listened to lots of Taylor Swift. That was my guess of what you were listening to
Did
yesterday.
we ever find out what the song was?
I don't know.
It's a
I know
cliffhanger.
that I have heard he listened to a Taylor Swift song for like 6 hours straight, like the same song during Cocodona, I believe. So I'm curious if he repeated to that or if he, mixed it up with maybe one different song from Taylor Swift.
Nothing over the mountain and down the other side. I think it's good. Bag of potatoes. Mashed potatoes.
Kevin Goldberg's wife, Melanie White, is also out there.
I believe they're celebrating their anniversary.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
What a way to do it.
Watching from Sweden. Shout out to all of our international followers and viewers.
So we have a confirmation that Tara is totally okay. She is not injured. She officially called it at mile 84, but she is doing well. So she's not injured. She's totally fine. She just made the decision to live to fight another day. So we applaud you, Tara, for doing what's best for you. But great to hear that she's doing well.
Yep.
You guys left at like 4:30 this morning? Or, yeah. I was like, I should get up and leave when they're but I can make it.
Yeah, and there's no pressure.
We got a San Diego night.
San Diegan.
San Diegan? Yeah, that's where I
Marco
currently
Gonzalez.
live.
Hi from Thailand, rooting for Jeff Pelletier.
Ah, awesome.
Jeff is bringing the international crowd out. We're getting a view of Rachel Entrikin's aid station setup here.
Man, Precision has great colors. They really stand out. Like, you know that's what you can tell it is by the way that it is. Quote from yesterday of Nietzsche. But yes, Precision has great colors.
We parked like right off the road, and there was a guy in the buggy. I saw that. He's not part of the race. So I just parked there, took a nap, and got out.
Got some scratch out. We got some Precision out.
Like, oh, really?
Is that the guy with the camper?
Yeah. I feel bad.
I felt bad last night too, setting off
Yeah, overnight we did have a few notable drops. Tara Dower, Parley Hannon, and Chrissy Herkelrod have all decided to end their races. We know that Tara Dower is not injured. She's doing okay, so that's great to hear. We don't have a lot of details on the other ladies. If we get those, we will share them if those folks want to share. Also, totally their story to tell, and up to them if they would like to kind of divulge that info. But I mean, this is a 200-mile race. These athletes have already, done 100+ miles at the front of this race, and there's a lot that can happen in that amount of time, let alone over the course of the next 24+ hours. But right now, Jimmy Elam and Rachel Entrikin are your race leader and your number 2. Overall, Rachel is leading the women's field by a significant margin at this point.
Yes.
those boys are moving really fast. That's far.
If you're seeing BGE and BME in the chat, that is Big Goldberg Energy and Big Melanie Energy. Shout outs to Kevin Goldberg and Melanie. Is it Melanie White?
Oh, God.
Yes.
Who are a married couple who are both running the race and celebrating their 11-year anniversary. Very exciting. Kevin, also just a veteran of the 200-mile distance, having run many, many 200s, and hosts a podcast called Distance to Empty, showcasing and talking specifically about 200+ mile races. Very cool. Check that out.
Yeah.
To give an update, we've had a couple of questions about when next year's registration is open. Currently, they are waiting to confirm on permits before they can officially open registration, but they believe that will be soon. And I love that we are getting so many questions about next year. I love seeing the excitement that is building. So just to give an update, it seems like Jimmy is getting up, getting ready to go. Maybe took a little 5-minute cat nap. He has been here for about 20 minutes, just a little bit less than 25 minutes. Looks like he's fresh as a daisy, getting the waist belt on, and he'll be, looks like, heading out soon.
Yeah, I have one in my bag. Yeah, gonna warm up for you now.
So this is Jimmy Elam, race leader. He is getting ready to head back out. He's going to be doing the Crater Mountain to Levining section, 15.25 miles. a solid 1,800 feet of climbing, most of it here at the very beginning of this next section, and then also 2,220 feet of descending over this next 15 miles. That is what he is getting ready to take on, including kind of moon-like surfaces, which is, can't wait to see those if we get some cool drone shots. I don't know. We should take a peek and see if he's got some gaiters on or not, and what shoes he decided to put on.
Yeah.
You said they were ultras that he threw on?
I believe they were ultras, and I do really hope that he's put some gaiters on. I think that this is going to be a pretty tough section on the feet. So, especially, you know, it's funny how downhill sounds so great, and then you start getting into the latter parts of races, and the downhill can hurt so much more than the uphill.
Kind of depends on how you've prepped those quads. Have you done your eccentric loading?
Yes.
And then what? I think the screen is unmuffled. No, he's good now.
It looks like Jimmy has taken off some of the layers in anticipation of a warmer day, but still rocking the sun hoodie, which I think, honestly, that's what I would go with out here. Just
Protection.
to, protect
Exit
from
right
the
here.
sunburn.
Right here, open
And we have Jimmy taken off. So he spent
308.
about 25 minutes in this aid station, took a really good reset, and he is off moving, it looks like, without a pacer. Yeah.
Let's go, Jimmy.
Woohoo.
It's a great sign after sitting for that long that
To be out running.
you're moving, the legs are moving. Sometimes it takes a bit to get those going, but Jimmy is looking
and
great.
hustling.
Looking great.
Yeah.
All right, Chrissy. Here.
You know, when you were talking about earlier that Jimmy has a lot of history with this area, he was a guide on the JMT, and I'm such a believer that places that hold part of our hearts, our souls, I think that really makes a difference, where you're just able to have so many associations with memories, and just, you know, having lived parts of your life there and being able to come back. So I'm sure that that is fueling Jimmy right now, and he's just enjoying being back in a place that he absolutely loves. So stoked for you, Jimmy. Godspeed out there. And yes, he's got a pretty hefty section, but we know he's going to rock it.
Yeah. I mean, it also, I think, somewhat provides a level of comfort, I guess. It depends on the individual. Some people love running somewhere where they've never been before, but, like, if you know the area, I think it's just almost one less thing you have to really kind of focus and think about, and can be a little bit of a kind of more of a comforting, kind of less stressful environment that you're like, I know this area. I've been here before. This is not unfamiliar to me. I generally know where I'm going, and I think that can certainly be an advantage. And we had Rachel Entry can run a lot of the course already, so she's also gotten herself familiar with the terrain and the area here recently.
And I love this comment. Today is the day of the gyms.
The day of the gyms.
Day of the gym. So we have confirmed that Jimmy Walmsley
with the W and the gold medal, individual gold medal.
Gosh, I'm happy for him. I feel
that's
like
it's
amazing. Crazy. He has had to stay so patient this year through kind of the ups and downs at the beginning of the year, and just so cool to see him pull off the OCC win as well as the win at Worlds. So congrats to Jim Walmsley. Let's hope that our Jimmy can take the power of the gyms for today.
Love it.
We are getting a stunning shot of the sun hitting the Crater Mountain area.
Thank you to our production team. We've also got the live tracking link pinned at the top of the stream. You can go to that link to check out what is going on with the rest of the field, how runners are doing, where they're at on this incredible loop that's been created in the Eastern Sierra by Tim Tollefson and Hillary Yang, the Mammoth 200 presented by Kraft, being brought to you by Mountain Outpost. Appearing like Adair Ramirez, who is now not an unknown name after this year's
Definitely
Cocodona
not.
250, placing third, has moved into third place. We will try to confirm that with visuals as well, but it is, I'm not surprised. And yesterday we saw Adair doing some really smart things, like wearing a buff over his face for a section of the race. Also looked like he was just having an absolute blast and enjoying it out there. A lot of smiles, a lot of stoke. So could be very cool to see him now moving up into that third place position, about 120-ish or so. Who knows? We don't know exactly where he's at, but I would say more than halfway into the race at this point.
We also have Max Jolliffe in third overall. Amber Wabel is in fourth. Yes, fourth overall, second female. And then, yes, Eder is in fifth overall, third male. And you know what's crazy is that there is still so much race left. We still have we still have 90 miles left on this course, which is just crazy.
Yeah.
So much can happen. Gosh, it looks like we are in for another absolutely stunning day. The sun is shining. No precipitation on the forecast for now. Looking about mid-60s, so I think the runners are in for a treat. I'm sure that they are enjoying feeling that warmth on their backs as they are coming out of the night section. So we are waiting on Rachel Entrekin. She is projected to be the next runner into the Crater Mountain Aid Station. We have had Jimmy pass through. He left at about 23:08 elapsed time, which is 7:08 a.m. here, California time. So we're waiting on Rachel as our next runner in.
Standing mic time.
I was gonna.
You can. I learned this. We can stand up in the studio. We're not on camera, so we can stand up and.
I don't know about you, but yes, I am not much of a sitter.
We're trying to keep energy flows going. We've now turned our studio set into standing, a standing mic set. So.
Oh, that feels so much better.
We're going to have so much more energy in our voices because we're now standing. Now we just need the desk to go up, and that would be fantastic.
that would be next level.
So Teradauer dropped around mile 82, 84. That is where she decided to end her race. Someone asked that in the chat. And we have confirmed that she is not injured. She's okay, which is great news. And, we will perhaps get more information if she wants to disclose kind of what happened or what the story was there. And, right now we are respecting everyone's decisions to do what they want with their days out there. We are not in their shoes. We do not know what they're going through. And it's very much a personal decision that everyone, I wrote an article a while ago called DNF, Decision Not Failure. I think I wrote it after one of my first DNFs. Something that just happens in this sport. I mean, unless you're Jimmy Elam, who apparently never DNFs. It usually is something that if you're in the sport long enough, you're going to encounter for one reason or another. But that's the beauty of it, is there's a lot of races. There's always another one to be focused on. And, we are just hoping and wishing the best for everyone who has decided to stop. Teradauer, Parley Hannon, and Chrissy Harkelrod at this point have dropped from the race. They will probably not be the only individuals who decide to call it at some point. This is a very, very long event. And as we all know in this sport, there are so many contributing factors and unknown things that can come up.
Absolutely. And I think that we're so lucky to be able to to do these very hard things, and we have to respect our bodies and our minds when they say this just isn't the time.
Yep.
And I think that's just as much a part of the sport as anything else. So we love to see people taking care of themselves and doing what's best. So we hope that Tara, Parley, and Chrissy rest up and live to fight another day. We are back after a beautiful sunrise shot at Crater Mountain Aid Station, waiting for Rachel Entrikin to come in as our second overall runner into mile 125.4. Also, if you are just joining us, this is the live coverage of the Mammoth 200. My name is Alyssa Clark, and I am joined by Corinne Chalvoy in the studio this morning, bringing you the voices behind these amazing shots. I think Kelly Newland, who many of us know and love, makes a great point. Part of being a pro and part of being in the sport for a long time is making decisions for longevity and overall health. So definitely a great point.
Amen. We want people to be doing this sport for a very long time. We want to see these pros out there year after year. And it's a sport that takes years and years to develop as an athlete. I mean, so many runners, and especially on the women's side, that we see doing amazing things have, a decade plus of dedication and training and effort kind of behind their quote unquote overnight successes. So it's, it is important, and we want people to be able to persevere and be out there. And case in point, Mr. Jim Walmsley taking home the W for Team USA in the long trail at Worlds. And last we saw Katie Scheid out there in the front of the field for the entire world in the 80K distance at World Trail Mountain Running Championships, happening at the same time as this event.
Corinne, how long have you been in the sport?
Oh, that's kind of a complicated question.
We do have time.
I've been racing ultras since about 2017, 2018, but I ran all through since I was about 12. I ran in middle school and high school and college. Then I ran recreationally, but took probably 6 years off of competing to have two sons who are now 10 and 14, which makes me feel very old. But yeah, then got back in and really was, fortunate and blessed to have kind of a second athletic, career and athletic chapter in my life. I started very early, or very short distances, and really when I first started trail running, had no intention of going to the long stuff. I did 2 or 3 years of never running anything longer than a 50K, building up in volume, not running more than 30, 40-mile weeks. And then over time just decided, well, if I'm gonna be putting in the miles and building this, then maybe I'll try something longer, and was surprised at how much I enjoyed my first 50K. And that kind of led to longer and longer distances. So it's been about 6-7 years that I've been kind of competing at ultras, I guess I would say. What about you, Alyssa? What's your background here?
Love it. Yeah, and I love that you really took your time building up in the mileage. I feel that sometimes there's a lot of pressure that you have to run 100 miles to be quote unquote an ultra runner, and I totally disagree. I think you should do whatever distance floats your boat, whether that's 5K, 10K, all the way up to 214. So love that there was, a lot of thought and planning that went into that. I was a cross-country skier, grew up in Vermont. And so I went to a ski school for cross-country skiing. We would do these crazy, actually a lot in the long trail, and Appalachian Trail, these long 4 or 5 hour trail runs. And I just thought they were so fun. And so I was a lacrosse player in college, and when kind of started dabbling and had been doing a lot of kind of longer trail stuff, and thought maybe I'll go trail or triathlon, and just honestly couldn't afford triathlon. So I jumped into trail and did my first 50K 2 months after I graduated college, and have been in the sport for 10 years now. So it's crazy to say, because I feel every year I feel like I am a newbie just learning new things, and I'm still so excited to see what's ahead. And yeah, I just feel like anytime you think you have one part of things figured out, it goes sideways. So it's very fun to just continue to learn in the sport. Yeah.
There's so many things to learn about yourself, about the distances, about the races themselves, and kind of how to navigate them. And yeah, to your point, I think that's one reason, that we find that people have a lot of success in this sport have kind of a little bit of that humble, curious attitude for the long term. Because like you said, the moment you think you've got it nailed, you might encounter something else. I remember my very, very first 100K. I was prepared for every physical ailment. I was prepared to feel like I couldn't move my legs anymore, and like my muscles were burning, and like my body was shutting down. And what I encountered was an emotional reaction, and almost a stress response of like an anxiety attack in the middle of the race, which completely threw me for a loop. Was not prepared for that. Meanwhile, my body was doing fine, but something that I didn't expect came up, and I had to navigate and troubleshoot that. And I think from that, I learned that, something is going to happen and you don't know what it is. And the fact that you can just tell yourself, I'm going to encounter something, and whatever that is, I'm going to figure out how to work through it, is one of the best approaches to really doing this sport and running on the trails in general.
Absolutely. I think what's fun though is that while you have, I'm curious if we have a runner, if that's a runner at Crater Mountain.
That looks like maybe a pacer.
Pacer, okay.
Is that a precision top? So maybe that's a pacer.
Yeah, filling up bottles.
Perhaps like with Rachel.
Yes. Okay, that is a pacer wearing precision
or is
top.
that Kevin getting ready to pace?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, just wanted to make sure.
Yeah. No, fair point. We do have someone at Crater Mountain, so that is. I think that's what's happening here.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I mean, I actually this year at UTMB really had to take a hard look at some nutritional changes. I have some kind of I have ulcerative colitis, which is like Crohn's disease. It's an autoimmune disease, and I've always kind of pushed it under the rug of trying to just pretend in many ways that it wasn't impacting me. And this year had to really take a hard look at how it was affecting my racing. And I have an amazing nutritionist with Meredith Terranova over at CTS, and we took a good hard look and made a lot of changes. So I think that it really does, it's just a sport that allows you to keep growing and learning and just trying to better yourself as a human and an athlete.
I think it's also kind of beautiful that you can learn about your own physiology, your own nutritional needs, and ideal kind of setups for yourself. That ultimately those things are going to lead to your overall health too. And I think we do extreme things in this sport, but we're also we have some good habits in trying to take care of our bodies and trying to keep them moving. And I love that also strength training has become a focal point of becoming the best trail, mountain, and ultra runner that you can be, especially as you age. And I think that is something that, the more we can incorporate as an entire community into our daily routines or into our training, that's going to benefit us in the future. And we're learning from, previous generations that we also want to be healthy human beings when we're in our 70s and 80s. And case in point, we are seeing individuals continue to run and continue to do these events. We have a couple of individuals in the 60 to 69-year-old age group out there at the Mammoth 200 this year. And that is just amazing and really honorable to see folks doing adventures and taking these things on and showing that you can do them later into life.
Absolutely. And I think we had a great question in the chat. And I'd love to hear your take on this as well, of what is the purpose of a pacer? So let's dive into that a bit as we are waiting for Rachel. We'll give just a little update. So Jimmy has come through Crater Mountain. He left at 23:08 elapsed time, which is about 7:08 a.m. California time, so 20 minutes ago. We are waiting for Rachel Entrikin to come through as our projected next runner, and then we have Max in third, and then
Adair Ramirez, Max Jolliffe, and Adair apparently were maybe close-ish, and Amber Weibel.
Love it.
Also in that group. And we did think that they were only about 5 minutes apart, Rachel Entrikin and Jimmy Elam at one point and a few miles back. So that could have widened again, that gap, as we can see right now that there is definitely a bit more time than that between them. Hard to say exactly, but that section could have been quite runnable. And if one person's moving very quickly and one person is not, then that time gap can shrink or grow significantly.
Yeah, I mean, you hear these big mile distances in between runners where you'll hear, 5, 10, 15 miles. And depending on what is happening, whether someone needs a nap. I know we saw Max last year at Moab. He, I think, picked up about 14 miles at the end. So, you really can make up time depending on what's happening with other runners for these big mileage, what gaps on paper.
Yeah.
There can be a lot of change that happens. But so to go back to the Pacers, it's a very, I think, American tradition in ultra running to have a pacer. Pacers, in my opinion, I'd love to hear, Corinne, what you have to say as well, are there to, I think, most of all, keep the runner safe, to make sure that they are moving through the terrain. They're eating, they're drinking. The pacer can often help with the navigation. So in this race in particular, you cannot mule. Muling means that you're carrying the runner's food and water or extra gear. I know in Leadville you are allowed to mule, which I learned that maybe a year or two ago, which is quite.
I think it's one of the only races that I know of that allows muling. It is a unique thing to Leadville, and when I ran the race, took full advantage, and my pacer carried my full pack the moment that they could. It is very unique, and it's like very race to race specific, but no muling at the Mammoth, like you mentioned. The runner or the pacer also has to carry their own mandatory gear, which there's a list of things required here at the Mammoth to keep runners safe and make sure that they are prepared should any crazy weather come in. So both the pacer and the runner have to have that mandatory gear on them at all times.
Yes. Yeah, and I think a pacer also provides emotional support. They can, I actually think pace is probably the least important part of pacers.
Like literally
ways.
their
Like
pace
literally
they're
pace.
running.
Yeah.
Correct.
They can, just be the emotional up. I also think it's helpful to have someone when you're out, maybe it's colder temps and you need to take a nap, that they can kind of make sure that you're waking up and not getting too cold.
Yeah, there's lots of runners in these distances that take dirt naps, and they might say to their pacer, let me sleep for 5 minutes. Pacer's job is to set a timer. Pacer's job is to not go to sleep themselves,
yes.
and then wake up the runner and get them back on their way. That's certainly a very, you have a living, breathing alarm clock with you in the race. So yeah, that's certainly a thing. I think, even we did see at Cocodona, I believe, Dan Green at times would have his pacer running in front of him, and he would just follow his feet. And sometimes runners also want to do that, take the mental load off of themselves of having to focus on the trail or having to focus on the effort level, and really just kind of hone in on somebody else and follow them, especially as your mind starts to get kind of crazy in the sleep deprivation situation. So yeah, that can be, while they're not setting a certain pace, they might just be another person to follow and a way to take a mental load off of the runner.
Absolutely. And like I said, U.S. races are big. Pacers are very much a U.S. tradition. If you are going over to Europe, I'm actually not quite sure if anyone wants to shout out about Asian countries, what the thoughts are on pacers. Would love to hear it. But in Europe, it's very, very rare to see someone be able to have a pacer. So everyone who's running a UTMB, a Tour de Jean, any of the 200-mile races over there, or the 100-mile races or any of that, they are not going to be allowed to have a pacer. So I think it's a fun differentiator between kind of the different cultures.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I have a couple more thoughts on that. Just wanted to interject a quick update. We did have confirmation from Billy Yang out in the field. Thanks, Billy, for letting us know that Max Jolliffe came and left the Crooked Meadows aid station. So that's mile 108. So we did not get visuals on it. We're trying to kind of set up cameras out there, but just so you know, Max Jolliffe has been in and out of the Crooked Meadows aid station, giving you all an update. I know there's a lot of Max fans in the chat. So yeah, that has happened, and it sounds like he is still sitting in second mail at this point in time, and we are we'll be excited to see him at the next aid station or the next water drop stop. Indiana Summit would be where we would see him next. If we get any drone footage, we'll also share that with you, of course.
Absolutely. And we are currently on the live stream hanging out at mile 125.4, which is Crater Mountain Aid Station. We are waiting for Rachel Enterkin to enter the aid station. Jimmy Elam left at 23:08 on the elapsed time, 7:08 a.m. California. Great question. Has Jimmy or Rachel slept? It did look like Jimmy maybe took a 5-minute nap, maybe 10-minute nap. He was looking very cozy, had one of the best crew chairs I've ever seen.
A lot of questions about what chair is that? I want that chair.
Yeah.
It was almost like the camping version of a lazy boy. Looked very cozy.
I think we're going to have to add that to his questions when he finishes the race of Jimmy, what chair? What brand is it? Let us know.
They should give you a sponsorship.
Yeah. Yeah, you really sold it.
You really sold that chair. It was looking very, very comfortable. So
yes, and we don't know what Rachel's done for sleep. You know, a little bit hard to say of what her plan is. I know that she and Cocodona did not sleep very much, so I would guess that she's trying to minimize it as much as possible. That's a great question of how long does it take to recover from a race like this?
Ooh,
yeah.
That's a very interesting question.
Yeah.
It's very interesting. I mean, I think again, it's individual specific like everything in this sport. Probably also depends on what your effort level is during an event like this and how that effort level compares to your fitness level. If you're somebody who is not pushing hard compared to your fitness level at an event like this, you might actually recover from it faster than if you were really pushing for, say, a 100-mile race and kind of just, you know, running the entire thing. It's really hard to say. I would also say as you get more and more into the sport, like, probably depends on your background. Have you actually been out doing long efforts, multi-day efforts before? Is your body used to that or not? If this is the first time you've done anything like this, like I would say Jimmy Elam will be very interesting to talk to you about his recovery from something like this. At least in my experience, the first time at any distance tends to warrant a bit longer recovery than future attempts or future efforts at those distances.
Yeah, and I think it also depends on how much you're sleeping. So for some people, they might be able to get 3, 4, even maybe 5 hours if they're moving well during the day. So, you know, that's going to wear a lot less than, say, if you're getting, 20 minutes total. But you are out there for less time if you are, in the more 48 hours or so. So, yeah, it really is dependent. I would say that actually people can probably physically feel quite good a lot sooner after this than one might expect. But I do think that runners have to be really careful about the internal workings. I always say I think the internal part of us takes longer to heal than the outside, because our hormones get really messed up in these races with the sleep deprivation. There's just a lot that's going on. Cortisol levels are elevated. And so I think just taking a bit extra time to make sure everything is healed on the inside is so crucial, because that can lead to long-term damage. We coming from the Nordic skiing background, there's a lot of overtraining syndrome, chronic fatigue syndrome, and that's a really sad place to see athletes end up. So take the time, take a little bit extra than you think to heal everything internally.
Yeah, I think, and also just know that it's going to be non-linear, right? There are different systems that are repairing themselves on different timelines, and a lot of times I think you can feel great at times, maybe a week after an event, and then 2 weeks later, what is going on? I feel like crap. And, don't judge that process. Just let it happen. Equally as important is your nutrition and your sleep post events like this, and really like saying, I might not be running for this week, but I'm still going to get as many nutrients and as much protein into my body as I possibly can, to as well as hydration, and sleep, because those systems are still absolutely on overdrive. To your point, the internal systems, endocrine system, your sympathetic nervous system, your brain. There have been studies that have come out about, kind of the brain and some of the this is going to show that I'm not like a scientist or a physiologist, but that, that there are components of your brain that are actually maybe not degrading, but I want to say eating themselves. What is it, mylar? There's something in your brain that definitely is affected by events and things like this. So case in point, just take care of yourself.
take
moral
more
of the
time.
story is just yeah, let it be what it is, and listen to yourself just like you would be in the race after the race.
Exciting shots we have right now. We have Amber Weibel into aid station Crooked Meadow.
All right,
at
Amber.
mile 108.1. Yes.
That means that she is not too far away from Max.
Nice. Yes. So Amber is in our, I believe she is, 4th overall, 2nd female. We'll see what she does for taking time here, maybe take a nap, maybe just do a hard reset, or gets right out there. So, yeah, exciting. We have Amber in at aid station Crooked Meadow, mile 108.1, looking to be 4th overall, 2nd female.
Do you think Amber thought to herself, well, Western States and Hard Rock 100 are just going to be training runs for the Mammoth 200 this year, because she did complete and did very well at both of those events. She was 4th female at Hard Rock. She was in the top 20. I can't remember her exact place at Western States. Just showing the diversity there, I would say this is like a perfect culmination, right? She ran a very fast race, 100 miler at Western States. Then she ran a extremely burly, mountainous, technical course at Hard Rock. And those two now could be complementing one another and really coming to fruition in being able to showcase her abilities on a course like Mammoth that has both runnable and difficult terrain and a little bit of altitude.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I think if you could pick, well, I think everyone would be psyched to have that double in their back pocket. But gosh, those are two races that really do kind of marry the needs you would have on this course for the runnable section and the climbing.
I think we see
David.
We see David Yowsling out there. It looks like he had been running urgently, so maybe we might have Rachel coming in here
soon. David rocking some very cool Mammoth swag.
Switching from windbreaker to hoodie, we are getting a fashion show right here in the middle of the Crater Mountain. This is a showcase of, we're going layering, so it must be a little chilly. Going hoodie, then windbreaker. You can see that awesome craft Mammoth jacket. The coordinating yellow hat and yellow shoes. David doesn't know that he's giving us a runway show and has now left to go find runner. Oh, and that's Taylor.
Oh, awesome.
From Mountain Outpost as well.
Okay.
They're both out there.
Nice. So we had a great question. Are runners aware of their positions? It depends a bit on what the runner wants. So some runners really do want that information being fed of what are my time gaps, who's behind me, who's ahead of me. And other runners really do want to just kind of stay in their own zone, stay in their own race, and they do not want to have that information fed. It also could be that they might say, hey, after this mileage, I want to know what's up, or they might wait. So it's really dependent on the runner's choice, and also hopefully they've communicated that to their crew, so their crew isn't giving them unwanted information. But yeah, I've heard a lot of different ways that people handle that. Like I know Sabrina Stanley 2 years ago at UTMB did not want any information. She did not know what position she finished in when she crossed the line. So I think that's an extreme, which is super cool that she just trusted that.
I have another example. Air Viper Racing teammate of mine who was running Run Rabbit, also had run the race many, many times, did not want to know what place she was in. Just didn't want to know, was going to go by feel. That was what was important to her on the day. I believe she ended up running 5th or 6th place. So awesome finish. Oh, here we go.
this is Rachel Entrekin making her way to Crater Mountain Aid Station, mile 125.4. She is looking strong. Looks like it was a little chilly. Got the gloves out. So we are getting about a 40-minute gap from when Jimmy left this aid station to when Rachel is arriving. So we will see if Rachel decides to take a bit of time here or if she is just going to get what she needs and keep rocking.
I also have some warm apple cider.
So again, this is Rachel Entrekin, first female, second overall at Crater Mountain Aid Station, mile 125.4. Gosh, hitting
What happened?
125. Oh, we're talking about some chafing here. 125 miles, sub 24 hours.
Broth, whatever you want. Do something. Don't you say they love milk too? Yep.
Kitties? Potatoes?
Voltaire, okay?
I'm okay.
You sure?
No, I feel great. Thanks for asking.
You look so good. It's incredible.
Oh,
These are single trip cocktails.
are you? I hope Jimmy looks like shit. Link that out.
We know where you are, Jimmy. We know where you are.
Oh, Jimmy.
I'm coming for you, Jimmy.
Oh, Jimmy.
Well, his dad's name is Jim, so you keep confusing him over there.
Huh?
His dad's name is Jimmy too.
We're
So
coming for your son, Papa.
Are you Jimmy's dad?
Yes,
Hi,
I
Jimmy's
am.
dad. Your son
Hi,
is friggin'
Rachel.
fast as shit.
We are cheering you on too, girl. You are rocking this, man.
Thank you.
I was in there.
It was that entire section was rated M for mature. With Jenkins paper.
Take the warm gear out, right? You don't need the
As we have eyes here on Crater Mountain, mile 125, and first female Rachel Entrekin, second overall. We also have the one and only Kevin Goldberg in the chat. He is out there on course and joining the live chat as he does often. That is one of his MOs. Love to see it. I saw a comment about putting hot mics on runners in the future. You know, we've thought about that and not totally opposed to it. Yeah, I think it's all, you know, we may have some of that in the future. For now, we might have some replays going on of some critical sections. We're trying to recap things with the Chronicles. I would also point people to Instagram of both Mountain Outpost and the Mammoth 200 for some great social content and some clips of, you know, kind of more up close what we're getting from our field camera folks and videographers out there about what is going on the day.
How many rocks?
Really trying to bring it to the next level here for everyone.
That's a
but I
good
would
one.
say, like,
Amethyst.
so far
Heck
on this
yeah.
inaugural year, the Mammoth 200, we have had incredible camera footage, drone
Yeah.
shots,
Put it in the back of your pack.
very crisp graphics, and you know, hopefully it has been very entertaining and educational for people to really see what the runners are experiencing out there and the beauty of the Eastern Sierra.
So cool, you know this section.
Yeah, I'm really glad. It's so much fun.
Where's your rain jacket?
In the back. Because I have to keep it, right?
Yeah, you need to.
So yeah,
It's
it's
here.
in the back.
Okay, so we can put this at the bottom. You want our pocket?
Well, I'll just sit then.
Get everything on.
You're good. Do you want any kind of gummies?
Sure.
Right.
They also have chocolate bars.
We also saw your third place or your second place female Amber Weibel at a previous aid station just
Right
a
now
few
you have
minutes ago, mile
speckled.
108.
You got speckled goldfish.
As you can see, there is definitely, you know, this is the type of distance and the type of event that has, it's going to stretch out and string out over time. I mean, that being said, we have had, you know, 2 to 5 minutes separating finish times at 200+ mile races. You know, even thinking back on Cocodona 2024, Jeff Browning, who had been leading the race for 160 miles, was caught with only 2 or 3 miles to go in the race, ended up second place. So much can happen. That's the exciting thing. There is a ton of time and a ton of distance to cover still, and it is going to be, you know, crazy to see what happens.
Oh my God. Oh, trust me, I know where I'm going.
Oh yeah, that's right.
All right, it looks
Exactly
like
where I'm going.
Rachel is going to head out. So that was a pretty quick stop for her. And it looks like,
Oh, my feet are so gross.
yes, Pacer's coming.
I wish I had audio.
Hey, love you too. Thank you. Thanks for your help, man. Yeah.
All right, so Rachel is out of aid, right around, we'll say 23:53. So she is about, let's see, telling you math this early in the morning.
How fast? I'm going.
She's about 45 minutes behind Jimmy at this point.
Yeah.
Hey, you were so much more lively than Jim was. Yeah, have fun, guys.
Okay, we're now going to play Where's Jimmy for everyone at home.
That's a fun game.
This is, we're going to try to find Jimmy Elam in this shot. Everyone tune in, let us know. He is not wearing red and white stripes, so that's not going to help, but
he's wearing like a tan, I think like a tan or a gray.
That's definitely
not
going to help.
us.
That's the same color as all of this terrain that we're looking at, but he is in here somewhere, and we're all going to find him together.
I feel like we're playing Where's Waldo.
It's exactly, but it's Where's Jimmy? And on your screen there, the last time we saw him was not Crooked Meadows. It was actually further in than that. It was
Crater
Mountain 125 was his last stop.
And he was up kind of upper middle of the screen. It looks like we saw him, but we are waiting to see if we can confirm. Oh, we got him. All right, he is by the trees. So that the big tree that's getting lit by the sun.
The trees?
Yeah.
Which tree?
the biggest tree we can gotta see. He's coming around that switchback.
Oh, that big one in the middle. That's right. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. We're zooming in. That's cool.
Nice.
This person's walking. Perhaps stopping behind the tree.
I was gonna say maybe stopping
Strategic
for
stop.
yeah.
That'd be impressive. That'd be really like, I mean, perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah. And from that rocky gray landscape to, oh, and we're back.
Nice.
I was gonna say to kind of some of the kind of scrub oak looking fall colors, fall foliage. Very diverse course, this Mammoth 200 loop. We've gotten a lot of really different, interesting
Also,
landscapes.
it looks like we may have confirmation that Katie Scheid has taken the win at World Champs. Or is she about to?
She might be finishing now. I think so. And someone in that chat said wire to wire. I think one time I saw she was 7 minutes up. This is her finishing. If folks are wondering, Katie Scheid is just finishing the World Championship 80K, and we're gonna have Katie Scheid and Jim Walmsley both winning the World Championship long trail events.
Wow.
Absolutely incredible. Way to go. That is so, so cool.
She is just unstoppable. And it looks like, yep, Katie Scheid has finished, and I think has quite a large gap on second place.
Finishing with one of the male long trail runners?
Looks like it.
That's cool. Good God, sub 10 hours on that course. 9:57. Katie Scheid, sorry that we're talking about World Trail Championships on the Mammoth 200, but we're all trail fans here. We love trail and ultra running, and absolutely incredible. A sub 10 hour time run by Katie Scheid at the Long Trail, Confranc, Spain, to win the World Long Trail title.
Also back on the Mammoth course, we are just hitting one full day out here at the Mammoth 200. So 24 hours in, our two front runners, Jimmy Elam, and Elam, thank you, Rachel Entrekin, are through mile 125.4. which is Crater Mountain Aid Station. So they are making their way to the low point of the course of Lee Vining.
That low point's around 6,500 feet or so. As we mentioned, average altitude of the Mammoth 200 is 8,100 feet, but Lee Vining would be the low point, 6,500, high point being just over 11,000 feet at the summit of Mammoth Mountain.
And we are at Green Church Aid Station, watching runners coming through here. Mile 69.6. So runners have until 4:30 p.m. this afternoon to get through Green Church. So they have plenty of time on today to get to Green Church, which is mile 69.6. Our next cutoff coming up is 2 aid stations back. Well, Thomas Place is just a water drop only, but we have Crowley Lake, which is mile 53.5, and runners have until 10 a.m. today to make it through. So they have about 2 more hours to get through Crowley Lake at 53.5.
Okay. We didn't think there was a lot of movement when we quote unquote spotted Jimmy. It was a wannabe Jimmy, but this is Jimmy. This is Jimmy Elam. We've got him now. He is certainly moving well and quickly down. Really hard to tell how technical that is, but that he is rolling down that trail right now. That looks pretty fun.
It does look fun.
That looks pretty fun. And I'd say his legs are holding up nicely because he looks like he is nice and smooth and just making his way very quickly through this section. Jimmy Elam, your race leader at the Mammoth 200.
So we have on screen Jimmy, who is just rolling, looking smooth. He is well past mile 125.4, making his way. It looks like he has hit the downhill section of Crater Mountain to Lee Vining, which is a little over 15 miles with a 2,200 foot drop. So it looks like he has absolutely hit the downhill and is just cruising. He opted not to take a pacer for the section, which I could definitely see him saving up pacers for times where it might be a little tougher for him. So yeah, just cruising, looking super strong.
There he is again.
Just looking great. Yeah, so smooth.
Jimmy Elam, your race leader. Such a cool drone shot. Again, Jimmy has been running for 24 hours and he has 125 plus miles on his legs. He is moving very, very well, folks. This is someone who is en route to their first 200 plus mile race finish and showing no signs of slowing down at this point.
Definitely not. And we had a question. Did the two of us get our runs in before bed? And yes, I had just a short, easy run yesterday. Managed to hop on the treadmill about 7:30.
Good for you. Good for you.
And then I think today, during your break, you're trying to get out to Crater Lake? Or Convict Lake.
I'd love to. I'd love to get out to Convict Lake. We're trying to make that happen. I ran just a few miles in between my shifts yesterday, so I had a little break. I did need to eat food during that time because that's pretty important. So I ate. I did get out for a few miles, but I'll say I didn't feel great. It's pretty tiring talking all day, and but we're going to try to make it happen, and thanks for checking in on us. We are trying to get our runs in, squeeze them in between our shifts, and it is nice. I've been on shifts or races where we have overnight commentary as well, and since we're not doing that at this race, it's certainly nice to get a few hours of sleep overnight, and we are thinking that might not happen as much tonight, maybe a little bit, but we are going to try to see what we can do to follow the, Jimmy or whoever is leading this race into the finish, which could happen in the wee hours of the night.
Yes. It seems as though, well, let me check. The projected time for what they thought the front runners would be, which chalks up to a 47-hour finish. That's kind of what they were thinking, is that Crater Mountain, they would come through around 8:30 a.m. And we saw Jimmy come through just past 7 a.m. or he left just past 7 a.m. and Rachel, I believe, left just a little bit before 8 a.m. I think it was in the 7:50s. So both under the projected time splits at this point.
Thanks so much to everyone who is in the chat. Kevin Goldberg, if you are listening in, I am checking in on your wife, Melanie White. Does appear that she is around mile 80.4. That was a ping 20 minutes ago. So hopefully that is helpful information to you. She is still moving right along. Very nice of you to check in on your wife. Happy anniversary, Kevin and Melanie. As we continue to get some aerial shots of the Mammoth 200 course. Jimmy Elam's your race leader. Rachel Entrekin's currently in second overall, first female. We will hope to get some eyes on the runners behind them, who we believe to be Max Jolliffe, Amber Weibel, Adair Ramirez, Jesse Haynes, Xander Chase, Jonathan Kuplak, Roman Track, Callie Smith, Teddy Tonelli, Kyle Moss, Jamison Henkel, Sam Carthen, Jeff Pelletier, Matt Smith, Kevin Goldberg, Brandon Morales, Tyler Morales, 2 brothers, 28 and 32 years old, appearing to be running together. Timmy Olson, Helen Payne, not confirmed in those exact orders, but that is who we have coming up to our next aid stations in the near future. Massive congratulations to another Jim Walmsley, winning the world's long trail course championships. 80K, as well as Katie Shy taking the win on the 80K long trail course for Worlds, both over in France, representing the United States of America. It's going to be super cool to see how the team scores play out based on those 2 incredible results.
Absolutely. And in Spain.
Did I say France? It's near France. Confranc, Spain is very north.
Very near France, yes.
I have not been to Confranc. Have you?
I haven't.
I lived in Spain for 6 months. That was
cool. Where?
Oh, I lived in Salamanca.
Okay.
North of Madrid, a couple hours northwest of Madrid. Lived there in college and absolutely love Spain. I did part of the Camino de Santiago, which traverses from the south of France over the northern coast of Spain. And I did 6 days on that trail. I'd love to go back and do more of it and maybe even do the whole thing. You know, speaking of 200-mile distances, 200-mile races, even 100-mile races, very much kind of, I feel like sometimes are along the same lines as a pilgrimage of sort. So, yeah, it was beautiful. Absolutely adore Spain as a country.
Oh, it is. I've spent some time in the Pyrenees, and gosh, it is just stunning. Yeah, we were lucky enough to live in southern Italy for a couple of years.
Where?
Naples.
Okay.
Yeah.
So cool for a couple of years. Very, very cool.
Yeah. So, gosh, being back over there always feels like getting to go home for a little bit. So
nice.
Yeah, I'm sure it feels that way for you in the part of Spain you were in.
I loved it so much. I made my husband go back there for our honeymoon so that I could show him where I was living when I was there. He studied in Aix-en-Provence in France.
Very cool.
Southern France, and I still have yet to visit that, but it's on the list. And here, loving these shots. This is absolutely incredible. Mr. Jimmy Elam, look at this landscape. Thank you so much to our drone pilots out there working hard and bringing you these.
This is incredible.
Awesome views.
Not only are the views incredible, but the way that Jimmy is moving is so impressive. You know, it's just so easy to just get really stiff, especially with all of the running that he's been doing. This is very runnable in much of this course, and he is just cruising. Oh, thank you, Glitter Gravel, for the info. The yellow bushes are rubber rabbit brush, and pollinators love them in the fall.
Whoa.
Thanks for that.
Rubber rabbit brush. Rubber rabbit brush. Say that.
I know.
It's a tongue twister. Rubber rabbit brush.
So we do think that Jimmy switched into the ultras. I actually did not see if he did end up leaving in them, but he did have them out, and it looked like he was going to switch into them.
Yeah. We believe he may have had 2 or 3 shoes in the rotation, maybe some Norda 005s at some point, and then wasn't there another one as well? Oh, Prodigio Pros, La Sportiva Prodigio Pros. We saw him earlier on in the race wearing those.
Oh, I love this. We have an update from one of Jimmy's pacers. Paced him from Taylor Canyon to Crater Mountain. Said he ran steady all night with no dips in energy or pace. 2 small 10-minute naps so far, and moving to solid foods, which, you know, that's kind of something we talked about quite a bit yesterday, that as you're getting into the over 24-hour period, your body increases its need for protein and also fat for satiation. So I'm sure that Jimmy is relying more on the real foods. It's funny that we call it real foods, but
Whole foods,
yeah,
natural food. I don't know.
I don't even. Well,
there's
like
there's some that are
Kraft mac and
yeah,
cheese.
that's not natural. I don't know, but foods that are not labeled as sports nutrition.
Exactly. Things that make you actually have to chew them, we'll say.
Or that come. You don't have to chew mashed potato.
True. Good point. Or really ramen that much. Yeah. We did see one of the, I think, iconic shots of what it means to do a 200. We saw ramen being poured into Jimmy's flask, and we're still unsure if he is going to use the straw to drink his ramen mixture, or whether he's going to unscrew the top and
yeah, the mechanics of that. There's definitely some solid. There were noodles. There was potentially even like some chicken or something in there that was like solid. And so maybe he's going to drink the broth if it'll get through and not get stuck, like not by something solid. But then definitely going to have to take the lid off to consume the rest of whatever's in that flask.
I'm seeing it a real business opportunity for the feed here of ramen and mashed potato specific bottles.
Bottles that are designed to have
take
something
that
like that out of
Yeah.
with a very wide opening nozzle. That is a niche product.
Super niche. Yeah. And yes, thank you so much, Bentley, for that update. Super
thank you,
appreciate
Bentley.
that.
We love that. Keep them coming. Anything you want to share about the experience or how Jimmy's been doing out there. I'm sure the audience would love to know kind of what it's been, but he does strike me as a very much an even-keeled individual. And, you know, one thing when running these kinds of distances is really being able to monitor, you know, you don't have to be a non-emotional person, but that being said, like, you have to be able to make sure that emotionality does not get in the way of your energy level or your mental focus from the race. And sometimes kind of that even-keeled nature, really taking things in stride, just thinking about being steady the entire time can serve you super well. And that appears to be what Jimmy Elam is doing right now.
Yeah, absolutely. So to give an idea of the gap, so we can confirm for first and second, Jimmy came through about 45 minutes ahead of Rachel.
Yep.
We don't know if that gap has increased or decreased as they are moving outside of the aid station. And we are waiting for either Max or Amber to come through next to Crater Lake.
Yeah, they'll hit this Indiana Summit, which is a water drop, but that we might get a timing split there. And then it would be Crater Mountain after that. Kind of last thing we knew about Max and Amber was that they were maybe 22-ish minutes apart at the Crooked Meadows aid station. So they might have stayed that way. It might have changed. Hard to say. But yeah, we had Max Jolliffe and Amber Weibel about 20 to 22 minutes apart at the Crooked Meadows aid station. Crooked Meadows is mile 108.
Nice.
Pete Forrester recommending getting a Ninja Bullet on the ramen and putting it in the long tube hydration with a long tube. I don't know. Yeah, we could be puree and stuff over here, going full baby food style. That is a possibility or an option. All right, it's 8:22 local time. What did everyone have for breakfast? What should the runners be having out there for breakfast? Throw your recommendations or your delicious recipes in the chat. Appreciate everyone being here. We are looking at Jimmy Elam, your race leader, moving very strong and smooth at mile 125, actually ahead of mile 125. He is in the section between Crater Mountain and Lee Vining. It's a 15-mile stretch that he has chosen to do without a pacer. It had a climb at the beginning that we think he is already through. We saw a steep descent. We saw him running down what looked like straight down the side of a mountain. I can only assume that was the descent of Crater Mountain, and now he is in a very flattish looking runnable stretch for the next few miles until he gets to Lee Vining, which will be his next aid stop. And that is, Lee Vining is a crewable, drop bag accessible, and pacer accessible aid station. You know, Jimmy took a decent amount of time at Crater Mountain, 15 to 20 minutes, eating a lot of food. We heard from one of his pacers that he had switched more toward whole food and real food. He's got ramen in one of his soft flasks in his vest. We'll see what he does at Lee Vining if he takes another reset. We also heard that he's taken a couple of 10-minute naps so far in the race. So a lot of folks thinking about doing this if they are trying to do it quickly without sleep, but it sounds like Jimmy Elam is choosing to take some short naps, and that being said, has only slept a total of about 20 minutes, 24 and a half hours into this race. Pancakes, coffee, chocolate chip cookies for breakfast, sourdough with egg white, ham and cheese. Yum. Avocado toasts, PB&J.
Yeah, this is great.
It's making me hungry.
Yeah, and there is someone mentioned Jimmy's from Utah. The elevation doesn't seem to be a factor, and he did speak to that in his pre-race interview that he does train a lot above 8,000 feet and lives, I think, at about 6. So yes, he is very used to being here, and of course, you kind of never know what can happen, but I do think that he is well adapted to the altitude. I think Rachel's also very comfortable in altitude, so
she's been living in Conifer, Colorado for a little bit now. Yep, exactly. And Conifer is up at the 7,000 foot range. Midday, Utah, where Jimmy's from, is 5,600 feet, but you can very, very quickly get up to 7,000-8,000 feet right out of that kind of part of the Salt Lake City area and the Wasatch.
And we don't have any information on Rachel's sleep strategy at this point. Hopefully one of her crew members or pacers might weigh in. I would guess that she probably has not slept very much. I think she's pretty good at going the distance with minimal sleep, so we will see. So the elevation in actual Mammoth, where we're sleeping is right around 9,000 feet, but the top of the mountain is, I believe, well over 11,000 feet. And Corinne, I love this question. You had one of the best seasons of your career last year as a Masters athlete. What is the secret to your success?
What? That's very nice. I don't know who said that, but that's very nice of you, JC. I think we were just talking about longevity. We were talking about kind of building up over time, consistency, thinking about doing this sport in terms of years as opposed to in terms of seasons or, you know, a short kind of amount of time or stint in it. I think consistency is one of the keys. You know, I've worked with Megan Roach as my coach for 8 years and really built the habit of just, you know, running 6 days a week, and fortunately have not had to deal with any major injuries either. I think, you know, as a master's athlete, right, something I'm thinking a lot more about is making sure that I maintain my muscle mass. So adequate protein intake, trying to eat a lot, you know, not only in training and racing, but outside of that, to make sure that I'm able to keep up and fuel the training that I'm doing. Trying to incorporate strength training, it is forever something that's difficult for me to stick with, but I am doing more of it. I will say, before weighted vests became a cool thing that every single mom in the world is wearing around right now, I did decide.
And Tom Evans.
And Tom Evans and guys, I did decide if I'm gonna, you know, do well at Ouray 50, I probably need to wear a vest around just in daily living to kind of get my, you know. You just got to learn from things. My back is sore after some of these races. Therefore, I need to build more strength in that area. So, you know, it's just constantly trying to improve. And I think having a growth mindset, and also believing that you can do well into your, you know, into your 40s and into your 50s in this sport. Take care of yourself. Get out there. And continue to have a love for what you're doing. So those are some of my recommendations. But as we evidenced by many, many other people, Ludo Pomeray, Jeff Browning, folks that are at the top end of this sport.
Jesse Haynes at this moment.
Haynes,
yeah.
52 years old, right now running an incredible Mammoth 200. It is a sport you can do for a really long time, which is a very special thing.
Well, thank you, Corinne. That was awesome. And yeah, you are absolutely crushing. Love to see it. I got to see, you know, some of the footage from Javelina last year, and you were just rocking and rolling. It was so cool to see.
Such a fun race. Such a fun race. That's one we're going to be live streaming Mountain Outpost again this year, and it's going to be another barn burner. Always is. Golden tickets on the line. Are you going to ever run Javelina? Any interest in Javelina, Alyssa?
Yeah, you know, I actually contemplated doing it this year. I was thinking about trying to. Jeff McGavro is a really good friend of mine, and so he kind of inspired me. So I was really thinking about jumping in. Also, I think it's fun to do something a bit different after UTMB, which is really vert heavy, just to go fast. But I've kind of made the decision that I am going to put all my focus on UTMB for the next foreseeable future. So I am going to kind of focus more on that for the year, and will be I think lacing up for Ultra Trail Cape Town in November.
All right,
so that will be fun.
Seems like such a cool event. UTCT.
Do you have anything coming up or finishing out the year?
Javelina 100K.
Fun. I was wondering if you were going to do that.
Going to do the 100K. The Ouray 50 to Javelina 100K double.
What a double that is. I love it. And I'm sure that you will probably beat your 50-mile time at Ouray at...
Oh, by far.
Yes.
If I don't beat it, there's a very big problem. Yes. So, no, I really I do this at Black Canyon too, like go back and forth. I love those races, but like go back and forth each year between like the shorter distance, the 50K was a 60K at Black Canyon, and the longer distance, the 100K at Black Canyon or the 100 mile at Javelina. So I've done the 100K at Javelina one time before, and I did the 100 mile last year, but excited to go run 3 fast loops again. My husband will be out there doing the 100 miler, so it will be a bit of a family affair, and can't wait to have another party in the desert over my favorite holiday, Halloween.
Do you have an idea for a costume?
Oh, working on it.
Nice.
Working on it.
I
We'll
feel like we
see.
got to reveal it on the day. Can't get too many tips.
Well, it's not fully baked, so there.
Fair.
I can't. I don't even have anything to reveal. But if you don't know, Jubilee Page, the race director of Javelina, is known to change outfits. She has an entire trailer behind the finish line and goes through up to 18 costumes during the course of the event. She is a master and has some incredible. Race director Barbie / Weird Barbie was one that was incorporated last year. So also highly recommend folks checking out Javelina, not to promote another race during a race, but it is a really cool event that anyone can go spectate. You know, it's a 20-mile loop, and so you get to just hang out in one spot and wait for your runners to come in and out, and it is great. This is another race. Mammoth 200 is another race that seems to be quite friendly from a crewing and support standpoint. No more than about an hour drive to get to the furthest aid station for these runners. Start and finish in Mammoth Lakes Village, a very, very welcoming environment, and you know, it is also something that you can pick up or not have pacers at. So many aid stations, 18 plus aid stations on this course. So you could do it completely by drop bags and crewless if you chose to, which many runners are doing today. So.
And we had some great questions. How is Javelina for a first 100-miler? I think it's one of the best.
Yes, because it has a 30-hour cutoff. Even the 100K has a 24-hour cutoff. So if you're really jumping up in distance, those are two great options. Obviously, you're going to likely have to deal with the heat. So heat training is a critical factor for that race. But very, very much would recommend for your first 100K or 100-miler, the Javelina is a great option.
And yeah, as far as this being one of the more runnable 200s, I do think that it does fall in that category. You know, 30,000 or so feet over 214 miles is very runnable. We do have the altitude as a consideration, but it doesn't seem to be greatly affecting our front runners. So I think it's very possible that we are going to see a comfortably sub 48-hour finish, which would be very much on the fast side of 200 milers.
Yeah. I mean, runnable evidence by the fact that we're seeing
so
Jimmy
running.
Elam running a ton of this course. I don't know if I've even seen him hiking hardly at all. We haven't seen him on some of the big climbs, and we definitely saw him with poles out at the very beginning up Mammoth Mountain, but otherwise he is literally in a running gait every single time we see him.
We're getting a view of Crater Mountain Aid Station, mile 125.4, awaiting. Max and Amber are the next two projected runners to come in.
Very exciting.
And then I believe, we have Sean Hayworth, who commented that he's about to be running with Jimmy in a minute and will report after. So thank you, Sean, for giving us updates. That's super helpful.
Yeah, if there's any other crew members or pacers, let us know what's going on with your runners in the chat. We'd love to get some insight and behind the scenes as to how folks are doing out there. I mean, we heard Kevin Goldberg pop in with a super quick, "This is hard." Yes. I cannot even imagine what you're going through out there. But let us know how your runners are doing. If you've seen them or been with them, we would love to get some real-time feedback on their experience so far in this first year event.
Yeah, and we had a question, is Finn Melanson running this race? He was, I believe, originally signed up, but he decided to go for the 100-mile wilderness section of the AT in Maine, and I believe just set a new FKT on that section, so congrats.
He's done it multiple times, every year, I think.
Oh, cool.
It is
a tradition.
like an annual tradition.
Love
but
it.
Sounds like...
So congrats to Finn on that. That's awesome to hear. And I'm sure that he will be back soon.
Giovanni B. Wait, is that Gio? Is that Gio from Castle Rock? I don't know. But Giovanni B has a question: how many runners come in with a pre-existing injury to ultras like this one?
I hope not too many.
I hope not too many either. That being said, I think that, you know, if you're doing this sport, there's a good chance you've got some niggles going on fairly frequently. I did hear Kevin Goldberg say publicly that he was dealing with some Achilles tendonitis. Whether, you know, so many levels of and degrees of, you know, kind of quote unquote injury or how something is, what's going on with your body. But that being said, seems like Kevin's doing great out there. It is your choice to line up or not, and to know whether or not something is going to be an issue in a longer race, and really just go back to case by case, individuals dependent. Yeah, hopefully not many folks are starting this race with anything major going on. I don't think that they would. That being said, certainly times when there have been little niggles that maybe come and go during a race or an event. For myself, personally, my husband deals with an adductor issue that has flared up in races for a couple hours, then has disappeared. So it really depends on kind of what you're dealing with and your level of comfort with kind of working through that. And obviously advising or getting advice from PTs and experts as to whether or not that is advisable to run on something.
Absolutely. An absolutely massive shout out to Callie, Callie Smith, who's in third place. She is doing an amazing job. Love to see it. Excited to get her through. Hopefully we can catch a sight of her at Crooked Meadows. But right now we are waiting at Crater Mountain.
Yeah, if I'm correct here on research, Callie Smith has done a 200 before. No, sorry, she did the 40 miler at Bigfoot 200, but she's done I Am Tough, Leadville. She's done the Bear, Bighorn, I Am Tough again. So many burly mountainous 100 milers. And, looks like has done quite well at those races in terms of both time and placement. So, this might be her first 200, but she is absolutely rocking it and certainly has some experience in the mountains on rugged courses.
We also had a question, is there a rad belt buckle? I believe that the belt buckle is very similar to the Mammoth that's on the swag. The swag. So cool. I think that it is a very cool belt buckle with a Mammoth on it.
I wonder if we could get a sample of that and show it. That would be neat. Do you have a favorite award that you've ever won, Alyssa?
That's
from a race?
Yeah. I think my favorite award so Hurt 100, they have someone who crafts.
Hold on, Alyssa Clark. Are you not the current record holder of the Hurt 100?
I am.
Are you not the only woman to go under 24 hours at the Hurt 100?
That is fair.
Woo!
Yes.
All right. All right. Talking about the Hurt 100.
Yes. Very different than this race. Not quite as runnable, we'll say, but they handcraft these incredible awards that are always connected to Hawaiian history. And so I have gotten, it looks like a hatchet, which I will say I was quite concerned of whether it would get confiscated on the flight back, but it is very beautifully designed. And I've also gotten a bell from there, and then also a jewelry box made of koa wood. So I would say that Hurt does a great job at very thoughtful, historically, based awards. So it's probably been one of my favorite ones. What about you?
I think a couple come to mind. The javelina skeleton, because I am very into sugar skulls and all things kind of skeleton-esque, Halloween, Day of the Dead themed. So a really cool statue from the Javelina 100K a number of years ago. Love that one. Very unique. I think the Uray 50 buckle is also really cool. Recency bias, but it's a really, really cool buckle done by the Sheridan Buckle Company. So yeah, those are cool. I also have a small Aeroviper Artworks Award from Silverton Alpine 50K one year that has like this blue plastic in it that when you put it in front of a window, it like glows and the light comes through it. And I think that is a super cool award as well, and really like unique. Don't have anything else kind of like that. So those are some that come to mind. Yeah. The Javelina 100 buckle is pretty cool too.
Yeah, it has the super cool skeleton on it, right?
It might have a skeleton. It's kind of like this like faded looking distressed. It's not shiny, not a shiny buckle. It's like a gray almost matte buckle with like an emblem. Yeah, I can't remember exactly like if it's a skeleton or not, but it's a neat one.
Now, do you wear any of your buckles?
Sometimes when I remember to. Yeah, when we did pre-race stuff for Leadville, with Ultra Uncovered, I did wear my belt buckle to that live podcast, and sometimes, going to other races, I feel like it's kind of cool to wear it or appropriate to wear it.
I always forget that I have them. I also don't wear a belt that often.
I know.
Yeah, so
you kind of have to make a choice to wear a belt.
Yeah.
Was interesting for Canyon's 100K. They didn't give you a buckle. They gave you a belt that had a branding in it of Canyon's 100K. So that now you actually have a belt to put the buckles on, which I appreciated.
Yeah, I ended up getting a belt that from correct me if I'm wrong, and I don't know if it's still the case, but the person that makes the belt buckles for the destination trail races also makes belts, and so I got a belt that goes with my Moab 240 buckle, which is a beautiful buckle.
Nice.
That award was also very, very pretty. So now I have a belt that actually works with belt buckles.
Nice.
Yeah, not all of them do.
You
it's
have
very
to have
specific.
one that is made to put a buckle on. What is the Moab 240 buckle like? Is that one where they're like every single one is unique and different, and you get to pick out the one you want at the end? That's cool. That's a really neat thing.
Yeah. So we are looking at Green Church, which we're switching to Green Church, which is mile 69.6. Looks like we might have someone getting some work done on their feet, which it's great to stay ahead of that. And a little pain right now of maybe popping those blisters it's going to save you. It's going to make you feel so much better for the long run.
Thanks, Amanda, for letting us know about your runner, Christian Peranzi, bib 290. He's near the back, but he likes it less crowded. and we're nowhere near close to cutoffs. Really enjoying the race, and he said he has taken so many videos and pictures. It's beautiful. Love that perspective, and appreciate you, Amanda, for letting us know about your runner. Good luck to Christian as he continues on.
Are you someone who will pull out your phone during a race, or are you kind of full on focus?
Most of the time, no. There's been a couple times when I have. During CCC, I was in one section. I'm like, I just have to. It's like this impulse urge. I must take a picture of this right here just to document the experience. Took a quick photo there. I think also at one point during the Uri 50, I did pull out the camera and do a little video. Most of the time, I don't. Kind of just trying to stay focused and usually working hard, so it doesn't happen. How about you?
Yeah, my phone definitely stays in my pocket. Which is why I think it's so fun to pace people and crew people, because then you get to be able to document.
You get to be their photographer and
Totally.
videographer for them and follow cam person. How about music? That's always a debate too. Music during racing.
Yeah, that is such a great question, and I might be a bit weird. So I actually listen to audiobooks.
I don't think you're weird. I think I've heard a lot of people listen to audiobooks during. I mean, you have a lot of time.
You do have a lot of time. Yeah, I listen to books that I've actually listened to before.
Okay.
And so
you don't have to like think about.
I don't have to think about it, and I kind of get lost in that narrative. Like not lost, but sometimes it helps you to get out of your own narrative to be thinking about someone else's, and you might be kind of going through that experience a bit more. And so yeah, I've listened to audiobooks in quite a lot of my races, and I just find that music gets me too excited. Like I get too amped up, and so I have to be really careful that I use that when I need it, but don't rely on the music too soon. But yes, big audiobook fan. I will say though that I am very careful of what books I choose. They can't be sad, because I will get way too emotional during the race. I
can appreciate that.
I was listening to an audiobook during the Benhodi FKT, and I hadn't listened to it before, and there was a really sad ending, and I was just sitting there almost crying like, she died?
Oh no.
What? And so yes, I choose my books a lot more carefully now. But yeah, Corinne, what do you do?
I do listen to music. I do listen to playlists, and I find that sometimes it helps me kind of get out of the over analytical, overthinking, and lets me just tune into some music that usually is like comforting or reminds me of a certain time or a memory, and it's a hodgepodge, a wild eclectic mix of both upbeat and kind of chill music. But I do like music. That being said, I have had trouble in my last few races pre-downloading my playlists, and therefore I lose the music and have to kind of become one with nature and not worry about it. But that probably is teaching me something, and try to lean into that if and when it happens.
So we are seeing some beautiful views from the Indian Summit aid station at mile 116.8. Any book recs? So I am a huge fan of Scott Jurick's North and Eat to Run. Those have been ones that I've really enjoyed. I also really love Anna McNuff. She's a British runner. She has the Pants of Perspective. She's one that's biking across the U.S., as well as one of running across the U.K. So those are two ones I kind of love to listen to, adventure notebooks while I am adventuring. Then, great question. Do we have any mantras that you say to yourself when you're racing?
Oh, good question.
Yeah, that's a great question.
Cameron Lopez is crushing it with all these chats. She is our #1 chatter out here. Or he or she. I don't know. Cameron could be either.
Could go either way.
We're just going to say Cameron. Cameron, thank you for being in the chat.
I think a he.
Mantras. Okay, mantras. Yes, definitely mantras. Sometimes that I'll like write down before the race. Sometimes they come to me in the middle of the race. Sometimes that I'll write on my arm to look at. I've had a lot of different ones over the years, and a lot of different styles. I think I used to have on an old watch. I literally had "go" engraved on the inside of my watch because that was just a very simple one that I would use a lot. Just go, Corinne, just go. Often at the end of races. Say that to myself, maybe in shorter races too. That was an early one. I think
just to, if you want to interrupt quickly and then we'll get back. We are seeing Rachel and her pacer out on the trail looking smooth and strong. So yes, we are getting some visuals of Rachel, who looks like she's on the downhill section to Lee Vining at this point. So
nice.
Yeah.
Great stuff.
But yes, okay.
Mantras, I think another one that comes to mind is, it's supposed to be hard.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of multifaceted in that, it tells you, even if you're feeling taxed, even if you feel like, you can't do it, like, this is what you signed up for, this is what you came for, and this is what you trained for, and therefore it's supposed to be like that, and that's okay. Therefore, like, lean into that feeling. It's something that definitely I've used. How about you? Any come to mind?
Yeah, a couple of ones. I love "This is what winning feels like," and it's not that necessarily you're winning the race per se, but you're winning what you can do in that moment. And winning feels hard. At times, it's messy. During Hurt 100 this year, I was in the last 8 miles throwing up and saying in my head, "This is what winning feels like." So that one was pretty fun. And then another one is kind of similar to "It's supposed to be hard," is "It doesn't get easier, you just get faster."
Oh, that's so true about this sport.
It's so true about this sport, yeah. And then one I actually used a lot during Lavaredo is just asking myself the question over and over: is this my best? Is this the best I can do? And just, that's a really good way to check in and saying, like, yes, I am doing my best, or no. And then if the answer is no, what can you fix? Can you run this section? Can you eat something? Can you drink something? Just constantly checking in with yourself. So those are a few that I use.
Love that. One that I got from my coach, Megan Roach, for a specific race was "no judgment." I think, we as runners can be really hard on ourselves in races. And, I think also you gotta be nice to yourself. You're going to do better if you are pumping yourself up, congratulating yourself, being optimistic, telling yourself you're doing a good job, and alongside that, not necessarily judging things, whether it's a pace or a time split. So that's one that I've also had in mind, specifically before a race start. Maybe not that came up so much during, but that I had kind of going into a race.
Love that. Yeah. No, there is no judgment. You just have to take what's there. But yes, we are seeing Rachel Entrekin, first female, second overall, just cruising with her pacer on this section.
Alyssa JC wants to know, you have won so many races. What is your most memorable win?
Oh, thank you for that. It's funny how, some people know like exactly how many hundreds or ultras they've done. I couldn't tell you any of that number at all. I will say though that probably winning Hurt this year was one of the most memorable ones. That race, I did used to live in Hawaii, and Hurt 100 was my first 100 that I ever ran. And so I have been back to Hurt 3 times, and it had been, I think a 9-year dream to have a woman break 24 hours. I knew it was possible, and so I just feel deep gratitude that I was able to make it happen this year. And that one, yeah, I think we all have our soul races, and Hurt is definitely a soul race of mine. So that one, yeah, meant a lot.
I feel like I remember seeing finish line footage of that, and you were very excited.
Yeah.
As you should be.
No, I definitely, they have you kiss a sign and ring a bell, and I think there was tremendous enthusiasm in ringing that bell.
I also absolutely love it when people, I don't know, I did this. I crossed the line at Black Canyon 100K one year, thought I was top 10. I was actually 12th, but I celebrated like I had won the race, and I really love seeing that throughout the entire field. I love watching people cross the finish line and just celebrate their accomplishment and what they just did. And for each and every one, it's very personal, but that is a really special thing to witness. And, you know, we absolutely should be celebrating.
Definitely. All right. So to give you an update, we are at the Mammoth 200. I am Alyssa Clark, joined by Corinne Chalvoy on the mics. We are seeing Rachel Entrikin currently on screen with her pacer. She is second overall to Jimmy Elam, who is leading. We are waiting on our next runners to come through. Crater Mountain Aid Station. So we are expecting Max and Amber to be our next 2 to come through. So that is Crater Mountain Aid Station, which Rachel and Jimmy are well past that at this point. That is at mile 125.4. So Jimmy and Rachel are well into, I would say, the 130s. So how far apart they are, I can just tell you from the aid station, they were about 45 minutes apart. Of course, at this point, that could have extended or closed up. So we don't have the exact gap right now, but at the aid station, that was 45 minutes. And we have Rachel Entrikin and her pacer on screen right now.
All right, as we continue to get awesome aerials of this Mammoth 200 course, and you watch Rachel Entrikin making her way down this stretch of the trail along with her pacer, we are going to take a quick 5-minute break. I am Corinne Chalvoy with Alyssa Clark. We will be back with you on commentary. We're going to keep the cameras rolling, but we'll be back with you in just a few minutes. Thanks. All right, welcome back to Mountain Outpost coverage of the Mammoth 200 2025 edition, presented by Kraft. I'm Corinne Shalvoy, joined by Alyssa Clark. We are excited to be here on day 2 of this incredible event. And right now on your screen, you are looking at second place overall, first place female, Rachel Entrikin with Pacer.
Yeah, say running with Pacer. She's looking super strong, moving really well. We've just seen Jimmy and Rachel are just doing a lot of running. I mean, they are well over 125 miles with 25 hours, 15 minutes elapsed. So, yeah, they are just cruising at this point, and these drone shots are incredible. Shout out to our on-the-ground video team. They are just making us want to do this race. I feel like making a lot of people want to do this race.
That's a great point. We've had people mentioning just watching this, and you know, this is one of the things that's beautiful about live streams is that you get an opportunity to see what you yourself could one day do and what you would be moving through. So if you are interested in the Mammoth and this is inspiring you to maybe sign up for this race one day, throw a little Mammoth emoji in the chat. Let's get those rolling and see how many people are going to be anxiously awaiting the permitting approvals that will allow the team Hillary Yang and Tim Tollefson to open up registration for the 2026 edition of the Mammoth 200.
And also to give an update, we have, as I said, Jimmy and Rachel are well through Crater Mountain Aid Station, which is mile 125.4, and we are waiting for our third and fourth runners, which we believe to be Max and Amber, who should be coming through. Probably still a little bit of time before they're there, but yes, we are waiting for 3 and 4 to come through.
Some brave souls in the
Crater
chat.
Mountain.
Nick Travers Johnson, Eastern Sierras, Jamie Jerger, Hobo John, Pete Forrester, Jessica Turner, and Jason Kowalewski, all mentioning that they are interested in running the Mammoth. Very cool. Good to see.
And if you put a Mammoth, you're basically signing off that you're gonna do
That's your
it next
commitment.
year. It's your
It's
commitment.
in writing.
All right, so Corinne, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Corinne needs to get out on her own run and enjoy the morning. So we have Shelby Farrell joining us in the studio. Thank you so much, Corinne. This has been a great way to spend the morning.
It's been awesome. It's flown by so quickly. These early morning hours, Alyssa, it's been great. We will see you. I will see you again in a few hours here, but handing it off to capable hands of Shelby and Alyssa to take it from here. And stay tuned because we have beautiful vistas and incredible competition lining up and just waiting for you guys. So see you soon.
All right, so we are still getting some beautiful views of Rachel Entrican and her pacer just moving along so smooth on these glorious, really runnable roads. Love to see it. And gosh, what an incredible day out there. So down in Lee Vining, looking at about 54 degrees, could not be more perfect running temperature for these athletes. And they are just cooking. All right, so I am here on the mic at the inaugural year of the Mammoth 200 miler. I am Alyssa Clark, and I am joined by Shelby Farrell. Shelby is going to take the midday shift with us. So Shelby, how was your morning? Did you get some sleep?
What up? Yeah, I did get a little sleep. I got a little fresh air. I needed it.
Did you get out on the run?
I did. It was more of like a recovery self-care jog. You know, sometimes you need those.
Yeah, it's kind of how I felt last night. I popped on the treadmill after talking for, I think it was like 6 hours. I was like, I just need to kind of turn my brain off and put in a few miles to wind down for the night. So I feel ya.
Yeah, I mapped out a really cool 12-mile loop that would have put me at like the summit and down Dragon's Back and then kind of down through town on some lower elevation, flatter trails. And then I got out there and was like, nah, no way I'm going to be able to get this done in 2 hours and be on time for my commentating shift. So just tootled around the mountain. You know, it was a great reminder of what these runners are experiencing out there. I live at sea level, and being at 10,000 feet was hard at first. It took me about an hour to even really want to run.
Yeah, no, that's, yeah, so we're down where the studio is about 8,000 feet, and then where we're sleeping is about 9,000, which is definitely no joke. But as we can see, we were talking about this a little bit earlier, but Jimmy and Rachel both live at altitude and both spend a lot of time there, so they do not seem to be really struggling too much at all with the altitude. They seem very comfortable.
Yeah, and I don't know, the first time I came from sea level to altitude was the first time I climbed Mount Whitney, actually. And the thing that I noticed was just my tummy. It just gets really like bloated and uncomfortable. And it wasn't like I was nauseous or had a headache or anything like that, but altitude is a unique feeling if you're not used to it, and it really does affect everyone differently. So I'm sure that we'll have some stories once we start interviewing these runners after the race. And I think like once you're out here for a while, you start to feel better, start to acclimate. But it is a challenge. It is a challenge. I started to make a little reel for my personal social media to kind of show the scene, and I got a good video of what we were talking about yesterday, the California kitty litter. So I think my cats would approve.
Yeah, they'd be digging around. We had a great question in the chat of, do you need to have a qualifier to run Mammoth? And you do not. So they do not have a set qualifying process for runners, but they do expect you to know your own experience and physical capabilities before you register. So, you should have prior trail running experience or fast packing experience and be very comfortable with multi-day efforts. So I think we see this quite often with 200 milers where they may not have a qualifying race. So the onus is more on the runners to make the decision. And I have seen more than once, which truly is very surprising to me, of runners choosing 200 milers as their first ultras. I do know that runners or athletes who are coming from more of a through hiking background, that actually really checks out of like, hey, yeah, they can jump into 200 where they are already doing these big days out. It's much more like a multi-day backpacking effort, but there are definitely some brave folks out there who go from hopefully not zero, but no trail running or maybe even through hiking experience to the 200-mile distance. It definitely attracts kind of a special type of person.
And honestly, I do think that it is feasible to do. Come from minimal experience and complete a 200-mile event. And I think it, depends on the person, how much studying they're doing leading up to the race. You obviously have to train for it. I'm not saying go from a 5K to a 200 miler, but there are 200 milers that are set up to be good for a first time race. And this one,
I think it is,
isn't a bad one, honestly. Yeah. There's looped 200 milers. And so I don't know. I'm a fan of throw yourself into the deep end. Like, what's the worst that could happen?
Yeah, I will say that I think a lot of it comes down to the training that you are willing to put in. I mean, you do have to be very committed to the training efforts it takes to stay healthy and cognizant throughout these races. So I do think it's very possible to do this without, say, like on paper results or experience. But I do think that the less experience you come in with, you really, really have to be dialed in on your training.
And you can create the experience for yourself too. It doesn't necessarily have to be a race. I mean, you could, all right, rewind. When I did my first 100 miler, it was during COVID times. And I was like, I don't know, could this get canceled? If it does, like, I'm going to run the 100 miles no matter what. And I had a route planned. And as part of my build for that, I did a 50 miler with friends, and I had people meet me at different stations. And it was one of the most fun days of 2020 was just, running around for training, so you can put in the work. At the end of the day, you have to want it.
You do. And actually, I have to bring up an athlete that I've heard mumblings about rumors, not rumors, but it's come up a few times. Coda Runs on Instagram and I believe TikTok is documenting his journey from couch to Cocodona, and really has been now on day
consistent.
99. Yeah, super consistent. So really excited to see that happen, and just go Coda Runs.
Yeah,
Making
actually,
it
I
possible.
can talk about Dakota Gooseby Coda Runs. We have a video coming out on Ultra Sign Up maybe next week if I decide to put it on YouTube. He did a really great race experience video running the Groovin' in the Aspens race in Flagstaff. He lives in Flagstaff. It was, I think he did the 30K, which was a distance PR for him. So it was kind of wild to say, hey, Dakota, film this run. It's going to be a distance PR. And he did it. So you'll see what he created. But, he's putting in the work, and he's curious, and he wants it. And so he's deep on the wait list for Cocodona, but some inside scoop.
Maybe he'll get a spot?
No, he might get into Sedona Canyon's 125.
Oh, nice.
So
That's
it
awesome.
could be a couch to 125, which is still
Very
crazy impressive.
Yeah.
But yeah, working with a coach and figuring it out. So give yourself the runway, create little things that excite you along the way to build up the miles, and send it.
Absolutely. So someone asked who is in the yellow. That is Rachel Entrikin's pacer. I'm not sure what his name is, but they're looking strong. If anyone does know who Rachel's pacer is, give him a shout in the chat. And as a question, Robin, does having a baby count as experience of sleep deprivation? Corinne was actually talking about that earlier, Corinne Chalvoy, and she was saying that it definitely can help to give some perspective on the sleep deprivation. So I believe it. Got some stunning views just as they're making their way to the low point of the course, which is Lee Vining, about 6,500 feet.
Yeah, I mean, and just going back to the just having a baby count as practice with sleep deprivation, and it definitely does. Like, I think there's a lot of things in life that kind of prepare you for ultras. I mean, I remember being a teenager trying to find the jeans I wanted to wear in the laundry and kind of freaking out. And it's like, what do you do under those moments when you're like frustrated and you can't find what you need? Like, do you stay calm or do you yell at your mom?
Love it.
Thankfully, I've evolved. But yeah, like those moments you have every day in life. And those are things you're going to face when you're running a 200 miler too.
So we have confirmation that Rachel's pacer is Kevin, her partner. I believe Kevin is also an integral part of the High Lonesome 100 crew as well. So good work, Kevin, on pacing Rachel. You two are just moving super well.
I'm not going to lie, when I woke up at 5 a.m. and checked the tracker, I was a little sad.
Yeah, so to give an update on some notable drops, unfortunately, as shown on the screen, we did have Tara Dower, Chrissy Climbs, and
Parley,
thank you. Yeah.
Oh, it was sad to scroll down and see those DNFs.
Yeah, but we're wishing them the best. We hope they're resting up, getting some sleep, hopefully some warm, nice food, and we'll live to fight another day. I'm sure that all three will be back doing some epic things very, very soon.
Absolutely. I think I'm going to try to shoot them a DM. Maybe we can get them in the studio if they're awake and want to talk about it.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see how they're feeling. Also, I am so curious. We saw Jimmy pass this truck camper earlier, and I would love to know if the people out there are, have any idea what's going on, or they're like, are these people okay? Do they need help? What is going on? So, yeah, I'd love to put a mic on the people who are out in the course that may not know what is happening in this area. Also, to give a bit on standings, we have Jimmy Elam in first place, first overall. We have second overall, first female, Rachel Entrikin, that we have on screen right now. And then we believe that Max Jolliffe will be the next runner into Crater Mountain, followed by Amber Wable. So that is the 4 that we have a bit more information on, and then we will see, things can change so drastically in these races as we did see overnight. So we have a lot of time left. We've well over 80 miles for these 2 front runners.
A lot of time, but also, man, they got to this point fast.
Yes, super fast. Yeah, as we were saying, we saw Rachel and Jimmy come in below the 24-hour. I think Rachel might have been just, no, I think she was below 24 hours at mile 125. So 125 miles under 24 hours. Super impressive, and both are still running incredibly strong.
And as far as we know, nobody slept.
No, we did have Jimmy Elam's pacer say that he took 2 10-minute naps.
Oh, okay.
In
Smart.
the section that his pacer was with him. We don't know any information about whether Rachel has slept at all. I would guess that Jimmy may stick to those kind of shorter dirt naps, but so impressive that his elapsed time is as fast as it is with at least 20 minutes of nap time in there. And then, hopefully we can, thank you very much.
Drones are so good.
Needed a little bathroom break, and we are getting a beautiful view of a lake at this moment. But yes, we have not gotten any information on Rachel's sleep at this point.
It's fun to see people in the chat who were here yesterday. Pete Forrester, you've been around for a while. JC, you're back. Oh, JC, yeah. I did see a very suspicious cloud this morning.
Could be an alien.
Could be. And there's a ton of, they're probably for the piping for the snowmaking system at Mammoth, but could also be an underground alien bunker. Who knows? That's
Very
what I'm
possible.
going with. I was looking for you, though.
All right, we are back. We were just getting, this is Alyssa Clark and Shelby Farrell. We were just getting an update from our production crew that Jimmy and Rachel are so darn fast that we are going to continue to show them, but we are moving to more coverage of the middle of the pack. So that's going to be really fun to see those runners and be able to get more eyes on them. Also, we will be showing every finish throughout the race, so do not worry, you will get to see your runner finish. But yes, on screen right now, we have Amber, who does appear to have gone pacerless, but she is moving super well. We did have a couple of questions also come up in the chat. Max has made it through Crooked Meadows. We can confirm that. And then we don't know, the runners that have dropped, we don't have information. It can be a very private and honestly emotional thing to drop from a race. So we want to give them space. And if they are happy to come on and talk about, what happened during the race, we would love to hear from them, but also want to give them their space and respect the time that they need to, just to take their time. JC asked also, Shelby, what's the longest that you've stayed up?
Man, that's a really challenging question. I think I've made it 36 hours and probably should have tried to sleep sooner. Yeah, we'll go with that.
Yeah. I want to say I think mine was probably about 30. No, actually, I think it was closer to 38 or 39 because Ure for me was, I think, 36 or 37 hours. And I was definitely awake at least a few hours on either side of that. And I was hallucinating many bears up in Ure. They were wearing tuxedos. They were carrying dinner trays. They were very nice bears, but yeah, I think about 40 hours or so. So yes, Amber is looking super strong, moving really well. Love to see it. She is out of Indian Summit aid station, which is mile 116.8. She is currently our second female and believed to be fourth overall. Robin asked Shelby and myself, what are you eating during this broadcast?
Well,
what have you been snacking on?
Of caffeine. Does that count as food?
Yeah.
Cool.
Basically.
Last night actually had a great dinner. We went to the pita pit and I had like a pita grilled cheese with chicken and spinach and roasted red pepper, and I'd probably eat that again today.
That sounds great.
Yeah, it was perfect.
Yeah.
What about you?
What have so I live in a van. Well, I used to be, actually Shelby and I were both full-time van people with our 2 cats and husbands. But both of us have since moved to, I heard this term that apparently if you move out of a van into a home, you're called a carpet walker. Oh. So we have become carpet walkers at this point. But I did bring up my van to Mammoth, so I've been able to do a little bit of cooking and have been rocking the soft-boiled egg, rice, avocado combo. Ooh. Big fan of that. And then made some banana muffins for the trip up, so been munching on those during the day.
We have a table of snacks in the studio, and at some point yesterday I realized that meat sticks and double stuffed Oreos weren't a meal, so.
I mean, you got your protein, you got some fat and carbs, so I feel like you're crushing it.
Honestly, if I were, at mile 116 of the Mammoth and eating that, I'd probably be doing pretty good right now.
Yes, agreed. All right, so we have an update that Eddie Ramirez, Jesse Haynes, Xander Chase, and Johnny Kuplak are through Crooked Meadows, which is mile 108.1. So we do, just to say again, Eddie Ramirez, Jesse Haynes, Xander Chase, and Johnny Kuplak are all through Crooked Meadows aid station 108.1. And Xander, oh yes, I said that, Xander Chase. So that is an update on that end. Amber is just looking super smooth. Actually getting a bit of shade on this section as the day is heating up, starting to get a bit warmer. Amber is 4th overall at this point.
I knew it when I saw her name on the entrance list. I said, Amber
You did
Wable,
say it, yeah.
Watch her. And, okay, not that 47 is not old. It's a little bit older than me. It's exciting, though.
Oh, I think that runners in their mid to late 40s and 50s are just, so primed to crush at 200 milers. Absolutely. I've seen it so many times. I mean, Jeff Browning is such a great example. Oh my gosh. Ludovic, I mean, he's great at everything. But also Jesse Haynes out here is 52 years old. So, yeah, we're seeing, I know that 3rd place at Tour de Jean a couple of years ago, she was 57, 58. So, yes, absolutely in the prime.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't want to get old, but it's inevitable. And so when I see older females out here crushing it, it's so inspiring. Older females as in older than me. Again, 47 is not old. Not old. But, yeah, you can look, that we've been raised to look up to people who are older than us, and these guys are who I'm looking at. I want to be Amber Wable when I'm 47.
Me too. Me too. I do believe we have a 67-year-old runner out here as well. So cool to see. I do know at Western States this year there were a number of runners that were in their 70s looking for finishes. I know Badwater has had an 80-year-old as well finish. So tons of awesome just legends in the sport.
Yeah, I think that the Western States over 70 story is a good one to talk about. There were actually 6 runners age 70 plus that took on Western States this year, 2025. I believe one of them finished, but the one that I was tracking really hard was Nick Bassett, who was towing the line at 80 years old. And he is just a gem. I mean, he's so fit for an just mind-blowing. And he just had the best spirit. He is currently the oldest finisher of Western States. He did Western States when he was, I'd have to dig through an article to get the exact age. I want to say 73. And so he was very excited to come back at age 80 and try to raise that bar even higher. It's really cool. It's cool to see. Running into the 70s, like.
Yeah, incredible. Great question here. How do the drone operators know when a runner needs a potty break? Are there hand signals? I would just say they probably see them kind of stop, maybe unnaturally, and pull over to the side of the trail. And the drone operators are so good here at Mountain Outpost that they just cut away to a beautiful sight. So yeah, that's a testament to how great our team is out there, that they are giving the runners their privacy. But yes, hopefully the runners give a little bit of a pause before they just pull the pants down. We are taking a look at Lee Vining, which is mile 140.6. This is the low point of the course at about 6,500 feet. It is an absolutely iconic place for ice climbing. It's also the gateway to Yosemite Valley, but it's one of the few places in California that does have pretty epic ice climbing. So yeah, if you're a climber, you know Lee Vining quite well. There's also an incredible gas station that's known for its really, really good food. So if you know the mobile station in Lee Vining, that, yeah, it's the place to be. So we have a great question. At around the 24-hour mark of the race, do you find that you struggle more with mental endurance or the physical endurance? What's been your experience, Shelby?
Probably the mental endurance. It's kind of when you need to flip the switch and realize we're going ultra mode, baby. We're going past 24 hours. Physically, I think, yeah, I don't know. You watched me. What did I do? Well,
I'm trying to think of when you hit 24 hours.
I hit 24 like in a mud pit with rain,
Yeah.
so we were forced to slow down. But
You got better. I feel like probably around 24 hours was definitely more a low, and then you actually got stronger, I feel like, after that point. You had kind of a rough patch for a bit and then came out of it, and you were like 1,000 times better than that, which it's just a testament to, like, the lows don't come when you expect them to. It doesn't always get worse.
Right, and it might not even be time that's causing the lows. It could be calorie deficiency. It could be so many things.
Yeah.
Like, it might not be the time that's crushing you.
Yeah. I would say, I don't know. It depends on the race.
Yeah.
It depends a bit on what's happening. Like, you can definitely feel better after 24 hours, or you don't have to feel the worst ever after 24 hours. I do think the mental fatigue does start building quite significantly. So things that happen feel a bit more extreme, whether the highs or the lows. So I do think that's a factor that comes into it. We are getting an update from Sean Hayworth, who has been talking and running with Jimmy. He's moving well. Seems to be needing to get a little bit more on top of the nutrition piece. Yeah, maybe some meat sticks and Oreos is the way to go. So, Jimmy, we're hoping your stomach comes around. Chocolate and oat bars, love it. That's a great combo. So there was a question about Jeff. I'm guessing Jeff Pelletier's location. So sometimes the trackers are showing that they are off course, and that is not necessarily the case. So It should jump back. I'm guessing that he is doing fine, but we will let you know if we hear anything else. As far as how many entries actually started the race, I do believe there was 136 that were signed up. I think it was around maybe 120 that started.
That's a good guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I pulled the entrance list from Ultra Sign Up, when was that? Like a week ago on Sunday, there were 131 total with 39 women and 92 men. And I know for sure that Jeff Browning and Katra Corbet did not come, so that's -2. But what a great turnout for an inaugural 200 miler to have over 100 people say, hey, let's go. Let's go run a big, beautiful loop around Mammoth.
Absolutely, which I think is a testament to how beautiful this course is, how well Tim and Hillary did to put this course on, that people were psyched. They were willing to take a chance on a first-year event, and it is absolutely paying off. It is great. We had a question of where Johnny is. So there is a stop at mile 108, and we know he is through that point. Max is also through that point. So we are waiting on seeing our 3, 4, 5, 6 through Crater Mountain aid station. But right now, we are seeing the Arc'teryx-led aid station at Lee Vining, where it appears that Jimmy's team is waiting for him to come. Looks as though he's got a pacer suited up and ready to go. So they do not have an exact date yet open for registration. They're still waiting to have absolute confirmation on the permits before they open registration up, but they are hoping very soon to have that be up for all of you who are itching to sign up for the Mammoth 200. So you can come on out next year.
Yeah, what a cool thing to go into 2026 having on your race calendar.
Yeah.
Like, it's such a nice runway to train for all through spring and summer. And
yeah, keep that in your
yeah.
in your head.
Yeah, I know you guys asked this right when I was coming into the studio. Who here in the chat's planning on registering next year? It looks like a lot of mammoths.
We did have quite a few mammoths. So we had some people who have absolutely promised. We have a runner coming into Crooked Meadow Aid Station, which is 108.1. And let's try to get a number. See if we can get an ID on there.
I think I know who that is, but I don't want to be wrong.
Ah, man, ran away before the number.
It looked like Johnny Q. Plack's hair.
Okay, nice.
I just hadn't seen his outfit yet today. So yeah, someone in the chat just asked about Johnny, and we are 92% sure that we just saw him pop on screen at Crooked Meadow aid station at mile 108.1. That fine gentleman in the cowboy hat is Billy Yang.
Hey, nice. Hey. Billy Yang, the partner of Hillary, who is one of the co-directors of this race.
He is a master of content.
Yeah, absolute legend of the ultra running community. Great question. Do athletes need or use a GPS for route finding or any sections of the course? So we can confirm this. I believe pretty much every race does require you to have the GPS or GPX track downloaded on your phone or your watch, because, you know, even the best laid plans of these races, course markings do sometimes get tampered with or removed, blown over, etc. So it's really crucial to have those as a backup. So yes, I would 99% sure that runners are required to have the file downloaded and accessible, which is honestly just a very good practice to have. I know at Cocodona actually this year for one section, I went out on a run when Shelby was out on her epic journey and reported that someone had tampered with the markings. I know that's happened at other races as well. So as amazing as these race companies are that are putting on these events, when you have 200 miles of distance, things happen where people might not know. They might just go, oh, look, a cool flag, and pluck it up, and it might have been at a crucial turn or something. So very, very important to have the backup files.
Cows could trample the course markings. Aliens could just take them all away. No, but yeah, seriously, navigation is, I think, one of the really cool challenges that's a part of this sport, because, you know, we've seen very talented runners miss out on a podium spot because they made a wrong turn.
Absolutely.
So it's all part of it.
So we have a shout out to Coach Steve Epifono, number 227. Josh Patrick says he's been coaching a group of runners for the past year out of Laguna Niguel, and is absolutely helping our community stay strong and healthy with our goals. So awesome work. Yes, we do have confirmation that was Johnny.
And someone in the chat last night shared with us that Steven, and this was shared in the chat, so I don't feel like I'm sharing personal information because it was already made public by his friend, that Steven has a heart condition and his doctor told him he would never run again, and he's now a 3-time Cocodona finisher. So
wow.
Steven Epifano,
you're a legend.
You're awesome. Keep running.
All right, so what you are seeing on screen, we're hanging out at Crooked Meadow Aid Station, mile 108.1. We are waiting for Jimmy and Rachel to come into Lee Vining. That is what we expect 1 and 2 at Lee Vining, which is mile 140.6. And then we are awaiting Max and Amber to come into Crater Mountain Aid Station. So those are kind of the updates.
And let's talk about what that journey to Lee Vining looks like. I am going to do a bit of a story time. So, when you leave Crater Mountain, this is what happens. On your way out of town, hit up Monomart, Monocone, or the other restaurants if in need of extra supplies. Continue along the sidewalk and east side of Highway 395 to access the Pole Road for 2.5 miles before crossing Highway 395 at Oil Plant Road. Take caution as you cross the highway. It is well striped, and we will have crossing guards stationed. That's good. Continue on Fire Road 1N17 and a 1,000-foot climb over the next 4 miles as you wrap around Williams Butte through Horse Meadows and the base of the Walker Lake climb. There's a water drop at the locked gate that you go around. Another 4 miles and 1,000 feet will grant you access to your next alpine lake. Please note the quiet area as you approach the lake's cabins as we are crossing over private property. Enjoy the beauty of Walker Lake and a rocky climb on its southern shore before a cruiser 3-mile dirt road, 1,500-foot descent. That's a nice treat after all that climbing, and the eventual Grant Lake Aid.
So I do want to interrupt our story time that we have Jimmy coming into Lee Vining. He's got the hood up for some sun protection. We have Jimmy Elam coming into Lee Vining, mile 140.6. He is our current race leader, looking super strong. and we'll see how long he is going to take at this aid station. He did take a longer stop at Crater Mountain, so I'm going to take a guess he's probably not going to hang out for too long here, but looking good. Looks like he's got his pacer locked and loaded to go, as he just previously did a pacerless section
he
of
looks
his choosing.
Smooth. And just to correct myself, sorry, what I just read to you, what we just had for story time, is what Jimmy is about to do. So rewind. What I read is what Jimmy is about to do in the next section from Lee Vining to Grant Lake, 19.4 miles.
So that is one of the longer sections of the race without aid.
Yes, it is. Let's see. So I'm...
Oh, there is a water drop, it looks like. Yep, there's a water only 12 miles in. But then the next time that he's going to see crew is going to be at Grant Lake, which is 19.4 miles away.
Copy that. Yeah, that makes sense. So I was like, I know that there's something in between there. I think I read it. There's a water drop at a locked gate. It's fun reading through these course descriptions. It sounds like you're on like an adventure quest trying to find some buried treasure or something.
And we have confirmation. I thought that was the case. We have Anna Fisher going out with Jimmy and as his partner. Also an absolute rock star North Face trail runner. So yes, he is definitely winning out on rock star pacer status here.
Yeah, they seem like a great team. On the podcast interview I was listening to him on with Between Two Pines, you know, he kept mentioning her, and it's clear that they're in it together, supporting each other through their trail adventures.
Yeah, it's so cool to see the trade-off when you have two very, very strong partners that often I feel like they'll pick kind of alternate races so that one can support the other. And gosh, what a win to have someone like that on your team. So we are seeing Jimmy at Lee Vining, mile 140.6. He is our overall winner, or not winner yet. We'll see. Overall first place at the moment. Looks like we might be doing a shoe change.
Taking care of the old feetsies.
Yeah. And we heard that section is quite dusty, kind of that moon dust vibe that this area is known for. So super smart to take care of that, get all the dust out, because that can cause a lot of blisters. So we also have word that also very true of the Wables that Ryan was just out at Run Rabbit Run, and now he and the kiddos are supporting Amber as well.
I love seeing these family affairs.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just creating incredible memories for the kids.
Yeah, I know. I would love, I think we've seen AJW has talked about his family being very involved with the sport. I know Jeff Browning, his kids were involved. So it's super cool to see these families just grow up in the sport and see what love they've developed, or maybe they're like, I'm good for right now. I don't really want to want to dabble in this, which is very fair. But I think all of them have talked about their kids having loves of the outdoors. All right, so it looks like Jimmy's taken a sec here to get super situated.
He's eating something out of a cup with a spoon. Not quite sure what it is, but some good calories. He seems like he's been taking down food pretty well, other than, I mean, we got an update that he wasn't eating while out there, but every time we've seen him at an aid station, he's put something in his mouth.
Yeah, no, it's been good. He also had ramen in a soft flask, so we've been speculating of how he was able to take that in through a straw. We shall see, though. Great question. Have either of us done an ultra with our partners? What are the ups and downs of doing something like that? And yeah, Shelby, I know you shared a bit yesterday, but what was your experience?
I mean, I guess it depends on your partner. So, like, my husband's been crew chief for things before, and no shade, but I think that in the future, my goal has been to find somebody who's a little less worried about me.
It's tough to separate.
Crew chief, because he just gets really like anxious and nervous, and then starts misplacing things or making quick decisions, and it's not always like it's not the best role for him sometimes. So I think it's really important to know where your partner thrives. Just like in general as a person, like how they work. And yeah, I've watched Cody, I've watched your husband crew you at Hurt 100 when you set the new course record, which was like what, a 20-year course record. I
think 14.
Okay, so
yeah,
double digit years. This course record at Hurt 100 hadn't been broken. Alyssa Clark was on an absolute mission, and her husband was super calm.
Yeah, he is really good. Sometimes he makes me go slower than I want to go, which is good. So that's, yeah, he's very good about being, he's very analytical and calculated. He actually really doesn't get emotional. He's kind of the opposite of Jason in that regard. And sometimes I'm like, no, we got to move faster. So yes, it's kind of an interesting mix. Oh, we have an awesome cheer squad for Jimmy. Look at that sign. If that doesn't get you hyped, I don't know what will. So love to see that so much. And then how far behind is Rachel? So at the last aid station, Jimmy had a 45-minute. Oh, we got a Hershey's chocolate bar going into the pack. I hope he has some way to keep that cool. Otherwise, that's going to maybe be a melty mess, but that was pretty great. Rachel at the last aid station was about 45 minutes behind. Again, that was 15 or so miles ago, so things absolutely could have changed a bit, grown or shortened of the time gap, but that is the last time check that we had. And we're going to get another time check of when Jimmy leaves. He has spent about 8 minutes here, and it looks like he is getting ready to head out. He is accompanied by his partner, Anna Fisher, as his pacer.
I will say I have had my husband pace me for things, and mostly it's been great. There have been times where he's pulled something out of me that I didn't know I had. There have been other times, though, where because you live together and know each other so well, like I've probably whined to him way, way, way more than I needed to. So it's tricky.
It's a give and a take. Yeah. Yeah, there's something about people knowing you so well that is amazing. And also sometimes when you have to be a little bit stronger before your person, that can be a good thing. All right, so we have Jimmy Elam leaving the aid station right now, which is awesome to see. So leaving at about 26:14. So spent about 9 minutes in that aid station. He is back on the move. now with a pacer. So they will take on the 19.4 mile section, climbing back out of the low point of Lee Vining. This section, which does have a water drop at mile 12 miles in, they will climb 2,800 feet up and descend 2,400 feet in the Lee Vining to Grant Lake section. All right, Jimmy is back running. He has just been moving so well. Corinne mentioned this earlier, but it can be very hard when you've been sitting for even just a little bit to get right back into running. So he is showing a lot of determination, and just that he must be feeling pretty good to be moving this well, or he's hiding it extremely well. All right, so we are switching back to Crooked Meadow Aid Station, which is mile 108.1. We just saw Jimmy leaving in first overall position from the Lee Vining Aid Station, which is at mile 140.6. So we are awaiting Rachel Entrikin to come into mile 140.6 next. We expect her to be into the Lee Vining Aid Station as our second overall first female. And then we are waiting for Max and Amber to most likely be our third and fourth overall into Crater Mountain Aid Station.
Nice. I'm excited to get eyes on Max. When was the last time we saw Max?
It's been a little bit since we've gotten eyes on him, but we should be able to get some updates at Crater Mountain.
Crater Mountain. That sounds like a cool aid station. While we're watching these amazing aid station volunteers, I just want to say thank you, volunteers, for coming out and setting up these epic aid stations. The menus at them are insane. Like, real good food. These runners, if
are
they're
treated
hungry,
well.
if they want to eat it, they have some great options out there.
We have a runner. Oh, just went out of sight. Darn it. We do have I'm going to say, has become the mascot of the race, Galaxy, the Australian Shepherd pup that belongs to Jameson. So we know that Jameson is on his way into Crooked Meadow, probably not too far out if we've got Galaxy, the Australian Shepherd pup, hanging out. Also, we did have an update from Sean Hayworth, who has been pacing Jimmy, that he is on the road along Mono Lake, where he ran with Jimmy an hour ago, and Rachel has not quite popped out on that yet, so we will see.
Bum, bum, bum. The chase is on. Okay, but so we're talking about the aid station food. We're looking at Crooked Meadow. Any guesses on what they have? Okay, I'll tell you. Crooked Meadows is a Japanese-themed aid station with rice balls, egg and bacon rice balls, avocado and/or cucumber rice balls, broth, miso soup, pancakes, bacon, PB&J. So yeah, Crooked Meadows is cooking it up.
That sounds so delicious.
Yeah.
That sounds so good.
Last night when we left, we got really lucky. It was, I think, 8:47 and Pita Pit closed at 9, and they let us in and fed us, and we watched them turn other people away. So got super lucky, but I was joking. I was like, maybe we could just go to one of the aid stations and see if they'll feed us dinner.
I'm sure they would, and I'm sure it would be absolutely delicious.
Yeah. I might have schemed my way into doing some pacing.
How?
Sam Carthen is out there running. He's awesome. And I was just like, he's buddies with Skip Brandt, who's a race director. Sam helps race direct for Healdsburg Running Company.
Oh, such a epic races up there.
Yeah, Lake Sonoma. They just came out with Sufferfest 100. And so while I was out on my little recovery re-regulation jog, I was like, I'm going to text Skip and see if Sam needs any pacers. And they were like, we'll take you.
When you planning to get out there?
I'm not sure. I think, it depends. Maybe like late tonight or Sunday night, sometime in between commentating. But
nice.
I got some sleep last night, so
yeah, you're fresh as a daisy. More sleep than they did.
Yeah. But it could mean that I'd get to taste some aid station food, so I'm excited for that.
So we did have a question. What's the ETA of Jimmy? So he is out of Levining at this moment. He left around 26:14. And to give you an idea, he is still about an hour and 15 minutes ahead of projected time. And the projected time was set for 47 hours. So if he stays exactly on pace, which we all know is very challenging to do, but Jimmy is a rock star, he would be looking at a 45.5-hour finish. Of course, there is a lot of race left, a lot in between, but I do think he's looking strong. And if he stays within that time frame, looking in the 45-hour range. All right, we have eyes on the Crater Mountain Aid Station where I believe Max's team is waiting for him to come in. So that is the next runner that we expect to see at Crater Mountain, which is mile 125.4.
Woo, I just got a really exciting message.
Hey!
I hit up Chrissy Harkrode. She's going to help us learn how to pronounce her name.
Chrissy Climbs.
She is down to come chat with us. She's going to eat and shower, and she's around all day. So at some point, we'll hear from Chrissy, who unfortunately pulled the plug on her Mammoth 200. But I hope that she's so proud of what she did out there last night when we saw her on camera. She was smiling, getting some massages from her PT. So I'm pumped that she's down to come chat. So you guys are going to have to keep watching because Chrissy's coming on later.
That will be awesome. And yeah, thanks so much to her for sharing her experience out there. Sometimes it can be tough when, you've had not quite the result you're hoping for and, just kind of opening up and sharing about that. So super appreciative to her for being willing to come on and chat with us. Yeah, we had a question. What are some of everyone's favorite running watches? So I am a big fan of, and I will say I am sponsored by Cento, so I do have to give that caveat. But I race in I actually just got the Race 2, which is pretty beautiful watch, big fan. But then I primarily race, and what I would use for this race is the Cento Vertical. It's a great watch. It is has a super long battery life and solar power. But yeah, Shelby, what about you?
I'm a Koros girl, so I actually used to be on Koros's marketing team, and I just will forever think it's the best watch. I think just the battery life, and I love the app. So something that Koros did that was different than competitors like Garmin was they started with the app first and then built their desktop platform. So the app's just a really sleek tool to see your training progress. But really that Vertix 2, man, the battery doesn't die. Like you would use the same watch through this and probably still have 60% battery life left. So Yeah, I'm also a nerd for mapping, and I really like the mapping feature on it, but there's a lot of good options these days.
Yeah, I would say that I think a lot like trail running shoes, that many companies have really leveled up to what we needed out of it, like really long battery life, great mapping. So love to see some awesome options out there.
Yeah, I'd say just probably not an Apple Watch.
Yeah, but I have heard that they might be coming out with something. Georgie's, yes. Question about the gondola. I don't know. I don't know if the production team knows. We can check in on that. It is shoulder season right now, so I would guess that they are running off of a limited operating time. It's pretty quiet here, but we'll see if we can get that information for you, or I'm sure that it is on the Mammoth website as well. So we also had a question of, how do you prepare to run with little to no sleep? How do you game plan the naps? This is such a great question. So we try to be very careful with sleep deprivation. It's actually not something that I encourage my athletes to train because you should absolutely practice running at night. You should have your systems dialed of your lights, etc. But sleep deprivation really hinders your recovery time. And so actually building up sleep deprivation will impact your training negatively rather than kind of get better at sleep deprivation. I do think you learn mental tips and tricks of how to manage it, but it's really not something you necessarily can get better at. And so I do encourage my runners to practice at night if they do not have a lot of experience with it, to make sure everything is working smoothly, to kind of see how they're feeling, what nutrition they need to focus on, because it might shift in the night as well. But it's really something that is not something you can really practice for, and I think can really hurt your running. As far as a nap strategy, I think that we've seen this really evolve throughout the years of 200 milers. I do think people used to really go in with a plan of like, hey, I'm going to sleep an hour and a half at this place. I'm going to sleep an hour here. And now as we're seeing times getting faster, and also people just realizing that they might just need to wait until they're tired enough to fall right asleep. So I do think we're seeing people be a lot more flexible in their sleep strategies, that they're actually more just waiting till when they need to conk out and taking it then rather than having a planned time. I know that Kevin Goldberg can weigh in on this as well, but he has talked a lot about struggling to sleep, and he gets really anxious if he's laying there for 40 minutes just not sleeping. And so I think that for some runners who do struggle to fall asleep, it's better for them to just wait until they can conk out. So yeah, I think a lot of evolution. I think it's the biggest unknown in 200s that we have.
Yeah, I can tell you laying down and staring at the back of your eyes sucks. Okay, but looking at the screen now, I see Kevin Goldberg's crew.
Oh.
So I wonder if he's going to pop into Crooked Meadow soon. We have Cole Crosby, the dude who just took his hat off and played with his hair in the Mount DeCoste, the white Mount DeCoste hoodie. Cole is a very accomplished ultra runner running with Mount DeCoste, and his wife Ashley started Chaos Crewing Company, and they are just like absolutely crushing the crewing scene. So if you're ever thinking about running something like the Mammoth 200, but you're worried because you don't have a support team, hit up Chaos Crewing. They're helping Kevin Goldberg and his wife get it done, so they can help you too.
And we have 2 runners out on screen. Looks to be Indian Summit Aid Station, which is mile 116.8. So we have a great question. How does Mammoth compare to other 200-mile races? Well, we're seeing that it is running fast. It does appear to be quite a runnable race. So, yeah, people are really moving on this course. It is higher altitude for sure, but we're looking at some fast finish times. Right now on screen, we have Eder Ramirez, who is right now, we believe, in third place for males. He is grabbing some water with his pacer at Indian Summit, which is mile 116.8. All right, Eder is on the move, looking smooth and strong. Got the poles out, just cruising. And yeah, I mean, I love sometimes having those poles out. Just that extra support makes you feel a bit better, a little steadier. So love to see him just cruising along right now. Yes, lots of love for Eder in the chat. Heard such good things. Just an absolute rock star, coming in third at Cocodona this year. So very, very strong runner. Yes, we've had a couple of questions about terrain. Mammoth 200 does have a lot of running sections. You know, the runners are going to face quite a bit of climbing on the back end of the race. It definitely is, climbing heavy in the back half. They do have to summit Mammoth again. So yes, there's a lot of running, but also they have quite a bit of climbing in the back half of the race. Ooh, what's a good emoji for Eder? What do we think? Everyone keeps saying it's a dark horse, so maybe a horse, but ooh, I'd say a horse that's moving really fast. So if you are supporting Eder, throw some horses in the chat.
Nice. I see some horses. Ooh, a unicorn. Thanks, Robin. Well, Eder thanks you for that little extra boost of magic. And it looks like Eder's registered for Cocodona 250 again for 2026, so that's exciting. Can't wait to see what he does out there. Per creeping his ultra sign-up results, I mean, we've been talking about his third place at Cocodona this year, but this dude's been crushing it. He had a first place finish at Jackpot Ultra's 24-hour with 131.6 miles. And that's like fast, flat road running, to my knowledge. And he's doing a lot of kind of cruisy road as we see him now. So that's helpful. Mogi and Monster second place finish in 2024. That's a tough mountain race. Like, he's done it all. Angelus Crest fifth place finish in 2024. It's pretty fun creeping people's ultra sign up results. I'll stop, but I mean, Eder has some really cool experience under his belt with a variety of terrain, which seems to be paying off for him out here. And Andrew in the chat, yes, we are trying to get some more scoop on Tara Dower's DNF. I've reached out to her crew to relay the message that when she's ready, if she wants to come on and talk to us, she's more than welcome to. We'd love to have her in the studio. But from what we heard, it sounded like some very, 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 very bad tummy issues. But again, we're all spectating and just wishing the best for Candy Mama. Speculating. I'm spectating and speculating at the same time. We're back at Crater Mountain where we're looking at Max Jolliffe's crew. I see his partner, Mackenzie, always got the cool fits on. Looks like he has a pacer getting ready to pin a bib on. Crewing is such an interesting game. You are just hanging out, waiting. Mackenzie's probably doing some split checks, texting friends and family, or maybe even texting Max, seeing like what he needs coming into this aid station. And then he'll come in and it'll be a fury, and they'll patch him up and get him out of here, hopefully swiftly. But time shall tell. Looks like he's got a whole spread of food, maybe a bucket to rinse his feet off in, a chair to sit in.
Oh, wow. Yeah, he's locked in.
They are going to take good care of our boy Max.
Yes, I think that there are definitely, I mean, we're seeing it with chaos crewing, but like professional crewing, I think that could be a next set of contracts for companies, is that not only are the runners getting contracts, but their crew people are getting contracts as well, or, extra gear and such. And I think Mackenzie has definitely earned herself a spot as a pro crew out there.
Yeah, actually I was thinking about that on my run. I love pacing people and I love content. So any brands listening, if you want to hire me to be a pro pacer / content creator, I love being out there helping people accomplish their goals, whether it's a 25-minute mile pace or a 9-minute mile pace. Sign me up.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think we're going to see this sport continue to evolve as it professionalizes, as it grows, what runners are going to need and how those teams are going to grow. So, yeah, Kevin, Okay, Kevin is eating Scando Swimmers, Norwegian, or as Melanie calls them, Norwegian sea folk. Love it. And then, Kevin, how are you feeling? Did you take any naps? That's what we are wondering. And then, is it scary running at night, or do you eventually get used to it? I would say that at this point, I'm pretty used to it. There's definitely certain places I have been scared, but also as you're more and more tired, you start, for better or for worse, to just care a lot less, and your reaction times, I think, are a little bit lower. So, yeah, I'd say that there is a little bit of a dulling of the senses as you go into the night, especially if it was a morning or early morning start.
We're watching Rachel Enterkin's crew give some belly rubs to this very happy puppy.
Oh, buddy.
Oh my gosh. Rachel's going to be too busy to pet the puppy, so her crew's taking care of it for her. Her pacer, it looks like. He's got a bib pinned on.
Nice. So Kevin's response is feeling bad, but that's normal because I'm a fool. So, Kevin, we're all a bit foolish in this sport. That's what makes it fun. How much caffeine does it take to commentate a 200? Shelby, what's your answer?
At least 400 milligrams a day.
Yeah, so that's like 4-ish cups of coffee.
Yeah, that's not crazy.
That's not great. I was going to say like 6 at least.
And I'm trying, my eye started twitching a little bit yesterday morning, so I realized I needed to slow drip the caffeine.
That does happen.
Yeah, whoopsie. One thing I want to point out in this crew scene, because we've been talking about, as we've been watching crew wait around for their runners. Oh no, and the van's blocking what I'm about to say. It's fine. I'll keep talking. They have a jackery, like a portable power station, and there's a couple different brands, but I have a jackery too, and it's so clutch. Actually, that's not even the cruise jackery. I think that's for the live stream internet for the Starlink. So they're popping up internet through that little black and orange power box. They make smaller ones though that are just, especially if you're in a spot where you're like hiking in to support a runner, to be able to carry that along and plug all of their electronics in quickly. It's just it's a great tool. I would say it's, besides a camp chair, like a number 2
Love it.
crew tool.
Yeah, because it can be, especially if you are using your phone to navigate or listen to music, phones are honestly such a crucial safety tool in these longer efforts. So getting a quick charge on that is super important.
And for you Apple Watch wearers in the chat, you're probably going to need to charge that thing.
Shelby has some serious... I'm not going to throw nearly as much shade onto Apple Watch as Shelby
I know,
is.
I can't. I've never even had one, and I know they do a lot of other things, so I'm sure they're great, but I just have gone on so many runs with friends with Apple Watches, and they're like, oh, well, my distance says 10 miles, and yours is 7. I'm like, yours is wrong.
Gotta love the variability. All right, we are back, or just about back, at Crater Mountain, waiting for the king of Moab himself, Max, and his crew has got everything ready to go, pacers ready to go. So I know that Max has got such a good team behind him, psyched to see them get him everything he needs and ready to get out the door.
Oh man, I'm getting anxious waiting for Max now too. I feel like everyone in the chat, where's Max? Where's Max? For anyone just tuning in, you are watching Mount Outpost coverage of the 2025 Mammoth 200 presented by Kraft. We are live from Mammoth Lakes, California, sitting at 8,000 feet in the sky. I'm Shelby Farrell here with Alyssa Clark, just trying to keep you informed on what's going on course on this beautiful Saturday. These runners have already been running for 26 hours, 46 minutes, and 32 seconds. And the field has spread out in a miraculous way. As you can see, we had some notable drops. Tara Dower, Parley Hannon, and Chrissy Climbs. Chrissy Harkroad. We'll get it right.
She's coming into studio at some point today, so we will ask her to clarify for sure.
There is actually a video of her saying her last name on the Mount Outpost Instagram channel that I watched like 3 times yesterday, and my brain's already failed at making it.
We are also...
I need to write things down. I'm somebody that if I don't write it down, it's probably going to go bye-bye. I've turned into my mother. Help.
We are also getting a zoom in of a very, very good boy or girl. I'm not sure, but we'll call it goodest boy ever with an I. B-O-I. If you weren't here for the puppies, I would love, honestly, love to see a crew cat.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you had crew cats.
I had 2 crew cats.
You had 2, yeah. And Todd was out on the leash, I remember, at a couple aid stations. All right, who do we have?
I think it's Sam.
We have Sam,
it's Sam
yes.
Carthen. So hopefully I will be pacing Sam at some point when I can sneak out in the middle of the night. He is, look at, taking pictures, peace signs. Looks like he's in good spirits. Sam is new to the 200-mile distance. When I first met Sam last December, he had Tahoe 200 on the calendar and was just really, really stoked to talk about, you know, planning.
It looks like we have Max. Max Jolliffe into the aid station. He's got a smile on his face. And so Max is in as our 3rd overall, 2nd male into Crater Mountain Aid Station, which is mile 125.4. Nice job, Max. Doing a quick shirt change. Looks like maybe a little, yeah.
Italian shower.
Yeah. That's good. Sometimes that feels so good to just wipe your face, just feel a little bit human in the midst of running these really far distances. So, yes, we have Max, our 2nd male, 3rd overall at mile 125.4.
I can't wait to see what happens to the memes with this one. We are literally watching Max bathe himself with a washcloth right now. It doesn't get any better.
I hope all the Max fans out there are loving this.
If you haven't met Max Jolliffe yet, let's just take a second to talk about what he's accomplished over the last couple of years. So I first met Max in 2022 at the Broken Arrow Sky Race 46K. It was his first trail race, I think, ever. It's his first race result on Ultra Sign Up, and he was just pumped and cool. We had some pizza together. We had mutual friends, and yeah, that was 2022. Now, fast forward to 2023, he wins Saddles 100. That's in Prescott, Arizona. Cool desert terrain. He wins Sean O'Brien 100K. He wins Leona Divide 100 miler. Then he goes to win Moab 240, which is what most of you know him for from his King of Moab film, which is on YouTube. Check it out. And, you know, a couple other things. A 13th place at Black Canyon's 50K, which is stellar. That's a super competitive field. Harding Hustle 50K. 3rd place finish. And then this summer, August 2nd, smashes another victory at Angeles Crest 100 miler in Wrightwood, California, which is not where he's from, but he is from Southern California, so
yeah,
he's a SoCal
not too far
dude.
away, depending on the traffic.
Yeah, playing in his backyard. Mammoth isn't too far from him. He learned how to snowboard at Mammoth Mountain, so I don't know, I feel nostalgia when I'm running in places that I've had these past experiences in, so I'm sure he loved that summit yesterday, and he was one of the first people to hit the summit. It was him, Tara Dower, and Rachel, right? No, sorry.
It was Jimmy, Max, and Rachel
Jimmy.
who were in the
How could I
top
forget
3.
about Jimmy? Yeah, they all went through the arch together, and clearly, as you've seen, things have moved around a bit, as we would expect.
Yeah, moved around, but they're the top 3 overall right now, so yeah, they're still there. I will say I am so curious. We are seeing one of his crew members with a vest and jeans on, so I don't know if he is going to pace in jeans and a very chonky belt, or what's going on, but wow, this is...
I almost wonder if he's packing Max's pack with it on, which is...
That's so smart.
A pretty pro move.
Yeah, that was my other guess, is that he put the pack on to see how it feels, so they can pack... Yeah, okay, so his pacer's not wearing jeans. That kind of would have been epic, though. I would have believed it.
Truett Haynes just busted out the Leadville 100 in jeans. He has some really great stretchy jeans that he's been running very fast in. So it is doable. But
so this is a really great pro move that they are packing Max's pack on another human, one of his crew members, so that they can make sure everything is sitting correctly. It's where Max needs it to be. So... I've not seen that before, and I'm going to put that in my back pocket for helping my crew, or if I'm crewing for a racer or I do a race where I'm doing pack swaps like this.
Nice. Smashing some real food.
Smart.
Might have a little bit in the mustache, but that's fine. Save it for later. A couple calories.
Yeah, yesterday we're saying that the stash snacks are really, I think that's the next level of 200-mile running.
Where do you get all of your calories? In my mustache. I wish.
Ooh, maybe feeling a little bit of the sleepies there, but man, there is nothing that wakes you up more than getting calories in your system. So it's super smart to take the time to get real food in, to get the energy levels back up. But yeah, actually one of the best ways to keep yourself awake is to keep the fire burning, and that means a lot of calories in.
Yeah, it looks like he probably has some sweat in his eyes, or maybe a little sunscreen, or maybe some hair gel dripping out of his hair. Just kidding, probably not, but... Okay, he could be a contacts wearer. Could be dry. I don't know. Eye drops is a good move, though. You want to be comfortable.
Yeah, it's also, it is dry and dusty. They've been on a lot of terrain that is kicking up dust. He's headed into another section with a lot of that very, very fine powder. So this is a good move. I know it is not as uncommon as we would think that ultra runners do lose vision on course. I believe it's happened to Courtney. It happened to Katarina Hartmuth at the Hard Rock 100 this year, and I know several other runners. So this can really help to combat that. just to give an idea of where everyone is. So our first overall runner so far, Jimmy Rocket, he is through Lee Vining, which is mile 140.6. He passed through there, left at elapsed time 26 hours 14 minutes. We are still waiting on Rachel Entrikin, who would be our first female, second overall, to get into the Lee Vining aid station. And right now we have Max, who is our third overall, second male in the Carter Mountain aid station, which is mile 125.4. Looks like we're doing a bit of a clothing swap. You know, they're coming off of the colder nighttime, and really they're heading into the heat of the day. Max is fresh, clean, ready to fly. Excited to see him cruise this next section. Just as a reminder, it is an approximately 15.2 mile section. There is a pretty big punchy climb, 1,000 feet over 2 miles, coming right out of the aid station, and then a 2,200 foot drop down to the lowest point of the course in Lee Vining. So that is what Max has next up on his journey to the end of Mammoth 200. Got Max hitting some caffeine right now.
Yeah.
And just as a reminder, you are watching the Mountain Outpost coverage presented by Craft of the Mammoth 200. I am Alyssa Clark on the mic for a bit longer, and then Shelby Farrell is joining me.
No, Shelby Farrell's here, but Corinne Chalvoy.
Oh, I'm sorry, joining me right now in studio. Sorry,
gotcha.
And Corinne's
Yeah.
coming back. Yeah. Shelby is here. Yes. In the house.
In the house. I was like, wait, I think I'm here. Am I here?
We haven't, I feel like we have gotten too much sleep to be to be too tired for that, but
I'm really excited for Max after his Cocodona 250 DNF this year. You know, that was a hard one. He got really messed up. Scroll back on his Instagram for all the reports, but
yeah. I watched his video, his first video after I think it was his first video after Cocodona, and gosh, just heart goes out to him. It sounded just absolutely brutal what he went through. And I'm sure, I mean, just being that close is really, really hard. So awesome to see him back out here. Love to see him get the win at AC 100, build that confidence back up. And Max is on his way out. So cheers, Max. Enjoy the ride out there. And I'm sure we will be able to get some drone footage of him making his way to the low point of the course, Lee Vining.
he's honestly moving really well, too.
Yeah.
Like, it's a smooth walk. He's not limping. Probably pulling out those poles for just, like, you know, sometimes it kind of can help you get into a rhythm, especially he's done a lot of.
And this is a big
do some
climb.
climbing. Yeah,
Yeah.
he knows what's coming.
All right, so we have Max who left just a bit before 27 hours. As a reminder, Jimmy left this aid station at 23 hours, 8 minutes elapsed time. Rachel left about, I believe, 23 hours, 53 minutes. So we're looking at about a 3-hour gap from Rachel, 3:45 from Jimmy at this point.
Which sounds like a lot, but it really isn't.
Anything can happen. Yeah. I mean, and Max has, you know, we saw in King of Moab that he knows how to stick with it at the end of these races to stay tough. I think very few people would argue that Max is as tough as they come. So excited to see what he does in this second half of the course. So we have a message from absolute legend, the director of Runners for Public Lands, Kat Baker, coming in to remind us that it is National Public Lands Day and that Runners for Public Lands is a nonprofit partner of the race. The Mammoth and Mammoth Trailfest. The race directors are both part of the Race Director Collective. So if you are feeling generous on this day, reach out and support runnersforpubliclands.org. They are an amazing organization working to preserve the lands that we run on and help us get to keep charging and enjoying these beautiful places. So shout out to Runners for Public Lands on National Public Lands Day. Is that the Derek Lytle with a Pacer bib and a giant camera? This would check out.
It does check out. I wonder who he's pacing. I need to know.
I'm going to guess it's Jeff. Because Jeff and Derek have worked together, I believe, on Jeff's Moab documentary that Derek was one of his lead camera people. So I could absolutely see
Man, Jeff has
Derek
like
stepping
the dream
in.
team then, because he has
yeah.
Drew Darby out there with him too. Whoop. And we're back. This was where we were watching Rachel's crew before, but there's no people there anymore, so maybe something is happening.
Building the suspense there. We shall see. Yes, so confirmed that Derek Lytle is pacing Jeff Pelletier with a giant camera. So I am excited to see Derek run with that. And we are back at Lee Vining awaiting Rachel Entrikin coming in as our first female, second overall.
And I believe that is Harry. I don't know Harry's last name. And Brianna, they live in Topanga area. I've crossed paths with them when I was in Los Angeles. And pretty sure Harry is Rachel's final pacer for the race. So stay tuned. But that is the word
so he's
on
going the
street.
distance.
Well, no, he's not
oh,
leaving
sorry,
yet,
he's not
but
picking up here. Sorry.
Yeah. He's in his casual clothes, but yeah, both incredible athletes.
Topanga is such a beautiful spot too. It's so stunning.
And just the access to the Santa Monica Mountains right there is pretty unreal.
Yeah, you have the Backbone Trail there, which, Shelby, I know you have quite the love affair with that trail. It is an absolutely stunning, it was about 65 miles, 67?
Yeah, 67-ish, 68, 67, yeah.
Yeah.
Something like that. It's been a while.
Yeah, and it is, I think people would be surprised how close it is to LA. I think people don't realize just the absolutely incredible mountains and trail scene that is based in LA. So I think it's one of the best areas for just incredible trails, big mountains, tons of mountains above 10,000 feet. So great place to get some running in if you are visiting in that area.
What's a trail that you've fallen in love with?
Ooh, that is a good question. I do love the long trail for sure. It's kind of like what I grew up on and what got me into trail running. Oh, okay. Trail I love. And I have basically anytime someone suggests that they want to do a trail camp or do like a group meetup, I always give the suggestion because I think it's the best area. Idlewild, California, the PCT goes over the top of San Jacinto, which is a over 10,000 foot mountain, but there is an absolutely stunning loop that tags the top of San Jacinto, stays along the ridgeline, drops back, actually climbs back over to Keats and drops back down to Idlewild. But gosh, if I were to only be able to run out of Idlewild most of the rest of my life, I would love that. Also, yes, Buzz, the Pinhoti Trail is stunning. Such incredible trail system down there. I mean, got to see the Georgia side of the trail in the fall foliage, and it was absolutely awesome.
Yeah, let's open this question up to the chat. Is there a trail that you've fallen in love with? I mean, obsessed over, like, I want to run it fast. I want to run it slow. I love this vista. I proposed to my wife on this trail. Like, tell me in the chat what your favorite trails are.
Yeah, actually, Kevin Goldberg, if you're in the chat, where did you propose to Melanie? Was it on a trail?
Oh,
I don't know. I'm wondering.
Know?
Yeah. Kevin, tell us the story. You know, if you have some spare time on your hands. All right, and we are hanging out at Lee Vining, mile 140.6, and we are waiting for Rachel Entrikin to come in. She is right now first female, second overall. And to give a reference point, Jimmy left this aid station at 26 hours, 14 minutes. So that is our reference point of our first overall right now. So coming up on, looking like might be an hour or so, if she's coming in sometime soon, but we will see. Oh, I see we have an IEA loop in Oahu. That is a stunning place to run for sure. That's a great loop. Maroon Bells, Teton Crest, Centennial Trail, Pacific, the Wind River High Route. Man, these are great. Tahoe Rim Trail. Oh, I've heard amazing things about the Tromso trails. Rocky Mountains, that's awesome. We got some in Basin Hemet, which is not far from what I was talking about in Idlewild. I live in San Diego, but with the van, we pop up to Idlewild, and then actually right before I came up here to commentate was down running part of the Kodiak course with Joe Corcione, who I will be pacing for the Kodiak 100. So also, I feel like absolutely amazing mountain town, Big Bear Lake. Again, pretty solid altitude, hovering just below 7,000 feet down in the town, and then easily climbing up to over 10,000 feet all around. Beautiful sections of the PCT. So yeah, beautiful, beautiful place. Also got, Haleakala, amazing. Park Loop, Bonneville Shoreline Trail in northern Utah. So to answer your question, Gus, yes, they have published a course for the Kodiak 100. I believe it is still a little bit pending, but they do have the full course out at the moment.
Yeah, I just got a response from Parley Hannon. She's also down to come chat with us and tell us about her race. So I'm really excited to hear from the runners themselves what it was like out there.
Yeah, so I know a lot of people have been asking, why did Tara DNF? What happened to Tara? So, that's not really our story to tell. She did stop around mile 84, but we do want to respect her privacy, that she is the one who can choose how much she wants to share. So Tara, Parley, and Christy have dropped from the race. We do have Chrissy, and Parley coming in at some point to talk, but we want to also respect what they are willing to share with the public, and I'm sure that at some point they will, whatever they feel comfortable with, but it can be a pretty challenging thing to mentally kind of come to terms with the ups and downs of ultra racing.
Oh, we got eyes on people walking across the street. Fake out.
So we have a question about Killian Dornett. That is a great question. Unfortunately, I've seen a few clips, but nothing too much about him. So I don't know what he's up to today. So we have Rachel Entrican coming into Lee Vining. This is mile 140.6. It is the low part of the course. The lowest point is 6,500 feet. It looks absolutely stunning there right now as Rachel makes her way into the Lee Vining aid station. She is our second overall, first female behind Jimmy Elam.
Rock on, Rachel.
Toasty?
Yeah.
You're wearing all black. Why are you wearing all black?
So Jimmy passed this. He came in at 26:05 and he left at 26:14.
Looks like we have audio on Rachel. Let's listen to what she has to say.
so bad. So bad. I want to change clothes. Okay.
You do a costume.
Yeah.
And then.
There's a bathroom. There's a full bathroom. Yeah. There's a ladies' restroom.
Watermelon?
Look at that spread.
Yeah, that
Beautiful.
is awesome.
That's a work of art.
Super dialed. So, Rachel is just a tiny bit over an hour behind Jimmy at this point. That is based off of Jimmy's leave time. So Jimmy left at 26:14, and it looks like Rachel is going to do an outfit change. And so we will get an official time of when she leaves the aid station.
I was just steady, trying to eat, staying cool. She's going to do like her first change of any apparel here, and including shoes.
How are we feeling about nutrition and heat today?
She's doing well. We're gonna have some watermelon here, some cold water. I try to stay cool with the crossing coming up, and mostly snack foods for a while with supplement with some precision drink. Otherwise, stick to probably a lot of water.
I heard there might be some dogs here. Is there anything she's looking forward to?
She's known to have pet a dog or two, so I think her dog count is probably double digits at this point in time. She has not picked up any rocks yet, so that's a win for us as a crew. But yeah, she's going out with Jake again after they were together for a bunch of the night. So she's going inside now to change her entire wardrobe, including socks and shoes.
How did things go during the night?
She did well. I got the download from Jake before I picked up a Crater Mountain. And Rachel said that she just got a little cold after Crooked Meadows, I guess. She was in a t-shirt all the way to Crooked Meadows. But said it wasn't bad. She was moving well enough. And probably within a half hour of leaving Crater Aid, it was already, comfortable and warm. So she just sort of walked up that sandy climb we got up on the ridge line around the mountain there. And then basically ran everything from there to like this little climb at the bottom of the shelf here. So she's doing well. Admiring tenacity, but itching to get this thing done. So
thanks so much, Kevin.
Yeah, bud.
Thank you, Kevin, for that on-the-ground update. So that is from Rachel's pacer, and she is doing an outfit change. So we are waiting on her to come back. Looks like they are loading up her pack with lots of snacks. So yeah, we'll see what time Rachel leaves, which will give us more accurate time in between Jimmy and Rachel.
At least one of those flasks still had liquid in it, which doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean anything.
So we had a couple of questions, I think. yeah, Jimmy has a lot of really incredible 100-mile results. He's done a lot of the classics. So he has, quite a resume. Max has not made it to this aid station yet. He has left mile 125, which is Crater Mountain. So he is our next expected runner to come into Lee Vining. But that is a 15-mile plus mile section, so it will probably be a bit before we do see Max. All right, we are getting a split screen with some runners making their way down the road. Okay, we have gotten confirmation that this is Jesse Haynes and Xander Chase, who we are seeing on the left of the screen, making their way along this section.
They are en route to Indiana Summit, which is 116.6 miles into the race once they hit that aid. Indiana Summit is a water-only aid station, so we might catch a glimpse of them filling up some bottles and carrying on their way.
It looks like we have eyes on maybe Amber Wable at the water-only aid station.
This is Xander Chase on screen. That may have been his pacer with him. The water, TBD. Jesse Haynes is coming up behind him. Okay, this is Jesse Haynes. We got word from our producers that he's been out of water for 4 miles. So he is probably so
quite thirsty.
Happy to get to this water drop. I mean, this is, if you've ever experienced running out of water on a long, hard ultra, this could feel like a mirage coming up to this water drop.
Yeah.
Like, happy tears.
I'm sure he is staying there and drinking a bit before he takes off again. We have Rachel back, looking fresh clothes. I'm sure she's feeling better. There's nothing like a good change up when you've been running for that long. And looks like getting some watermelon in. So yeah, I bet we'll see Rachel taking off in not too long from the Lee Vining aid station.
I wish watermelon had more calories.
I do. Can we make like calorie watermelon?
Yeah, I always want it, and then I'm like, well, this is not the best bang for my buck, but it's so refreshing to eat something. It's something. It's better than nothing.
Looks like she's getting some soda down, so that will definitely help with the calories.
Yeah. She's smiling. I hope they're showing her pictures of dogs. That's what I'm guessing.
All right, so to give an update of the next section that Rachel will take off on, it is a 12-mile route to a water drop, but there will be no crew. So to her crew, it's a 19.4-mile Lee Vining to Grant Lake, 2,800 feet of climbing, 2,400 feet of descending. So this course does have quite a bit of climbing on the back end. To me, it looks like basically a whole bunch of, of course, with a map of a 200-miler, everything's getting condensed, but a lot of really spiky mountains to get over before the last summit push. So they definitely have a fair amount of climbing in the back half of this race. So I think that we are going to see the runners perhaps power hiking a bit more, and definitely in for a challenging back half of this race.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm excited for them to get back into some more climbing and mountainous terrain. It's coming. I bet they are too. It's nice to have a variety.
Yeah, especially at this point in the race when there has been a lot of running, it can feel so good to have the muscle change up and just to, use power hiking muscles. We all know that trail runners love power hiking. So.
Yeah, this section basically has 2 1,000-foot climbs that they will get to tackle.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah, it's like one before the water station, it looks like, and then one after the water station. It's super cool that it's taking you over private property. I mean, that's why these races are so hard to permit, because you're working with so many different entities, whether it's, public lands or private lands.
All right, so we are watching Rachel leaving the aid station. She is departing at 27:30, so that is putting her about an hour and 15 minutes behind the time that Jimmy left. So that's what we are looking at, about an hour and 15-minute gap between our first and second overall, which is Jimmy, Elam, and Rachel Entrigan.
Micro world. Somebody kill me.
You want to come with us?
Yeah, let's go.
Go on.
there, Connor.
Pussy. Bleep that out. Thank you.
Oh, this cheese is heavy, dude.
Cheese?
Wow. I just had 2 grilled cheeses. Bacon, whatever it's called.
Sticky Sando?
Not a bacon grilled cheese. I'm on the instability part.
Get on the road.
You guys see the new D-Slims drop?
Thank you.
Huh?
The Dillsons?
Yeah,
Dillisms?
Dillsons.
Yeah, it's me. Thank
You know,
God.
you made it in trail road.
I know, it's like South Park.
Show up on that.
I know. I'm so stoked. I can't wait to repost it 150 times. Every day.
Community will. Community will.
Hey. Oh my God, you guys.
You got
Maxwell.
a tractor.
Okay, we have been updated that we have our F2 Amber Wable coming into Crater Mountain Aid Station, which is mile 125.4. So we have Amber, giving hugs to the family, looking so strong. She's just an absolute crusher. Love to see it. So we have Amber coming in. She is our F2, 4th overall, coming into Crater Mountain Aid Station at mile 125.4.
I will be really curious to see the gap from her leaving and Max leaving.
Yes. All right, we have audio on Amber, so we'll let it hear from her. All right, so we had a question. What place did Amber come in at Hard Rock? I believe it was 4th place, which is so impressive because just a few weeks earlier, she also ran Western States and placed top 20. We're confirming that.
She placed 18th for the ladies at Western States with a time of 21:28:17. Absolutely incredible to then go kiss the rock at Hard Rock 100
in 4th overall, or 4th female. I mean 4th overall female.
Yeah, 19th overall, which is still amazing. Top 20 finish. Yeah. Right after finishing Western States, and now she's just absolutely smashing Mammoth.
So cool. And I mean, Western States and Hard Rock are about as polar races as it comes, so very, very impressive on that front.
And she has the Kokanee Trail Runs 5K on her schedule for October 5th. That's going to feel awesome.
Woo!
That's next weekend. Right? Yeah.
I believe that we are seeing...
This has got to be...
Mr. Jesse Haynes.
Jesse, after he refilled, got hydrated. He's back on the move.
Yes.
Phew.
I hope he's feeling a whole lot better.
I might actually do it myself.
Okay, that's fine. Is that right there?
think it might be.
Eh.
I'm okay. Okay. You got sunglasses? It's going to be clean. You want one of these? You do want one of these. Somebody's offering
Yeah,
you.
toothbrush.
You are awesome.
And
Back on Amber, looks like she's applying some sunscreen, which is so smart.
Man, there is nothing that can zap you more than some really rough sunburn. She's also getting a refresh on the toothbrushing. Love it. Those wispies are so key.
Right now.
Also really help with being able to keep eating.
I might pull that chair into the shade. Yeah. Sorry.
Yep, no, you do you.
Right here? Yeah.
Nice move, plopping her in the shade.
Do you want to see what you got, Max? Oh, yeah, big old fun. Yeah.
Woo!
And then you got a lot of rollers. Thank you so much. Do you need any caffeine pills? Uh-uh. No, I'm trying to save it for nighttime. It's a good idea.
Tonight's gonna be. Have one of your coffee drinks if you want it.
Huh?
Okay, so are we still no knack?
That's
a hard no. The maple. So your options to take instead right now, this has one Morton cap, a big and a little, got one Gujo.
What was one that I had for this section? That bag you had for this section?
You had this baggie.
I'll take that baggie.
Plus a knack in there, and I took it out. Do you want to put this knack in instead?
Yep.
Okay, let's do that. Yeah, so
All right, which pocket is this going in?
I'm going to take that big one out and put it in my side pocket. Well, it was burnt.
the juice box.
I like the juice box.
I like the juice box. It looks like a Capri Sun.
Do you want this one or no?
Yeah, but this is like the extras.
I got you.
The forest road?
Which pouch is this good?
Front, bottom, left. Oh, cool.
This one?
The bottom one, yeah. If there's anything in there, take it out.
All right, as we are soaking in the sounds of the aid station, we have that Max left this aid station at 10:59 a.m., which would be 26:59, and we have Amber here hanging out for a little bit. So looking like the gap will be, depending on when she leaves, maybe 45 minutes or so. Yeah, we'll see how long she decides to take a pause and a reset here.
My stomach feels better than it did last month, you. That's good.
Refill?
It's just really hard to run on this thing.
Yeah. You want to change your shoes?
Nope, I changed them at the last one.
Okay, socks are good.
Here's socks are
I got in
good.
my pocket for later, just in case I forget.
Are we getting audio from here?
I should buy a package of it.
Do you need gaiters or are you good on the no gaiters?
No, these are good. I do like these.
The blisters
It
are
puts a
doing.
little pressure on my Achilles, which I didn't like, but it seems to be okay. I just tied them looser.
What else do you want?
30 seconds. Yeah, press it up. I don't know what I need.
No, close your eyes, relax. Do you want me to stick your cap?
Yeah. My right one. It's underneath that right next to half.
What are we?
Thank you. Your right one?
Looks like we are getting some calf rolling action here. This is a good crew. Not a good crew, a great crew. That is the service just that these crews are bringing to their runners. Just the love and compassion. Love to see it.
Hi, Zoe. Oh, that's a really cool. Is it a rock or? It's a petrified wood.
It's rock.
Rock. Cool. I like your hair. Are you gonna do a dance for him, Zoe? No.
They love that.
She did a dance for the Hard Rock video.
Oh, really?
For the live stream.
I heard a dance, right? They're asking for a dance?
With the rock, you can only dance when you have the rock in your hand.
We're gonna plan one for the next.
Okay.
Maybe all the kids can read.
Yeah. Let me know if you want any water to go down with that. I got the water bottle, but
Stay down. It's always the question. More on the back. No. Thank you. More on the side.
I'm yours for the next.
Thanks. Just for another token, right?
Yes.
This one. Oh, I don't know if I can finish.
So we have last visuals of Amber getting some rolling, and now we are getting an incredible drone shot of just the stunning terrain that these athletes are getting to run through.
Huh? No, I'm actually better today.
What a treat.
We did hear Amber comment on the sandy texture out there. Can't remember her exact words, but something along that sand is annoying. But it sounds like she made a great shoe choice the last time she changed. She knew what she wanted. Her crew was asking her, do you want to change your shoes? Do you want to change your socks? She's like, nope, I'm good. So that is half the battle, is knowing what you want.
Absolutely. All right, and we are popping back to Amber, who looks like she is ready to get going. So Amber will be leaving the Crater Mountain aid station at mile 125.4. It looks like within the next few or so minutes. Getting the pack on. Got the kiddos rooting her on. Love to see it. What a supportive and awesome crew. All right. Amber is on her way out. So we are looking at about 45 minutes behind Max is the gap that we are seeing between Max and Amber at the Crater Mountain mile 125.4 aid station. So to give a top 4 at least, that's who we have the most accurate information on. First is Jimmy Elam, who is through Lee Vining at, let me just pull up that time, at 26:14 elapsed time. Then we have Rachel Entrikin, who is your first female, second overall, who passed through Lee Vining not too long ago. I believe it was around 27:30 elapsed time. We have Max, who is out of the Crater Mountain aid station about 45 minutes ago, so he will be our next runner that we expect into the Lee Vining aid station. It is quite a hefty section, but he was moving well. And then now we have Amber, who is on her way out of Crater Mountain aid station at 125.4. So that is your top 4 overall. 2 males, 2 females. Pretty exciting.
It's really exciting stuff. With a bunch of race left and
a
summit over Mammoth Mountain.
Yeah. And a shout out to Arc'teryx, who is the main sponsor of the Lee Vining. So thank you, Arc'teryx, for that support. Always love to see it. And we've got a look back at mile 108.1. That is Crooked Meadow. We'll be seeing, I would say, the front of the, like, I think top 10, top 15 is probably coming through here. Top 20 making their way through Crooked Meadow. So great question. Are the aid stations sufficient for a no crew, no pacered effort here? Yes, so actually because this is the most aid stations offered in a 200-mile race in the U.S., we saw a lot of runners choose to go crewless and pacerless. So they are relying a lot on these aid stations. They're also relying on drop bags. So runners can have drop bags, which is generally a dry bag that's filled with nutrition, clothing, battery, headlamps, whatever they might need through the different aid stations. And those drop bags will be delivered to, a lot of aid stations, which is awesome. So yes, this race is very doable to be able to do with just drop bags. Believe there are 18 places that runners can access drop bags, which is super impressive, really useful. Also, if anyone has seen the backside of these races, the effort to get all of these drop bags where they need to go, labeled correctly, not lost, and of course the runners are doing the labeling, but it can be a heroic feat to get all of these drop bags where they need to go. So shout out to the team behind the Mammoth that is helping these runners who maybe want to take this on solo be able to do their best out there. All right, so just a little recap. We are hanging out at mile 108.1, which is Crooked Meadow Aid Station. Just to give also an update on aid station cutoff times. So the last aid station that we had a cutoff, Crowley Lake, you had to be through there by 10 a.m. on Saturday, which is today. So almost 2 hours ago, had to be through Crowley Lake. And then our next cutoff is at Green Church, which we saw earlier today, mile 69.6. And runners have to be through there by 4:30 p.m. today. So still have a bit of time, but we are rooting for those runners so much who are powering their way to get to Green Church before 4:30 p.m. So get it, runners. We're rooting for you. Keep moving along.
Hello, hello. This is Shelby Farrell. I'm here with Alyssa Clark, and we are commentating for the Mammoth 200 presented by Kraft. And I'm very excited because I have a super special guest in the studio right now. Oh, boom.
We're here.
We're
Whoa.
here. Do you recognize her? It's Chrissy Climbs.
Okay, before we start, Chrissy, how do you say your last name? We've been butchering it the entire time.
Harkle Road.
Harkle Road.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
Thank
It's
you.
always fun to hear the different ways people pronounce it.
Yeah. Well, I know you as Chrissy Climbs on Instagram, so I just was like, hey, I think maybe we just call her Chrissy Climbs.
Part of why I don't use my last name in my Instagram handle is because nobody would ever remember it or know how to say it. So,
That's
yeah.
Marketing 101. Make sure people can actually
Pronounce your
type
last
it
name.
and say it and spell it. Well, we're really thrilled to have you here.
Yeah.
I don't even really know where to begin. Like what? Tell me how your day went yesterday,
Yeah.
your night. We saw you on the camera right before we cut the stream, and you were smiling and getting a massage. But
Crowley.
let's rewind to the start. Like, tell me,
Yeah.
what was the start vibes like?
So obviously I'm not on the course right now. The start was good. It was nice and cool, good temps, and I am a climber. I don't ever run flatter on the road, which also was a problem yesterday, which we'll talk about soon. So I knew that the big climbs were going to kind of be where I shined. And so that first big climb went really well. I felt really good up to the summit, felt really good down to Duck Pass. Everything felt normal. And then kind of when I came around the corner under Mammoth Rock, the sun kind of came out and I just really started to overheat. And anyone that's been following me for a while knows I've kind of been dealing with chronic heat injuries the last 5 years. And I can't really seem to get ahead of it. So I need to work on that. But I just started to overheat pretty much around early 20s. And then between Sherwin and Convict was really rough. It was super hot. Still wasn't throwing up. I was still keeping my fluids down and getting some calories in. Got to Convict. Sun was kind of going down. Wasn't feeling great, but I was like, no, I can get to Crowley. And that 13 miles was just hot and a lot of pavement. And I haven't ran on pavement for like 18 months. And so the heat just got the best of me. I threw up everything between Convict and Crowley. I thought I was going to go into Crowley and say, like, I'm not leaving here. But my crew was there. They're like, no, lay down. Let's get some calories in you. Let's work on your legs. So I felt pretty good about leaving Crowley. And then by the time I got to Green Church, I mean, I was just throwing up the whole time between Crowley and Green Church. I just could not keep anything down. And I got to Green Church and was super depleted. And the idea of having to go 28 miles with no crew was what kind of scared me. And I wanted to maybe go to 100 just for the sake of going to 100. But I didn't want to be a liability to the race with how I was doing. And that 28-mile stretch where no crew could come help me, like I would be a liability to the race. And I just didn't really want to be that person. And so I didn't feel good about going. And we sat there for 45 minutes and kind of went over everything about what would happen if I kept going. And we all kind of decided together it was best with where I was. I was in such a big hole that I wasn't coming out of it. And it just wasn't worth pushing it farther.
That's such a hard decision, and it sounds like you really thought it through.
Yeah.
I mean, my hat's off. Like, I know that you really come from a mountain athlete background, and I actually talk about this a lot, is that I think a lot of ultra runners come in as runners, and maybe that's a lot, but you're not in mountainous terrain, and so there's not quite as much weight put into, what am I putting on the race? What am I risking when I'm going out? And so I just have to, hats off, applaud you for making the choice of what's not only, best for yourself, but also what's it going to cost others who are out here supporting the race by rescuing me if something goes wrong. Yeah.
It takes away from everyone else's experience at the race if everyone's worried about dealing with me. And it was just a big climb up to that aid station. And I knew if I got to that aid station, I could rest and sleep if I wanted to, but it just didn't feel worth it. So it was like, obviously it's like a little embarrassing and hard to put so much time and effort and put yourself out there. I'm still really proud of myself. I ran 70 miles. I think I ran 70 miles faster than I've ever even ran 100K. So it was a good day. My crew was out there. I still had so much fun. I told like my husband, who's back here somewhere, I think he might have left. He's crewed me at other bigger races before, and he commended me that like I stayed in a good mood, and I stayed upbeat, and I kept cracking jokes with the crew even though I was miserable. And like I told myself like even if I was miserable, I was gonna at least fake kind of feeling good and joke feeling good, because there was all these people out there supporting me, taking time off from their things to be there for me. And it's like, it wasn't until, I'm going to try not to get emotional here. I always hear that phrase, trail running's a team sport. And I've never identified with that. Like I train alone. I don't have a coach. I just kind of like do my own thing. I'm a bit of a lone wolf, but this race showed me like, wow, these longer distances, it takes a village for most people. And it's just really incredible to see everyone's crews and how much support goes into these things. It's amazing. Truly amazing.
That's beautiful and such a win. Like
yeah, I think that I probably need to do a 100-mile race next year and dip my toes into that first. And I have no interest in jumping into another 200 anytime soon right now. I think that I need to get my heat stuff figured out and maybe dabble in 100 and get a little bit more experience in the longer distances before I think about a 200 again. I'm so grateful for the experience. I met so many amazing people. I made so many friends. And this community is just awesome.
Were people chatting on course? What was?
Oh yeah. Jeff is like interviewing everybody on course the whole time. He's got his I can't say his last name. It's very French Canadian.
Pelletier.
Yes.
Or Pelletier, I think. Yeah.
He's so nice and was like interviewing everybody, even if he didn't know who they were. Was encouraging me a bunch. Tim Olson we were leapfrogging a bunch up the summit, and he was super nice and great. Like all these really well-known elite runners were just super nice and encouraging. Amber, crushing it. She's a South Lake local. We have a bunch of mutual friends. Super nice, super awesome.
We were butchering her name too, so you two have that in common as well.
Yeah, it was really special just to be out there with so many phenomenal athletes. I definitely had a little bit of imposter syndrome going on a few times, but I was just out there for the experience and to have fun, and I didn't know what was going to happen, and I went in with zero expectations. Yeah.
I think it is a really cool part of the sport that you're lining up with the elites, the mid-pack, the back of the pack, and all of the in-betweens, and you're just all in it together, and it doesn't matter if you're sponsored or have a coach or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, you're all doing this really epic thing.
And everyone has the same chance.
Totally.
To come out on top. That's what it's so fun of, like, you really don't know what's going to happen, especially I think as the distances get longer and longer.
Yeah.
So, well, as soon as we kind of woke up and saw what was happening, I was like, there's absolutely no way that Chrissy's not going to come back with more knowledge, just hungry for it. So I applaud you too of being like, I think I'm going to do a 100-miler first and then, go into the 200s, because there's so much we can learn along the way. And I think that's the coolest part of the sport is there's just this massive range of distances, of terrain, of opportunity there. So I'm excited. Are you going to pick a cold 100?
I don't know. The heat, it's rough. That's why I'm always at altitude, man. It's like.
Yeah, do you think it was purely the heat?
It was all heat.
Yeah.
Because I was feeling.
What were you feeling on?
I was feeling really good, and then I was doing pretty good with fueling, just like a big mix of stuff. I was grabbing fruit and ginger ale at aid stations, and then I had like candy and waffles and some drink mix and stuff with me. Training was different for this because I relied on more whole food and more chewing, compared to like when you're training to be fast at a short distance when you're doing
especially
gels and liquid.
Yeah.
And so it was pretty much, I was doing really good with food until I got to Convict, and then I just couldn't keep anything down after that. We were trying I did at Crowley, I kept they had some salty vegetable rice soup. I was able to keep that down, some broth. So because I kept the calories down at Crowley, I was like, yeah, I can make it 16, 17 miles to Green Church. I did. And then I was done.
I mean, I can still, yesterday when people were coming into Convict Lake, like Jimmy, I saw Tara, Jimmy was using an ice bandana. Tara was pouring water. And I think that looking at the actual temperature, you're like, I'm surprised they're really
60s?
like mid-high 60s, really. implementing these cooling strategies that we don't often see until like 70, 80, 90 degrees,
Yeah.
but it's so exposed here. It's so hot. So yeah, I'm sorry that happened. But I'm glad that you're okay.
Yeah.
Are you feeling good now?
Yeah, my legs are definitely like, hey, we ran 70 miles with no calories. Where's the glycogen in the water? But yeah, I didn't push myself till injury. And there was a couple times last night running into Green Church where I was like, ooh, I'm really riding a line here. So yeah. I'm stoked still stoked.
Stoke might even be higher.
Yeah.
I know it. You said, "Oh, it's embarrassing," and we've both.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah,
it's like it sucks.
I'm still like a little baby racer. I just got into racing kind of in the last couple years, and I'm still off and on with it and how I feel about it. But it's good for me.
And it takes a lot to put out your goals and be like, this is what I want to do. And, those who love you are going to still be there no matter what. And those who have feelings are going to be there no matter what. Yeah. So, yes, I've learned that along the way. But, it's really interesting. I've worked with some alpinists and mountaineers, and they're like, oh, it is so scary what you all do of the social like pressure and kind of like everyone's watching your finishes or not. And they're like, I'd rather just disappear in the mountains and no one knows if I did it or not, and I don't have to say anything. And so I applaud you for stepping into this arena, and you have so much to be proud of. We're proud of you.
Thank you. That means a lot coming from you guys.
Yeah, I mean, we weren't on that start line.
No.
We were in comfy chairs, so. But it is, it's special putting out your goals.
Yeah, it's hard.
It's hard. And
public failure is an interesting thing.
Right? Have you experienced it? Like, do you have anything to compare to that?
Yeah, I mean, it's like any time I've ever talked about a big objective, it's kind of one of those things where I'm like, okay, well, if I'm going to tell people about this before I do it, there's a potential I'm not able to do it. And then I need to tell people, like canyons this year, when I got collided into from behind and hurt my back 10 miles into the race. So I had an interesting year with DNFing. This was my first year DNFing stuff, and I kind of did a lot. But it's all right. You learn.
Think it's kind of cool, honestly.
Yeah, I put myself out there to do different stuff this year that I'm not really used to doing, and
Yeah, those are badges of honor. Like, you put yourself out there, and a lot of people aren't.
Yeah. No, I feel like I've gone through similar seasons of like, okay, we'll take a step back on some of these parts, but also every time I think I've had those seasons of my life, the next season's like, damn, okay, we figured that out, we put together. So that's why I'm so excited. And also you just seem like such a student of the sport that I know you're going to put all these lessons, probably already have a list of things you want to work on.
Oh yeah. Well, thank you.
Are there any things that come to mind? I mean, other than heat?
I just really got to figure out the heat thing. It's the biggest issue. And heat, I mean, if anyone out there wants to give me some heat injury advice that has anything to share, like heat training just makes me feel really terrible, and I can't really recover from training. So yeah, it's just a big work in progress puzzle.
You were out here for 30 days preparing. What was that like?
Part of why I came here is because I didn't want to train in the heat in Reno. And so a couple of friends, shout out to Kelsey and Kirby, let me crash with them. And so I just did a lot of course recon, trained at altitude, drove part of the course a little bit to look at it, and just kind of like figured out what to expect with everything. It was really fun for me.
Yeah,
it was nice to get out of Reno and just like running somewhere brand new and running somewhere new every day. It made running really fun and easy.
That's cool. Yeah, having that spark and inspiration is kind of necessary sometimes to keep the fire burning when it comes to, the amount of training we have to do to run a 200 miler. It can burn you out if you're not excited about it. So is there anything that when you were out here scouting, like how much of the course did you see ahead of time? Is there anything that surprised you or scared you about it?
I saw everything on this side of 395 pretty much. The sand not into the sand.
It's a lot of sand.
Yeah, and there's some parts between June Lake and Mammoth that are like inches deep kitty litter, like especially around like Inyo Crater and that flat like Inyo Flats, I think it's called. So I was course scouting that whole area, and I was not looking forward to that section being in the sand after that late in the race.
Yeah.
But it is what it is. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, we just heard Amber Wable say something about the stands being
And
really
I didn't
annoying
even
right now.
I didn't even get to see that backside where they all are. Right? That's like the part I didn't see, and Rachel told me that was all really sandy.
That's tough. It just feels like the energy is getting sucked out through the sand.
It's like dream running. Like, have you ever had a bad running dream where you can't?
Oh, you
run?
can't move?
Where you're running as fast as you can, you don't go anywhere. You're like on the ground clawing and still not moving.
Yeah, that's what running in California kitty litter is like.
Yeah.
Well, I am, for one, psyched for you because this is great shoulder season. I mean, you're headed into like prime Sierra mountain climbing. So do you have any, I'm sure you were probably kind of waiting to see how you feel, but now that maybe there's a little bit more energy in opportunity, do you have any routes you're eyeing or climbs you want to do?
Yeah. So I've become a very high fitness, low skill athlete this year because it's
that's such a great, I know what you mean.
You know what I mean? Like I just like haven't been climbing much like at all. Like I just feel like it's all been focused on fitness and endurance, and skill was just kind of like, eh. And so it'd be nice to like maintain some of this endurance. I'm just going to dial my running volume back for a little bit and work on some more technical stuff. I really want to do some big like ski mountaineering objectives on the Eastern Sierra in the spring. So I'm going to really hammer like my ski technique through the winter, get my skiing down, and get back into the ski mountaineering stuff for a little bit and use running as just like enjoyment and fitness support. Work on the climbing and skiing skills for the next through the winter.
I love that. We got to link up for a ski mountain route. That'd
You're
be
pretty
fun.
close. I think if we go to the Sierra, we're like, are you in San Diego still?
Yeah. So we can meet in the
Just
middle.
halfway.
Yeah, exactly.
It's pretty sweet.
No, I feel that so much every time I get deep into running season. I basically go back to like 0 on climbing. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm gonna get better at climbing and I get better, and then massive break off. So yeah, I totally understand the skill set.
Yeah, you totally get it. The type of stuff you've done an athlete you are,
but yeah, the skiing, pray to the POW gods that we get, the powder gods that we get a good year again. So
and like ski mountaineering, backcountry skiing, ski touring is also
so good.
Such great carryover for mountain running, and
absolutely.
I think it was it. I don't ever know how to say her name. Anna Gibson.
Yeah, she's a big skier.
Like, she maintains, and she's fit. Like she's a freak athlete, and she maintains a lot of her fitness through the winter through skiing and stuff.
Yeah, so. I mean, even actually when we saw Katie Scheid really starting to break out, she was getting more into the ski-mo. Martina Valamusi,
she won.
She won. Yeah.
She's such a badass.
So awesome. Yeah, we had. It's been the day of the gyms. So Jim Walmsley took first in Jimmy Elam crushing. So yeah, Jimbo took first at the long trail. Katie Scheid also took first at the long trail. But yeah, I think ski-mo is a pretty epic way to keep in shape.
I'm picking your brains on it. I just moved back to Vermont, and I was a ski instructor when I lived there 7 years ago. Like, I'm a solid skier, but I haven't crossed over to ski-mo yet. And this winter's the winter.
Yeah. Multi-sport, baby.
Yeah, multi-sports. And it's the way to last, have a long-lasting career.
Mentally and physically.
Yeah, for sure.
I have never felt burnout on running before until this year when I pretty much only ran a ton. And I'm like, oh, man, I really miss all my other things. And there's only so much time in the day.
Yeah. Can we just buy some more time? I don't want to buy it, actually, but I would if I could.
I do want to give a quick update on what's happening. We have Johnny Cuplack, who we know is a big crowd favorite. He is through our water only, which is Indian Summit. So he is just leaving mile 116.8, looking to be our 6th male at this point. So come on, Johnny. You got this. Johnny Appleseed.
Throw some apples in the chat if you're cheering for Johnny.
Awesome. Well, Shelby, any last questions for Chrissy? Will it let you get back to recovering and getting some glycogen in the legs?
What are you going to do for the rest of the
My
day?
mom still came. I texted her this morning really early, and I'm like, hey, you don't still have to come to Mammoth. She's like, I'm still coming. I want to hang out. So she just got here, and we're still going to hang out for the day. I really want to go spectate a little bit and go to a few of the, like maybe go down to the Lee Vining aid station, the big one, and say hi to some people, some buddies still out there.
Nice.
Oh, that'd be epic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still got to go support everybody.
I mean, and that is trail running.
Yeah, that's trail running.
You are going to make probably a big difference in those runners, you know,
Yeah,
race
anything I can
from
do.
You being out there cheering for
Yeah.
them. And so that's
Yeah.
a win. And
Yeah.
your mom will get to still like see the experience.
And not be nearly as stressed.
Yeah,
She will be
seriously.
significantly happier.
Exactly.
Yeah. Oh, this is a good pivot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's good.
Congratulations.
I'm staying in a good headspace. You still
Yeah.
just got to stay positive, you know?
Yeah. This DNF's like its own special trophy.
Yeah.
I love that.
We should get a little trophy. Little mini DNF belt buckle that's like this big.
We'll make that happen.
I love it. Well, Chrissy, thank you so much for joining
thank
us
you
and
for having
sharing.
me.
Yeah, it really means a lot. And I know that sometimes I know I've been in the place where sometimes I'm like, yeah, I'll talk about this, and other times I'm like, I need a day or two. So we so appreciate you coming in to chat with us and
Thanks.
sharing.
Yeah. Yay.
Yay, thank you. Hopefully it wasn't too awkward.
No.
You're great.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're awesome.
Sweet.
Set this here.
Yeah.
Yeah. It looks like we're still on the screen, but that's cool. What up?
So we do have a Mammoth Chronicles Part 4. I think we're on 4. That is going to come up quite soon. So look forward to that. Again, just incredible how quickly they are getting out these incredible pieces of content with the Chronicles.
Yeah, so this is how we've been watching you. It's been great.
Yes. All right. So we have, it looks like,
A dare.
yes, I'm like 99.9% sure that this is Etta Ramirez into, I'm going to guess that is Crater Mountain Aid Station. Looks like the family is taking care of him. Love to see it. Looking strong. Keeping the dust and the sun off the neck. Getting lots of fluids down, getting some food. Oh my gosh, now that is truly an array of liquid choices. I'm a bit jealous. Looks like we got soup, we got some sparkling water, we got ginger ale, Coke. Wow, that is a trail runner's dream. Also, anyone who has hyperfixation on having like 5 liquids with them at all times. Looks like we got some electrolytes too. Wow, that is a spread. Putting some maybe sunscreen back on or on. All right, we are going to do a sock change. Woo! Exciting stuff here. I'm seeing in the chat, Eder won least sleep at Cocodona. If anyone knows actually how much Eder did sleep, I would love to hear it. Oh, we have got great dual screen action going on. I believe on the left side, we have the King of Moab himself, Max, moving with a pacer, making his way down to Lee Vining. Looking smooth. I bet that section is quite toasty right now. So hopefully Max is staying well hydrated, moving along with his pacer.
Ooh, I want to see a close-up on his feet.
We don't give that away for free, Shelby.
Oh, that's the Mountain Outpost Patreon page if you would like to see.
She said it, not me. I almost did. All right, we got the shoes back on. Looks like we're rocking some Hokas. And we have a Max, the king of Moab, making his way down to Lee Vining. He is our Max. That is our second male, third overall. Then we have Amber Wabel, who is our fourth overall, second female. And then we have Eder Ramirez, who is our third male, fifth overall. So Eder is currently in the Crater Mountain aid station, mile 125.4. Looks like Max has the pulls out. Honestly, gosh, when you are descending some pretty steep stuff, it can feel so nice to relieve a bit of that pressure on your feet with having the pulls out on the downhill. All right, we have Max cruising along on some single track. We have Eder getting in some good calories on this. He is looking solid. All right, Eder is up out of the chair. Let's see if he is ready to take off. Looks like he's all suited up. Got a pacer with him. So we'll be bringing a friend along in this section. So that gives us our top 5 all having hit Crater Mountain Aid Station. That is Jimmy Elam, Rachel Entrikin, Max Jolliffe, Max Jolliffe. Yep, there we go. Don't come at me in the comments. I'm working on it. Amber Wabel, and then Eder Ramirez, all 5 through Crater Mountain Aid Station. That is mile 125.4.
And he's off. Toodles.
Oh. Yeah, that was a super efficient aid station. Took care of what he needed to, and he is back off and running. So he will be climbing out of this aid station about 1,000 feet over 2 miles, and then descending as we are seeing Max on the descent right now.
Oh, this shot is unreal.
Stunning.
We are looking at Max Jolliffe and his pacer cruising along in the Sierras, running the Mammoth 200, presented by Kraft. Max is currently the second place male, third overall. That looks like a nice downhill. It's not.
Yeah, it really doesn't look like crazy steep. Though at this point in the race, downhills are challenging, but it does look very runnable, like a nice grade.
Could be just walking a little, maybe putting away his poles. Hard to tell. But he is trekking along to Lee Vining. We have more runners at that water drop. Indiana Summit en route to Crater Mountain. This water drop is currently mile 116.6. Their next crude aid station will be at 125.4 Crater Mountain. These runners are more than halfway through the race, only less than 100 miles to go now.
Yeah, they are, just on the last 100-mile stretch. So we can't quite get an ID on this runner at the moment because we do want to be careful that we are IDing runners as correctly as possible. So if we can see a number, we will let you know who it is.
But I have a hunch I recognize his cameraman.
We have Kevin Goldberg back in the chat. What up, Kevin? How you doing?
Kevin, where have you been? What's going on out there? Confirmed. I did recognize that cameraman. It is Jeff Pelletier. And his pacer.
Which, last we checked, was Derek Lytle.
Or maybe Derek was waiting. I don't know. I don't
Oh,
know. Yeah.
I thought he had a pacer bib on.
He had a
but-
pacer bib on for sure, but I don't know if he was going or waiting or what part of his pacing mission he was on. Hard to say. But they're out there cruising, capturing some sick content of Jeff's experience. It's going to be an awesome recap video. There's a lot of interesting conversation about camera crews on course and media and the sport changing. How do you feel about it?
That's interesting. I love that more and more people are getting to see the sport because I do think that was I think that did make it difficult to grow the sport where people just didn't really know what it looked like. So it was hard to be a real, really involved in the way that we can be now. I do think that, it is interesting. I've run with camera people before, and they've all been absolutely wonderful people, but in some ways it does kind of feel like you are getting kind of a secret pacer when maybe you're not supposed to, or just, company when, other runners aren't getting that. But I do think, and also I think that there has to be some care of making sure that you are not getting information from the camera person that, other people don't have, like what's the gap? So I have heard that's a concern a bit, is it unfair that someone's being fed information that maybe other runners don't have? So I think that there just needs to be some care about how we are all approaching as we're growing so fast.
Yeah, I think it's great for the growth of the sport because, like you said, we're in these remote areas getting really crazy cool drone footage that we wouldn't otherwise get if we didn't have media teams. I think that, Chrissy just responded to my DM to come let us interview her after she DNF'd, and so I'm almost talking about myself now, but we need to be careful about sticking a camera in somebody's face when they're having a hard time. And so it was super cool that Chrissy was down to come and chat with us, but just being mindful of where the runners are at in their journey and not just, at an aid station throwing a camera in their face when they're having the worst day ever. And Jeff is obviously a different story. He's filming this for himself, so he elected to have cameras in his face, and he puts a camera in his own face, so it's different. But yeah, making sure we're respecting the runners is numero uno. But in general, I think the increased media is awesome, and we have a little bit of a rock sit. That looks
Love
like
a good rock
great
sit.
to sit
Yeah,
on.
that looks, if I were going to choose a rock, that's an epic rock to sit on.
Look at this landscape. It's pretty barren.
It is. And, it's so interesting to go from where you live in Vermont, where it's so condensed and green, to this barrenness. But gosh, they're just so beautiful in such different ways.
totally. There's just so much space on the West Coast.
Yeah. Yeah, it is funny though. We moved down to San Diego a couple years ago, and I went up to the PNW for a bit, and I was like, I don't think I realized how much I missed green. There's so much green everywhere. This is amazing.
Yeah, totally. After living in Southern California for 5 years, when we first went full-time van life, we road tripped back east, and I remember when things started to get greener. Like, you could feel the shift as you traveled across the country. And yeah, definitely by the time we hit Georgia, felt like the East Coast again.
Yeah.
Like in these thick green trees. Green leafed trees, I should say. The whole tree wasn't green. There's brown too, but
yeah.
You know what I mean.
No, absolutely. I think it's really nice to have the shifts and changes. Looks like we are seeing an overview of what Max is traversing at the moment.
So curious. It's clear that he's looking at his phone, and maybe he's messaging with Mackenzie, maybe he's changing a song, but I have definitely paced individuals who keep pulling out their phones and had to say, okay, enough phone time, let's focus on the running.
I will say, major shout out though to Kevin Goldberg, who is out in the race and is number 3 commentator for us right now.
Yeah, Kevin Goldberg, this was supposed to be an all-female commentating team. And there you are in the chat. Just kidding. I sent invoices after. Yeah, it could be hard to make an invoice on your phone while running a 200-miler and then emailing it out. I'm sure it's been done, though.
If anyone can do it, it's Kevin. We believe in you. Now, this is also such a great moment to have a pacer with you, where the pacer might be able to ask questions and relay that information. So say Max wants a milkshake or, something fun that the crew can have for him. So it's really nice to be able to, because I do believe there is decent cell coverage throughout the course that, they can have things at the aid station to keep Max's spirits up, and maybe his stomach is asking for something in particular. So
shout out to Christina Torres, who's listening to this on her long run. Who in the chat's done their long run today? What emoji should we use for that? Some feet emojis? Some like the 2 little walking feet emojis.
Yeah, let's do it.
Tell us about your long runs. How long were they? Were they 214 miles long?
Well, we know Kevin's is.
Yeah, Kevin.
Yeah, Shelby was able to get her run in this morning. I know Corinne was getting her run in, and I feel lucky I am up next to get my run in for the day before coming back.
Although my run today was definitely not long. but it felt good. You know, doesn't always have to be a long run to feel good. Just getting out there is a blessing. Somebody in the chat's going up for a Hurt 100 course loop.
That is awesome. I'm jealous. I mean, being here is pretty great, but gosh, anytime getting on a Hurt loop is so fun.
Alyssa is the Hurt 100 queen.
I hope someone takes it this year for sure.
Records are meant to be broken.
They
but
are.
Man, it feels good when you set one.
We also have Rebecca Barrett, who did a 25K this morning, got third. So awesome job out there. We have another runner doing a 30K trail tomorrow. Good luck. I did live in Kailua for a little bit. I have not lived in Hawaii for since 2018. So it's been a little bit of time since then. Yes, so we will be seeing other runners checking in and out of aid stations, just kind of circling the footage and getting some great drone shots of Max making his way to Lee Vining, which is mile 140.6.
It's really cool hearing about everybody getting after it today. Training ride for my first gravel race on 10-4, Staley. That's fun. Yeah, any day we get to move our bodies is a good day. Max Jolliffe on screen. 33 years old from Southern California. You may know him as the King of Moab.
Oh, legendary question. What's everyone's favorite post-run workout food? Shelbs, what is yours?
I don't know. It depends on my mood.
And the temperature.
Why is food so hard? I saw the best meme the other day that was like, what I want for dinner hasn't been invented yet. You know those nights where you're like, what's for dinner? I don't know. What do you want? I don't know. But let's see. Yeah, it depends on what the workout was and the temperature, but I like burgers and I like pizza and I love a good sandwich. Yeah, I think I have to go sandwich. Like,
ooh,
yeah,
that's a good call.
Yeah.
This is probably from my time living in Hawaii, but I love acai bowls.
Oh,
like absolutely love an
acai
bowl.
bowls. Where did we talked about acai bowls when we were in Austin, I think. Did we ever have one together?
Oh yeah, we didn't because the place we went to was closed. But yeah, because Zach, our friend Zach Friedley loves a good acai bowl, so we were talking about finding one. Oh, we have some great answers. Chocolate chip pancakes. We've gotten some beer, pizza and beer. Love it. Burritos. Meatloaf, fruit smoothie, ramen. You know, and this is I appreciate the question. If you're comfortable doing 40 miles a week, how much time would you say is a smart progression to run 100? You know, that is all dependent upon the individual, your running experience. I would say, you know, definitely take your time, but I think that's a great question to bring to maybe a coach that you're looking at. I really hesitate to give any specific answers, but really, yeah, give yourself some time. And yeah, I would highly recommend chatting with a coach if you're looking to make the jump.
Ribeye, yes. I recently figured out you can make a really good steak in an air fryer. Yeah.
I have not eaten red meat in 5+ years, but that is impressive.
Oh, it's so easy.
Does it like crisp
easier to
it?
clean up? Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, you can get it. You can get some crispy edges.
Man, now that is a van hack for sure. Air fryer, but I feel like you did in your apartment.
Air fryer with the van, but I think it would work. But the van would have to be either plugged in or I think the air fryer is too powerful for it to run off of our generator.
Yeah.
Yeah. I gotta try that though. But yeah, no, that was after van life. I was late to joining the air fryer train, and it is helpful when you have those nights that you're coming home from a hard workout and you're starving and you need something quick and easy to make.
This is also a great question. My wife is running her first ultra 50 miles in a month. Any advice? What would be your number one piece of advice?
Just don't ask her how she's doing.
I did not expect you to say that. That's great.
Yeah, I think that's like what you as a loving, supportive partner want to do is be like, how are you? Okay, is there anything I can get for you? And, you know, listen to her when she tells you her race plan ahead of the race. And then when she's out there, your job is to just help her execute that plan. Try not to complicate things.
Love it. Yeah, I think the biggest thing is when you're hitting a low is to go back to the basics. Do I need to eat? Do I need to drink? Is there anything that I need to change to help this moment to pass? So just keep hitting the basic eating, drinking, and making sure that your gear is appropriate and your pace/effort levels are matching where you're at. We're getting such beautiful visuals right now.
Yeah.
That lake looks like the sky.
I know. It's
I thought it was for a
crazy.
second.
Yeah, look at that lake.
Okay, so we are going to show Mammoth Chronicles. There we go. Episode 4. Pretty crazy. We have 0, 1, 2, and 3 all up, and we are going to show number 4 coming right up.
Enjoy.
Downside, of course, is you're leaving when it's dark, so you're not thinking, oh, I need my warm clothing as well, my light stuff, and then I need my sunglasses. So I ain't got any of that, but it's gonna be great. I love it. You know what the problem is about running this race?
What is it?
You can't watch any of the stream. You got no idea what's happening with all my friends in different places. I have no idea. Super blessed to have Colin with me. Colin and I have done a few things out in different places.
This will be 7 for 200s. We love the inaugural races. And just, man, it's so beautiful out here. Get to experience this amazing part of the country. This is awesome.
Big attraction to do any 200 is I get to go on an epic run, somewhat supported, for days, cover all this ground that you'd never would get to otherwise. So it's like a proper adventure.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too. Thank you.
Enjoy. Appreciate it.
If you see this on the stream, man, next year you're in.
What a day.
Look at that sunrise.
Isn't it amazing? The chilly night, I think, is over. It's a bit cold, and then that crew, you know, Day Station crew are just amazing. I can't say enough about them. They kind of put you back together and send you back out again. So, it's been a fabulous event. Thanks for everything. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much.
What do I do this for? I do this for this view. I do this for the runners. I do this because I get to call this an office. I don't think I can say anything more than that. Just look at this place. Not bad.
It was good. Had a few minutes of sleep. Lots of hiking. You can't beat the Sierra. It's amazing.
Oh my god, last night was brutal. I was like never gonna be warm again.
Yeah, it was really cold. Okay, you want to run down this hill to look good?
Just to look cool.
Thanks, dude.
Go.
We're about to
Good
change our clothes dramatically.
Yeah, it's gonna be hot.
Assume that 40 magic to get up the hill.
Oh.
Oh my god, it was great. I slept for like 2 hours. I feel incredible. Oh, it's so beautiful. Oh, they had tater tots at the last aid station. They were so good. The sunset at Convicts Lake, epic. Had a low peak and rally, but feeling good now. Yeah. Thank you. Have a good one.
Have a good one. Thanks, Tony.
This course is ridiculously beautiful. You can't make time during the day, could you? Chad!
I
little bit of a climb right there.
Didn't move quite as fast as I wanted, but I kept moving, so that was the important part.
We were cruising. Cold. It was actually really freaking cold, but it was nice, beautiful, super clear. Lots of stars.
It's growing on me. The views were epic yesterday during the daylight. Trails were very nice to be on. Wasn't too warm, wasn't too cold, so yesterday was a good day. Hopefully we get the same today.
Hello, hello. This is Shelby Farrell here with Alyssa Clark, and you are watching Mountain Outpost coverage of the 2025 Mammoth 200 presented by Kraft. On screen right now, on the right side, we have Callie Smith, who is the third place female. She is filling up her water bottles at Indiana Summit, mile 116.6, making her way to Crater Mountain. And on the left side of the screen, you are looking at Jimmy Elam, who is leading the race.
Mr. Jimmy Neutron himself has continued at rocket speed on this course. So impressive. Has gone farther than the farthest distance he's ever raced, his first 200 miler, and has just continued to keep up such a strong pace. Stoked to see it. We are closing in on almost 30 hours, hitting 29 soon, but these runners are doing such a great job. Callie Smith has been so consistent, so strong throughout the race so far, so love to see it.
It's been a wild day too of the Mammoth 200.
Yeah, I don't believe that we have seen too many drops today. It seems like the numbers are actually not too big on the drops right now. I just actually took a look not too long ago. We can pull that up.
I will say I was very sad this morning. I woke up around 5 a.m. and I had a message from a friend that was sent at like 3 a.m. East Coast time. And she was like, "What happened to Tara Dower?" And I know everyone in the chat is like, "What happened to Tara Dower?" Well, she dropped. And that's more or less as much as we know and can say. And she's fine. And we will do our best to get her in for an interview at some point if she's open to talking about her experience. You'll hear about it eventually. But there were also 2 other drops on the female side that bummed me out because I was really rooting for them. We had Chrissy Harkleroad in the studio not too long ago. She unfortunately had to pull the plug
due to some heat issues.
Throwing up, can't keep food down. That is such a bummer. She was at Green Church, 69.1 miles in. Go ahead and rewind and listen to her. It was really cool to have her in here.
Yeah.
Because after you put yourself out there to do something like this and then have to ultimately not finish, it hurts and you don't always want to talk about it, but she was really game to talk about it. So yeah, she pulled the plug at Green Church, 69.1 miles, which she said was the fastest she's ever covered that distance, and she was able to do it with a smile on her face, even if the smile was sometimes forced. And so it was really cool to hear that she was finding wins within the
Absolutely.
within the defeat, I guess. Yeah.
No, super strong. And also, unfortunately, we had another female drop. You know her a bit better than I do.
Parley Hannon.
Parley, thank you.
I don't know her that well, but we have some things in common. And so she is going to come in probably around 2 p.m.-ish, it sounds, to tell us her story. But Parley is really interesting because this was her first ever sanctioned trail race. So she has a background in running real fast marathons. I believe she did a 2:35 at the Olympic trials. So she had to run extremely fast to get into the trials in the first place. Like, so fast road marathon background and beyond. Yeah, I have just like so much respect for her coming into this multi-day distance, and the catalyst was the speed project, which is what we have in common. I don't know, we'll hear a story from her, but rumor on the street was she jumped into pacing someone during the speed project a couple years ago, ended up running 240 miles and said, hey, I like this, I don't feel that bad, and then went and finished both the speed project Los Angeles to Las Vegas and the speed project out in Chile, and yeah, just like crushed it. So this was her first real sanctioned race. And for those of you that don't know, the speed project is a unsanctioned, choose your own adventure, no rules format. You create your route. We'll have her tell us more about it when she comes into the studio, but she also pulled the plug last night, so I was sad to wake up to see 3 lady crushers on that DNF list.
Yeah, it is always sad to see that, but that is, that's part of the sport. It's part of the excitement, is just, we don't know what's going to happen. And I believe that we have Amber on screen making her way down to Lee Vining. She opted to go pacerless on this section, so using that mental strength to get herself to Lee Vining, which is at 140.6.
I'm a huge Amber fan. I said from the beginning, I don't even want to call her a dark horse because her results are really impressive. She ran Western States and Hard Rock this year, and now she's out here just slaying the Mammoth 200. But what made me love her even more, again, if you scroll back a little, we have some audio of her on at the last aid station, and she seemed really sweet, and she knew what she wanted, and she got in and she got out, and her children were there, and one of them almost did a dance for us.
I think they said saving it for the next aid station.
I think they're going to coordinate a dance for us at the next aid station. I'm really looking forward to that. I love seeing the families all together supporting their runner and just making memories.
Absolutely. Also, a little while back, we have someone who's running the Hurt 100. So stoked for you. Hit me up on Instagram if you want to chat more about it. I can talk Hurt all day. I won't go into too many more details. It's definitely a soul race, and hopefully we'll be out there to support runners. So yes, let me know if you want to chat more about Hurt 100. We are getting some absolutely stunning footage. We're seeing Amber making her way down to Lee Vining.
You know, it wasn't too long that we saw Max go through this exact section.
Yeah, I will be excited to see Max coming into Lee Vining. I would say that maybe like 45 minutes or so, maybe a little bit longer for Max. We'll see. He did take the best rock seat I've ever seen. Truly an incredible rock to sit on.
It looked like a saddle.
Yeah, it looked like I probably would have taken a nap there for sure. So hopefully we will be seeing Max getting into Lee Vining Aid Station in not too long. Man, she looks great.
Yeah, she's just rocking and rolling.
Oh, Lake Sonoma 100K. That is a great race. I've done the 55K version, and I think when I finished, my comment was that is the most runnable 8,000 foot gain 50K I've ever done. It is so rolling hills out there, like a lot of gaining and descending, but it's all very it's not mountainous. It's all kind of that rolling terrain. It is stunning. Great race. Definitely one of the OG racing series, which I believe Heidelsberg Running Company puts on the Lake Sonoma 100K. So you are in for a big treat on that. All right, so that is going to be my time for the next few hours while I go sneak in a run. But this is Alyssa Clark signing out for a little bit, and we will have Shelby and Corinne taken on the mics for the next few hours. So thank you all, and I will see you in a bit.
Thank you, Alyssa. Enjoy your fitness today. I know you have a killer workout that you are absolutely going to crush. We are looking at F2, Amber Wable, cruising through this crazy drone shot. I mean, she's just like a tiny dot rolling down that trail on the left-hand side of the screen. And then we have our 4th place male, Xander Chase, getting some good calories. It's a beautiful day in Mammoth. In case you're just tuning in, you are watching the 2025 Mammoth 200 presented by Kraft. I'm Shelby Farrell, and we just had a little commentator swap. So we are welcoming back Corinne Shalvoy.
What's up, everybody?
Woo! Woo! I think she just got out to a part of the course.
I did. It was very nice. I got out to Convict Lake.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I had been staring at it all day yesterday on their cameras, and I got to experience it in person, and it's absolutely gorgeous. It is very busy because it is a Saturday. There are a lot of families out there fishing and boating and hiking. So it is, I'm glad a lot of our runners were going through there yesterday versus today, but it's almost exactly 3 miles around the lake itself, and it's really nice. I mean, it's for all intents and purposes flat. There's a couple little little ups and downs, but you're just running the rim of the lake, and therefore you're getting kind of a little bit of cooler temperatures from the water coming off of it. The water's super blue, and then you just have these stunning like remnants of what were volcanoes in the background, and some of the leaves are changing. It's really, really cool.
That sounds amazing. Yeah, we saw a bunch of shots of Convict Lake yesterday. It was a drool-worthy scene. I'm so glad you got out there. In a 3-mile loop, that sounds like it's a perfect place to do repeats when it's not a Saturday and there's a bunch of families.
Yeah, I
out
did
there.
do 2, but I couldn't bring myself to do 3, so I got in about 7 miles, but that was fine. That was perfect, and we're just gonna take whatever we can and piece it together here. Some doubles, some talking, some running in between, and yeah, we'll make it work.
Yeah, I mean, I think you've been listening to a all-female commentator team that has big running goals, and sometimes you got to be flexible with your schedule, and it's going to be okay.
Yes.
We put in a lot of work. If you have to shift things around, miss a few miles, it's not the end of the world. So,
and as they say, stress is stress is stress. So, it's also expending energy to be talking all day long and being here with you guys. And so that is its own form of energy expenditure and training. And it's super fun. I wouldn't rather be anywhere else. So,
yeah, we just need Strava to get a tracker for commentating.
Talk track. How many words per minute have you spoken today?
That'd be good.
So what's happening? What did I miss? I didn't have a ton of service out there. So it was, as much as I want, Shellcore is back at it. P. Forster, we are back.
P. Forster, did you go to sleep last night?
I know, right? We're still getting mammoths in the chat. Does that mean people want to do the mammoth? Because earlier we said throw a mammoth emoji in the chat if you want to run this race. I don't know, David Cause, is that, or just hype in general around mammoth? I don't know, but what are we looking at? Is this Xander Chase?
What are we looking at?
On the right?
Yes.
Okay.
It looks like, yes. So we have
chugging some fluids right there.
He's been getting in some good nutrition here, and then we just switched over to Jimmy Elam on the left.
Oh man, he is moving so incredibly well.
Just cooking.
Does he have a pacer? Or is that a camera following him? Do we know? I don't know. It's a little hard to tell. Oh, we're getting closer. We're getting closer. There we go. And I will say, like, it's like right now, looking at this, like, sun, it does feel warm out there. When the sun is out, again, we're at between 6,000 and 10,000 feet most of this race. So I think yesterday Jimmy was implementing the ice bandana. Wouldn't be surprised if that comes out again today.
We did have a guest.
We had a guest?
Yes.
Woo!
We had a guest.
Who did we have?
Chrissy Harkleroad
Really?
came
in?
on,
Amazing.
And she actually talked quite a bit about the heat.
Okay.
She's had some previous heat stress injuries, and so the heat really was not good for her yesterday.
Wow, that's fascinating. Good to hear. She's doing okay. Obviously, she came in and talked. That's super cool of her.
Really wonderful hearing
Nice.
from her. And her mom came out to see her race, and she was like, "Mom, you don't have to come out anymore." But her mom was like, "No, I'm coming." So she's going to head out to some aid stations and spectate and cheer on runners, which was so cool to see.
Oh, that's awesome.
She was in good spirits. And
That is awesome.
Yeah, really grateful for her to share her story. But it is hot. Yeah, like Xander's putting on an
There
ice
we go.
bandana right now. I think you knew
Case
we were
in
talking
point.
about
Case in point. There you go. Listening to the live stream. Time to implement the cooling.
I was like born and raised at sea level and live at sea level currently, and so I'm not an expert on high altitude climates, but when I was out pacing Joe McConaughey at Cocodona 250 in 2022, we were in Flagstaff, and it was a similar situation where I think it was 69, 70 degrees, and just like actually really hot though, and it's that altitude factor.
Altitude factor, depending on the surface, it could be like emanating off of the rocks, which are holding on to some of that heat. Yeah, absolutely. Like you can be at 8,000 feet and it can be 80 degrees and it can feel like 100.
Yeah. We were dumping water on him every chance we got through the 18-mile section even, to try to cool the core body temp down.
Yeah.
So
Jimmy Eat World Elam is
that's
shredding.
Good.
Jimmy Eat World Elam.
High UV index. Yep. Aaron knows.
Yep. And exposure, right? If you don't have any tree cover. On the flip side of that, it's like the second the sun goes down, 60 degrees can feel like 45. Mm-hmm. So it can kind of change on, really quickly. So did Chrissy share anything around it? Was it the heat that kind of caused her to make the decision to stop, or did she share?
Yeah. She couldn't hold any food down.
Oh, man.
And so she ended up pulling the plug at Green Church, mile 69.1.
Okay.
But she had a lot of great things to say. I had her tell me about her race from the start of it, and she said that just like everybody was cheering for each other, all the way up to the summit. Like she had conversations with Timothy Olson and Jeff Pelletier, was like interviewing people with his camera, and just really great camaraderie, it sounded like.
Very cool.
Just that reminder that with trail running, it's not like the NFL or where you never get to see your heroes. Like everybody's out there together doing the same thing, and it's pretty spectacular.
Yep. So is Jimmy on his way to Grant Lake? He's been through Lee Vining and the gate already?
Yes. So he has been through Lee Vining. I don't know about the gate. He's past the gate. Okay, cool.
On the tracker shows his next waypoint will be Grant Lake. That's going to be mile 160. Wow. He is moving. And then which aid station here is Xander at? Looks like he's taking a good amount of time. Crater Mountain. Okay, Xander back at Crater Mountain. You're M4 right now at mile 125.
Yeah, so we've seen Rachel leave Lee Vining. We saw Amber Weibel and Max Jolliffe leave Crater Mountain.
Mm-hmm. How do those individuals look? Did we get any intel? What did you think, at least just observing them, Shelby? How do they seem to be doing?
Yeah, so Max came in first. I think there might have been about a 45-ish minute gap. We wrote it down somewhere. Between him and Amber leaving in that aid station.
Okay.
He had his all-star crew. They did something really cool, actually, that I want to tell you about.
Yes, I want to hear. Tell me what happened.
We're watching the crew waiting for Max, and they look, like crew does when they're waiting. I'm starting to feel anxious watching them wait. Comes in, and one of his crew members, who was wearing jeans, put on Max's pack, and we were like, wait, this is weird. We didn't know it was Max's pack at the time, but we figured it out.
Put on a pack?
We were like, is this guy with jeans going to pace Max? No. We had already seen his other pacer with the bib on.
Okay.
He put on the pack to pack the pack.
Yeah, that is so smart.
Isn't that smart?
That is so smart. You know how many times it's been like, here, pack this pack, and like somebody's holding it or it's laying down, and it's so much harder to pack a pack. That is total pro move. I love it.
Bottles in.
Yeah.
And also just knowing how it sits on your body to then be able to hand it to Max and be confident that it's actually going to, feel good on the runner and not just be some weird weighted pack because your crew just shoved a bunch of nutrition in a random pocket that you're never going to find.
That's awesome. Great move.
That was cool. Yeah, it looked like he had some like stuff in his eyes. He wiped his face. We saw him take a little washcloth bath. I'm excited to see what the meme lords do with that.
Yeah,
we had a little thirst trap scene from Max at Crater Lake before he went off with his pacer. And then Amber came in, and she was so sweet. I can't wait to meet her. I'm going to hunt her down.
She seems very cool.
She was so sweet. She knew what she wanted. She did say something like, oh, this sand is really annoying.
Okay.
Yeah, we had audio on a couple of our aid stations today, which was wonderful because you could actually, hear what was going on.
Yeah, for sure. No, I think the sand and the surfaces out there, I mean, I got a little bit of a taste of kind of that kitty litter type, and some of the kind of like deepish. It wasn't quite sand, but it was kind of gravelly out there in places, and like you sink into it a little bit. So definitely could see that being a bit annoying, especially if your legs are getting heavy, you're starting to have trouble picking up your feet, all those things.
But she didn't change her shoes or socks. She was solid. Like she knew what she wanted. She was in and out. And her daughter is hopefully going to do a dance for us at the next aid station.
A dance?
Yeah.
How old do we think her daughter is?
Oh, she was young.
Really young? Okay.
6.
Okay.
6.
Okay. Can't wait.
7.
Can't wait. That'll be great.
So that was really great to see. Rachel came through, Lee Vining.
What is the Lee Vining aid station vibe? What is that? I haven't seen it yet, so
didn't really see the aid station. We
Okay.
saw they were set up at a vehicle.
Got it.
And they had a really good setup for her. I mean, they had this sweet precision kind of blankety thing down with her shoes and everything lined up. Really neat.
Okay.
Like, it was art went into the setup of her gear there. It was.
There was aesthetic around the gear
it was well
layout.
Organized.
Very
well
good.
Organized gear, which we love. And so she came in and she did a little wardrobe change to basically the same outfit that she was wearing, but like maybe slightly different colored shorts and the same fresh version of the same shirt.
Okay. Just another one.
Yeah. It's funny. You start to think about people as like cartoon characters a little bit, where they're wearing like one outfit the whole time. Like I think about like the old Nickelodeon show Doug or something, and Patty Mayonnaise, and like they're just they all have their like outfits, and like Rachel very much has an outfit for this race. So if she was a cartoon character, like that would
There's
be her
no
outfit.
like external skins you can buy. You cannot get extra. Like this is coming from the Mama 2 boys who play things like Fortnite and Gorilla Tag, where you can buy accessories and cosmetics for your characters. We're gonna say she doesn't come with any extra accessories. It's like it's always the same.
Doesn't seem like she needs them.
Okay.
I think we heard her pacer say that she was like just in short sleeves through, most like through the night. I don't know, through whatever section he had with her.
Interesting. We saw her wearing like a long sleeve early this morning.
Okay. So
or maybe a jacket and some gloves, but I believe still in shorts.
Yeah.
So
maybe that's what he said.
And then I believe that one of her main crew members, if not her partner, I think it's Kevin, I did ask, because we do have a direct line to him, if she had slept yet, and he said no and is not planning to.
Oh, yeah.
So whereas we did hear that Jimmy Elam has taken 2 10-minute naps.
Interesting. Have we heard stories of Rachel hallucinating? I don't think I've heard any hallucination stories from Rachel.
Not that I can recall.
Yeah.
Not that I can recall, which is interesting. So, yeah, is there a genetic component to your sleep deprivation talents? We don't know, but one thing we do know is that Rachel has not slept yet and does not plan on doing so, according to her crew.
Yeah, so she got in and out of there pretty quickly. She's probably feeling ready to finish, honestly. If I know Rachel, she's ready to get it done at this point. It's hard when you're running in no man's land for so long. Like, she has kind of been on her own little island.
And is this on the left of your screen there around yet another lake? Super pretty area. Does look like it could be a bit, undulating terrain in there. We are following a runner. I feel like that looked like it could have been like a maybe.
I think it could still be. It's Jimmy.
Is it Jimmy still with
Pacers,
with Pacer?
Anna
with Anna Fisher,
yeah.
his partner. Amazing.
Yeah, look at her leading him through. Love to see it.
That is awesome.
And Xander's getting ready to head out. I love watching the Pacers because I've definitely been in that situation where like, oh, okay, yep, now we're going. She just like shoved the food in her mouth. She's like, all right.
Got to pay attention to my runner, but got to pay attention to myself. Make sure I have everything I need.
Anna's really pulling him. That's really cool to see. She like recognized the gap, I think, slowed down a little bit. Like she looks like she's a good pacer.
Nice. And I believe Xander Chase won the Zion Ultra 100 miler earlier this year in April, running in 1909 at that event. Probably great training. Don't know a ton about Xander. If you know Xander, let us know. Let us know about his background. Share with us why he decided to do the Mammoth, if anyone out there is aware. Okay, is this the pine forest we've been hearing about? There's like a lot of trees right there. We did hear, maybe not. We did hear one of the largest contiguous specific type of pine forests.
Yeah, Jeffrey pine.
Jeffrey
forest.
Pines exists in this.
I thought
those
I
are not
saw
Jeffrey
some
pines.
white trunks, which makes me maybe think it was a birch tree, but then right past them, yes, there are a ton of pines.
And that's
not sure,
gorgeous
but it
view
is
of
gorgeous.
that. Holy moly.
And just such contrast to what we just saw Max and Amber traversing, which felt more like this high desert.
Yeah, barren kind of,
wasteland. It's
yeah,
not a wasteland,
open.
but very barren and open. No tall trees, just shrubs that are ready to take a beating when the winds pick up.
Yeah, rockiness. Yeah, this is very much like a foresty type vibe here.
Beautiful.
It is beautiful.
Seeing the changing leaves. Who says you don't have seasons in California? I guess we're in Northern California though. We're in like, no we're not. We're in Southern California. Where am I?
We did fly into SFO.
Yeah, that confused me.
Which is Northern California.
And then we flew south to Bishop. But yeah, I'm coming from the East Coast where our leaves are just starting to change, although it was a very, very dry summer, so they're kind of brown. I don't know if we're going to get the vibrant colors that we usually get in Vermont for leaves. But being an East Coast girl and then living in Southern California and not having seasons was very weird at first. You forget what time it is, and then all of a sudden it's Christmas, and you're like, oh, snap, it's winter. Like you understand seasons by like walking into a Target and seeing the like.
Oh no!
Halloween
Just
display,
don't walk
you know?
into a craft store because they put stuff out like 3 months ahead. So, yeah, it is confusing. You're not totally wrong. Like I had to look this up too. I don't know. We're central. We're more central California, eastern, northern, northeastern. You know, I mean, relative to San Francisco, like. California is just a massive, massive state, and so I don't think we're Southern California. We're in north to central, eastern. Yeah. We're in the Eastern Sierra. We're just gonna call it that. That's where we're at.
Yeah. No, you definitely got me. It was flying into San Francisco made me forget like where on a map I was.
I had to look it up because I forgot which direction we went after that SFO. Near miss of a connection. That was crazy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Somebody wanted to know if we had races coming up ourselves. Thanks for asking. We did get that question earlier also. I'm running the Javelina 100K in a few weeks here, and Shelby's going to be at Javelina, likely.
Yeah.
So she'll be there. Do you have anything else you want to share in terms of race plans? You're still deciding.
I need to find a race plan.
Okay, what should Shelby run next? Throw it in the chat.
I'm like so torn right now because I love the multi-day distance. I feel like I can continue to be competitive in it. I haven't had like the perfect race, but I've had some solid multi-day performances, but it takes so much out of you. And this will zap you, and you have to want it. Like you have to be willing to put yourself through. I'm not unbreakable, even though I do have a pump up song called Unbreakable that I really enjoy. But yeah, so there's a part of me that really is curious about exploring 50Ks, 50 milers, and working on getting some speed.
Nice.
I do like 100 milers though too, and I don't know. I don't know what to do. I'm so confused. Help.
Road marathon.
I'm honestly tempted to do a road marathon too.
Okay, we got lots of suggestions here. Backyard, River to Clouds 100, Lake Sonoma 100K, Bromont Ultra 50 miler, the Tahoe Rim Trail FKT, and someone says you need to run the Arizona Monster 300. Thank you for all your suggestions. Or the Winter Spine in the UK. We're running the gamut here.
I want to do all of them. Stop! You're making it even harder.
You'll just add them to the list.
Fridge FKT. That sounds fun.
Somebody already holds that. Ellie Pell on her bio holds the couch to fridge FKT.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah.
I mean, Erin, I am a really good pacer, and I have some serious Hurt 100 pacing experience.
Did you pace Alyssa at Hurt?
I paced Mercedes.
Siegel Gaither at Hurt. Okay.
I watched Alyssa storm that course when she got the course record. Like, you could feel her energy probably within 100-mile radius of the course. Like,
nice.
Alyssa was so determined. And Mercedes had a great race. I believe she came in 7th female. I put out a little YouTube video about it.
Nice.
But I don't think I ever need to race Hurt. I've done the full loop and then some now.
Which is how many miles? You do that like 5 times? Okay. Okay.
Yeah, a lot different than Javelina.
Looks crazy. So looks really technical and interesting.
Runnable sections. I don't know.
Okay.
Let's go back to this list. Lake Sonoma is really intriguing. I love Heldsburg Running Company. Skip Brandt's just an incredible race director. He cracks me up.
Oh yeah, he is super funny.
But I live on the East Coast now, so I feel like I should do some East Coast races. And don't say Rim to River 100 because I've done that already and it was awesome. Had a really great experience. That was maybe one of my best races as far as putting together a race was Rim to River 100.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's
and I
awesome.
did it after like failing my long trail FKT attempt. So like you said.
Yeah, a lot of times. I mean, we're seeing Jesse Haynes out here crushing. He DNF'd Cocodona 250 earlier this year. Appears to be having very much a different experience. A lot of times we have these breakout or really, really strong performances after something that was either super challenging or that we had to drop out of. So the lesson there is just always keep going. There's another race, and sometimes you never know that if that's going to just turn into an epic performance for you at the next one.
Yeah, Max is another one too. He came off of a...
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Woo! Very, very crazy finish to his Cocodona. Not finish, but he had
He
to.
was so close to finishing.
He was literally
That was
like
the
in
thing.
Flagstaff.
Yeah. The
Miles
last crude aid station.
miles from the finish, and had to go to the hospital.
And then
Brutal.
Pulled off an amazing run at Angeles Crest 100, and now he's out here sitting in 3rd place overall, 2nd male at the Mammoth 200. So, yeah, man, I don't know. There's so many cool options.
There are a lot of suggestions for you here. Let's switch gears to what are you all in the chat racing next? What is your upcoming race? Let's see what you guys are getting ready and preparing for as you watch this stream and get inspired. I mean, that also kind of looks fake. Look at the sky in this drone shot. That's really wild looking and very cool.
No, that's
that's the lake.
Yeah,
Holy
we
crap.
did this earlier, and we were like, wow, the lake looks like the sky.
The lake does look like the sky.
So blue. So blue. Let's see who. Okay, we're watching Amber. I had a feeling that this is where Amber would be. We've seen Max go through this area, and she is running really well. It looks like her poles are away. She is just on a mission.
Is this Amber?
Yeah.
Amber Weibel.
Yeah. Running pacerless. I love it. Philly Marathon, Jessica. I ran the Philly Marathon like before I got into trail running, or sort of simultaneously while I was getting into trail running. That's a cool one. There's just so much history. Ooh, Jackass Night Run. I'll keep my eyes open for you, Stephanie, although I have no idea what you look like. But I will be at Javelina doing something somewhere.
Yep. Someone's doing the Delirious West 200 in Australia.
Whoa, wait. I want to know
Delirious
more
West.
about that.
Yeah, that sounds interesting. And possibly the Cowboy Yeti 40K in January. Sounds tough to train through the winter for a January 40K, but good for you. Sedona Canyons 125.
That'll be awesome.
A good entry. Let's give Andrew Del Prete some suggestions on a first 100K. Which one's good for entry-level trail? I mean, we mentioned Javelina 100K as being a great option. It's not until October, but I think certainly a really good entry-level 100K in terms of like technicality and terrain, as long as you are able to train for potential heat. Shout out to everyone who is getting ready to run races. The Wild West 50K, the New Orleans 50 miler, DC Peaks 50 next Saturday. Good luck, Jordan. Shelby, run a VK.
Yeah, I know, Edgar. I'm responding to it. My message, I was typing while talking. I don't know what I actually wrote, but so I'll just keep talking. My only VK experience, and I guess it's not really a true VK, is the Dragon's Back Ascent.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, close enough.
It's close enough,
I
right?
feel like, yes. Counts.
Yeah. And that was really cool. It was in 2022, the first year of Mammoth Trail Fest. It was on the Sunday of the Trail Fest festivities. And I had done the other two races prior, so I was pretty exhausted. Plus, I was there for work. We were I was working at Koros at the time, and we were a sponsor, so it was, you know, talk about stress is stress. I was burning the candle on both ends and loving it. And yeah, Dragon's Back was really fun. I would do it again. Absolutely. I was nervous, actually. They lined us up in 2 waves, and I didn't even line up in the first wave because I was like that nervous. I was like, I don't need to go with those guys.
But retrospectively, should you have been there? Did it hold you back?
Actually, this is sort of a funny story. Possibly. So yeah, I think I ended up beating Hillary Yang, our race director, by like maybe a few seconds. But it was like
finish
that
with Hillary
awkward
Yang
thing because she was in the first wave and I was in the second wave. So it was like,
from a time standpoint, chip time, yeah.
Yeah, and so that was the first time I ever encountered Hillary Yang, and she's a super sweetheart, and she's an absolute crusher on the trail. So it makes sense that she is the race
hard
director.
rock finisher.
Yeah, she's the race director for the Mammoth 200. She knows how to run a hard race, and she knows how to put on a hard race.
As is Tim Tollefson.
Yeah.
Visionary behind Mammoth Trail Fest and also this incredible loop. We are going to be joined tomorrow by the one and only Sally McRae. Sally did a recce of this course while they were thinking about preparing and creating the route. It's documented if you want to check it out on YouTube, and she is going to be here joining our all-female commentary crew to talk about her experience, talk about what the runners are going through right now, just the terrain that they're out there on, and it's going to be awesome to get her perspective, and everybody loves Sally. So stay tuned. Tune in tomorrow for that.
Yeah, tomorrow's going to be, I feel like, a party day.
Yes, agreed. We need party hats.
What kind of party hats? Like the cone ones or like a sombrero? What type of party
No,
hat?
they have to be really cool because of the cool swag here, so we have to
probably
keep in the
bucket
theme.
hats are kind of like party hats. The trail runner's version of a party hat is a bucket hat.
Yeah, maybe throw some lights on them or some, I don't know.
I love it.
I don't know.
Really?
Nice. Oh, sounds painful. Sounds so painful.
Well, I don't know if you can hear us whispering back here like little girls at a sleepover, but someone awesome just walked into the studio.
From across the way, welcome to the couch, Hillary Yang.
Thank you. I feel like you are much farther away. I feel like I sit in my little windowless room over there, surrounded by aid station supplies. And then all I know of the race is through you guys. So you're doing an amazing job. It's so much fun.
As are you. How are you feeling now that it's it's going?
It's going. Yeah. Day 2, I feel like is always kind of my favorite.
Okay.
Because day 1, in my experience with these races, is just kind of crazy. We have 17 aid stations that all have to roll out of here, and all the volunteers are coming in and grabbing stuff, and you're trying to make sure you don't miss anything crucial. It's just a little bit chaotic no matter how much you try to plan for it. And I knew it yesterday going into it, and I still felt like I'd run hard rock by the end of the day. It was just pretty crazy. But I feel like once all the aid stations are up and running, and you get the first kind of, early aid stations back, you're really just in a groove. Like everyone's just going. And it's been really fun because I've gotten to go out to a couple of the aid stations with resupplies. I think the Vons in Mammoth is everyone knows me there. And I'm the crazy girl that purchases eggs by 100 at a time. And they're just who is she? She comes in with toilet paper and eggs and out she goes again.
Very important.
Probably
Very important thing.
A doomsday prepper or something.
Yeah, that and I don't know, 50 pounds of cheese at a time. The fast packers are envious. But
these are critical things. You're hearing the most important staples of any 200-mile race.
Right. I think it's been sort of fun to be on the side, and honestly learning what people want and when they want it, and like just like kind of the nuances of 200 miles and the nutrition side of it is really interesting. And, you know, even like last night as it got cold, seeing what people were into and not, like, it's just kind of fascinating. So I feel like I have this front row seat to just like an a la carte menu of, you know, what do you guys need? And then I go and find it, and we have people that make it happen. And so, yeah, it's not boring.
It's good. Yeah, it sounds like a little bit of a psychological case study, seeing how this all unfolds. What was last night like?
Last night was a little crazy. It was kind of funny. So it was really just Tim and I holding down the fort with Joel, our communications director. And, you know, year one event, I think we know where we want to grow it to. And I think there'll be so many people that'll be involved as it grows. But for us, we were sort of like, oh, we'll be fine overnight. We don't need everyone to stay up, you know. And so we didn't really have a lot of extra volunteer help. And then it turned out it was so busy and we needed so many things. And Tim ended up driving for like 8 hours with a giant truck full of just water and everything to all the aid stations in the Glass Mountains.
Oh, wow.
And then I ended up doing multiple trips back and forth to sort of the front aid stations. And it was just sort of comical at one point. I was like, you're in a year one event when it's like the race directors are the ones showing up and like servicing the porta potty and giving you your things, but also like really fun because then we got to like see the runners, and I actually got to go and see some of the mid-pack at Green Church and spend a bit of time with them, and just like
they probably also love seeing you guys and just being able to say like, oh my gosh, like, you know, like I'm out here doing what you guys created, and thank you for creating it. And just almost like, you know, you're a little bit of the celebrity and the figurehead and the face of it. And for them to get to interact with you in the middle of the event is really cool.
It is fun. And it's like, you know, I think it's fun to be in the trenches together. Like, you know, the way I see it is there's no job too small for me or for Tim. And it's just
this
like,
is how any startup works. The CEO makes the peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. It is what happens and what must be done for it to be successful.
And that's where we are. And it's fun. And I feel like there will probably be a time where we're like, oh my gosh, you remember the nights when the two of us were like driving all over all night delivering supplies? But it's fun to be in it. And we just sort of, we'd go past each other and high five as we went, and just like, see you in 5 hours, and like off we go. Because, you know, a 200-mile course, it turns out it's a lot to even drive around and to get around and all that. But I am honestly just having the best time. And there have been so many minutes when I stand in my little room with all my supplies and I watch the broadcast and I see these incredible drone shots, and I'm almost like moved to tears. Like Tim and I stood there last night and watched the sunset shots, and we're just like, this is it. Like, this is what we wanted to show everyone, and how freaking cool, you know?
It is. Aaron Flesher asked if you're handling photos too. Highly doubt that you're doing that. Do you have your camera out there?
You know what is actually funny? Don't tell Tim this, but I am in the photo production schedule for one short shift up on Minaret Vista where we just have
can't help yourself.
I can't help myself. I might have my camera. I'm not really shooting. I am doing all the social media and managing all that. But I mean, you guys are also making us look good, so it's easy.
Well, I mean, like collective collaboration, joint force, you know, follow both Mammoth 200 on Instagram and Mountain Outpost to get some of that social content. A lot of cool stuff going up there from different vantage points, different perspectives. So videos, photos, it's all coming out.
Yeah, and I think for me as a storyteller, the heart of 200s is that they're all about stories, and they're all about these real roller coasters and experiences. And I think sometimes you get it in 100 miles, and sometimes you just kind of get through it, and it's like not this big epic. But I don't think you go through 200 miles without it being an epic in some way. Maybe unless you're Rachel, because I've never seen her not happy. But, you know, I think it's just even seeing some of the runners, and like we get updates from the course of like, oh, so-and-so is lying down. They're really feeling awful. It just happened with a runner, and it's like they slept for 2 hours, and then all of a sudden we got a message, yep, they're on their way to Crooked Meadows, feel good again. And you're just like, wow, cool.
It's all about just kind of riding the whole roller coaster of both physical, mental, emotional, but like over and over and to a degree that is like you're saying kind of inescapable, whereas we're starting to figure out maybe you can avoid that in 100 miles, but talk about 24, 30, 40, 60 hours, it's going to happen. And, you know, the people that can persevere through and kind of just stay steady, knowing that that's going to happen, are some of the people that are going to, you know, be successful here.
Yeah, I mean, I think I like popping in on the live tracker because I've just have time every few hours. It occurs to me like, oh, I should quickly go and do a bunch of social media and quickly go look at the live tracker. But seeing some of the names that were a lot further back yesterday, like Eder, and now Eder's like right up there. And I knew when Eder started, I'm like, third at Cocodona, of course he's going to bring it.
He wasn't third at Cocodona until the very end.
Yes, exactly, right.
He was. He finished third,
Yeah.
but we were like, who is this person that all of a sudden is in third place position? So, yeah, totally.
Yeah, and I really like connected with him, seeing his whole family out there and stuff. And so I wasn't worried when I saw him yesterday kind of farther back. I thought, no, we're still waiting for Eder to make his move. And, you know, people like Kevin Goldberg have a lot of experience in ultras. I know he's a fan favorite and is spending a lot of time in the chat, Kevin. More time running, less time chatting.
He said his legs hurt just a second ago. He chatted that his legs hurt.
As they should,
yeah,
Kevin.
I know.
Promise you
Totally
that.
normal. This is normal.
No, but it's really fun to see people that have done these races execute them really well. I think you don't have to have all that experience to execute a good race, but you should learn from these people and see how they pace it. And really, day one, it's so easy to get wrapped up in the race and the excitement of it, and we all do it, and it's amazing. And it was so cool to watch those storylines play out yesterday. But like, look where we are today, and it's like totally new storylines, totally new people that have just sort of found their way into the mix. And so I think that's cool. I think it's like there's a lot of time for things to change and happen, and there's a lot of just sort of like running your own race, I think. And also I think the biggest thing is not being hard on yourself if you're not feeling well for a while or if things aren't going well, because you have a lot of time to turn it around.
A lot of time. I mean, Jeff Pelletier, good friend of yours, I believe, you know, he's out there right
I
up
talked
there.
him into running this race, so I hope he's having fun.
I mean, he's right up there in the mix, and good on you, because I think he's doing great. And it was interesting to hear his previous interview talking about eating less, you know, real food, because that takes more energy to digest. And so he was switching up strategy a little bit, because he's somebody who's very familiar with really long efforts. And like, so yeah, he looks like he's thriving.
You've created such an incredible experience. It's been so cool seeing the families out there too. Like, it's truly a family-friendly community.
Timmy Olsen's kids are out there, just
lots of dogs.
Tons of
great dogs. Amber Wabel's family is adorable.
She is a crusher. Speaking
She's
of
so
someone that
good.
wasn't on my bucket list but should have been, like,
so good.
And that's what I love. I knew it would happen. I knew there'd be someone in the mix who were like, oh my gosh. And then I looked her up and I'm like, okay, like Tahoe FKT unsupported, you know, female holder, like, let's go. And that's
I didn't know that about her. That's a cool fun fact. I mean,
Yeah.
but this year alone, Hard Rock and Western both, like, and both of them well. The pros rarely do that. And so it's just amazing to see somebody that we're not super familiar with, who mother, you know, obviously like deep into, you know, in it late into her 40s, just totally throwing down. It's very inspirational.
It is. And I thought there was a great clip of her that we posted today where she's just so calm and cool and present. And I just thought that's the way to do these things. It's just like be in the moment. Is that Jessie?
That's Jessie Haynes.
Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, Jessie's another good friend of mine. And I mean, speaking of Jeff Pelche and Jessie Haynes, they went toe-to-toe at Moab a couple years ago.
They're the ones that went 1-2?
They were. With like a 5-minute gap, with like, that was up to now the most exciting finish I've ever seen for a 200-miler.
That was so exciting. Is it me, or is it just the pack, or is Jessie starting to lean just a tiny little bit?
I think his shirt is bunched up.
Okay.
I'm going to give him the benefit
We're going
of
to
the
say
doubt.
no.
Yeah.
He did have
his wife, Kira Henninger.
Yeah. Race director herself.
I heard that he went 4 miles without water before getting to that Indiana Springs,
Indiana Summit water drop.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So he's at Crater Mountain right now? Okay.
Yeah, so it's good to see him get through, but
We'll get some
he looked happy
electrolytes
when he
back
got to
in
that
him.
water drop.
Yeah.
Replenish the fluid stores.
Yeah, these are critical aid stations because it's another long section down in Mono Lake, and it is exposed in the middle of the day going up over Crater Mountain. I mean, those shots have been epic.
Yeah.
And that area feels like you're running on Mars, right?
Yeah, that's so cool.
Yeah, no, it's really fun to see these guys come through and crush it. And I know Jessie's working with Arterix, who I also work with, and they're hosting the aid station at Lee Vining.
Yeah, was it Matt who's heading that up?
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Nat's heading that up. And I have to say, shout out to Nat Baird. He's the marketing manager for the SoCal stores, and I feel like I have introduced him to this crazy world of long races. First it was trail running, and then it's like, no, 200-mile races.
Nice.
And all the way up here from LA, he was listening to podcasts about the race. He's been following the tracker.
Uh-oh.
And I'm just
He's all
waiting for
in.
Nat to sign up for his own 200-miler now. I think we got to ask him about that.
Yep.
But I just think it's really fun because 200-milers in a sense can be really approachable because you can relate to the story of just like persevering and doing something. And it doesn't mean you ever have to do it yourself, but I think everyone can get involved in that. And that's why the live stream's so great, because you just get kind of sucked into this like incredible journey, right?
And you see so many different people with different backgrounds, different running backgrounds, different athletic backgrounds, like doing this in a different way. People coming from, you know, short road marathon speed, somebody like a Jimmy Elam, to people that have just done long trail stuff and multi-day efforts, and yeah, coming in from both ends of the spectrum to take it on. It's really cool.
Yeah, it's exciting. I mean, you know, having the prize money this year, I'm not sure how much that plays into sort of the push for the podium. We'll sort of see as that plays out, I think. But I love the fact that it's like an equal opportunity thing, right? Like we might think we know who's gunning for those spots, but here we are and things have been totally shaken up, and I think it's kind of fun. It's just like, yeah, like everyone is welcome to just go for it and give it your best shot, or just have an amazing time out there. And to my knowledge, we haven't closed the aid station down at Green Church yet, but so far, every single runner has made it through all of our aid stations with at least 2 hours to spare for cutoff.
Wow.
Which is really cool, and that's something that I'm really proud of.
That speaks to like you figuring out what those needed to be and like really dialing that in. That is that's huge, and that's a major success.
I spent hours on it, Corinne. I lost sleep over it. Oh my gosh, there was so many times where I'm like, I'm just gonna finesse this by 30 minutes, and that feels good, you know, and like thinking of the terrain in each section, thinking of how far along it is, and like trying to give people enough time to have a nap, like all these things.
That's really fascinating.
Yeah, it's such a balance, because obviously you'd love to have just like as long as you need, but you know, volunteers are out there for 60 hours at Obsidian Dome and Inyo Crater and some of these aid stations, and so it's like there is limits, but I think that there's a sweet spot in just like creating an environment where everyone has the opportunity to really like do this and not feel like they're up against the clock the whole time. And so
because that's stressful. We've heard of many stories of people that are just, it is equally as stressful when you are chasing those cutoffs as if you are chasing down a course record or being chased by, you know, a super fast runner. And so that's awesome. And like also probably relieves you of the stress of having to tell somebody they're timed out, which I cannot imagine how difficult that would be as a race director.
Yeah, my like nightmare was like Summit 1 that someone would miss a cutoff, and I was like, no. But so it's cool to see it all play out and just to realize, okay, we did find a good balance. And I think, you know, you get through the first year and then you look at everything and you refine it all. But I feel like for a first stab at it, it's really nice to see that no one's getting timed out, you know, and everyone's got the chance to have their day. And it doesn't mean every day ends in the finish line, but you know, we didn't want to be the limiting factor.
Yeah.
Okay, 2 questions for you. 1, would you ever run this race?
Oh, hell yeah. Come on, Tim, you can do it by yourself, right? I'm going to run it next year. That's fine.
And then we've had a lot of people wondering when registration is opening. Is there any insight you can give to when to look for that?
Great question. So just like trailfest, even though that's 4 years in the running, for our permits, we can't announce the actual registration dates until we get that sign off for next year from Forest Service. But they are very actively aware of our event. In fact, they've been visiting all of our aid stations to make sure that everything looks good and that we're following all the rules. So if you're listening to this and you're at the aid stations, this is again your reminder to stay off the vegetation. You know, but I actually think everyone's being great out there. But that said, Forest Service have been so supportive and encouraging, and I think it really is about just like building something that is sustainable. And so to answer your question, we hope to be able to announce it soon, and it'll really be just like zooming out after the race and being like, how'd it go? How'd we do? Did we get the passing grade? And so I think, you know, I'm excited for those conversations, and I would say timing wise, we really like this time of year. So I think it would be, you know, pretty similar to this. Aiming for similar with some maybe tweaks, just sort of looking at how it all fits into the big picture and ecosystem. But yeah, I think it's a good time of year for it. And I mean, the weather's great. The leaves are changing colors. I know in the Sherwin area, we got some beautiful yellows and oranges happening. it's such a dance up here. If you do it much later, you're getting into like, you could have a snowstorm. So I think this is sort of like our sweet spot for this race for sure.
Seems like, I mean, the weather has been fantastic and really like seemed to hit this awesome weather window for the race this year.
So lucky.
It's
So
it's
lucky.
great. It's so good. But it's like allowing us to see the course in a really spectacular way. Another person had a question about the buckle.
Oh, the
Do you
buckle
know what
is
it?
beautiful.
Can you tell us what it looks like?
I can. I'm like just staring at the box of them off screen, you guys. They're like right over there. But Aravipa Artworks did our buckles. So shout out to Nicole and the whole team for working on the designs with me. And the buckle is a metal buckle with a wooden inlay, and it's got the icon of the mammoth like carved into it.
Sweet.
It's beautiful. I would wear it, and I never wear my race buckles. So
Multimedia. We got like texture.
Yeah.
There's definitely like
it had to be a
artistic-
little granular, you know? Like,
okay.
That's the designer in me. And then again with our podium awards, they're just gorgeous, and they feature like the elevation profile with this really beautiful carved like icon of the mammoth as well. And
Nice.
yeah, they're really, really pretty and sort of done in natural wood tones and stuff. And so yeah,
Awesome.
I feel like I've really leaned into sort of the environment for this race, and it's very sagey and earthy, and it just sort of suits it. So yeah, I'm really excited about those.
Very cool.
I get to unveil them soon.
Very, very cool. We're going to keep it under wraps as to exactly what they look like. You have to stay glued to all the channels and to all the people running the race to get the big reveal of those.
I mean, all these runners are earning their buckle. And I was actually thinking about it as I was coming back into town from another egg and cheese run, that it's just, I'm so in awe of all the runners that are out there right now. I think it's such a brave thing to take on a year one race.
Huge.
And even to set your own goals and splits and expectations. And it's been really cool to hear that runners are surpassing their expectations. And I think this course lends itself to being in wild terrain, but it's actually like fairly nice to move through. And I think that's a cool balance for a 200. Doesn't mean it's easy. You've got altitude and you've got big elevation changes and all of that. But I do think I'm just like really proud of everyone who's out there giving their best shot. And I hope as many people as possible can finish, can earn that year one buckle. But I also feel like everyone that came out this year should be really proud of that. And we're all growing into it together. And so whether you finish or not, I'm sure you learn a ton from this experience. And I hope you come back hungry for more, you know, and I think we'll all sort of know what we're getting into more, but also how fun is it to just sort of go for something too, right?
Yeah, guaranteed. Kevin Goldberg is in the chat.
Sup, Kevin?
And he is currently our number 2 most chatting individual. I think now we get like what you get crowns. So he's number 2 on the most chats at the moment. He gave you a huge compliment, said best first year race I've ever run. So kudos to the entire crew, and a lot of people shouting out to RD's amazing work, saying how, you know, much work it is to put these things on, but they're so critical and important to the community and to, let's just say, to humanity at large, because everyone is better coming out of these things, whether you're crewing, volunteering, racing, supporting. I think, you know, we all just see the benefit of going through these experiences together as a community, and so we need more of them, and we thank everybody who's making it happen.
It really is a village effort, and I want to just acknowledge a few of the aid stations out in the Glass Mountains that have been crushing it right now.
Yes.
Because I do think it's something that has changed my whole approach to racing. I know Billy and I were both saying this, like, I'm never going to go into an aid station as a runner anymore and not look around and appreciate the fact that they're in the middle of nowhere and they somehow have water and food and maybe even a generator and like a toilet. And you're like, whoa, all these things took a lot of work and thought to make it happen. Like, off-road toilet deliveries, guys, that's a whole other thing. I've learned a lot.
Entire podcast
And
incoming.
lakes too. I mean, it's not like we're near a big city or something.
Sure, exactly.
Can't imagine.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. We had to develop a whole plan for like what they could do. So anyways, but just going through sort of the Glass Mountains, like we had Shelby and Rita and Tina and an amazing crew out at Green Church overnight. It was cold. It was like 33 degrees over there. And those guys were just like keeping the runners moving and keeping morale high and pumping soup into everybody. And then Sawmill Meadow, which is the no crew access one, is being run by Billy and my good friends, Kevin, Gary, Jin, and Matt. And Matt also was DJing at the beginning of the race. Shout out to DJ Jumpsuit. I believe is his DJ name.
Sawmill Meadow had a bougie sandwich bar too.
They did.
For the aid station.
They really, yeah.
DJ Jumpsuit.
DJ Jumpsuit. No, but like these guys drove and flew. Like some of them drove 11 hours just to come out and volunteer for this race and to be out here. And just because it's an experience and because you, as a runner, you've been on the other side of people touching you. And so I think when you get to give back in this way, it's so cool. But like, I just really, to me, that's so incredible. And then, you know, having Taylor Canyon, that's being run by Wonderland Running, and the Sean Harasser and his crew. And Sean is also hugely involved in the running community here with the Eastside Trail Runners. I know he's also dreaming up his own big race through the Eastern Sierra, and I've just been really blown away by how he's come in to support us in our event. And just sort of, I think that's a beautiful part of the community, and I think we can all work together and lift each other up. And it doesn't have to be like, this is my area or your area. It's just like, let's be excited to bring people in here. And so I've just been really touched by all of that support. And then we've got Path Projects at Crooked Meadows. They have like a photo booth with Polaroids going on.
What?
And it's really cute.
Wait,
Someone
is Billy involved in this?
Billy is involved in this. You know, and like the CEO of Path Projects is out there making ramen and sandwiches, and they're all camping
Speaking
out
of
overnight.
CEOs getting their hands dirty, there you go.
Speaking of,
There
but
you go.
again, just like that labor of love of just wanting to be involved in connecting with people in the community. And then again, Arc'teryx at Lee Vining, just like also bringing out a squad, bringing the vibes. And so, yeah, I wanted to mention all these people because there's a lot of individual teams that are bringing their energy and effort and thinking about how they want to show up in their area and owning their little piece of this race. And
it's
you know,
cool that you're giving them the autonomy to do that too, of like, make it your own, like make it memorable for everybody, pick what food you want to, you know, what you want to offer as your specialty at that aid station. Like that's really cool. And, you know, something also that, you know, you removing like the control from that allows it to really have like these little subcultures along the way of the whole race. So that's a great, and I think something that in the future, like, you know, these races start to build a reputation around like, did you have the pizza at X aid station? Did you have the pasta at this one? And it starts to become like, I gotta go try it. I gotta go run the race just so I can experience that. And those things don't happen unless you like give the autonomy to those aid stations to do.
Totally. And I was like, hey guys, just give me a shopping list. Like, what do you want at your aid station?
Nice.
And let's like do something fun with it. And so, yeah, that was really kind of cool to see people think about what logistically is possible. It's like, okay, well, I have a single burner stove and I have a pot and a frying pan. So what can I do with that?
Yeah.
You know, or like just, there's a lot that goes into it. And I know like Katie Asmuth is gearing up to be out at June Mountain Aid Station for the next like 48 hours at the last sleep spot. And she's got a waffle bar and a whole burrito thing happening. And so runners will be well stocked for the last little section. But
love it.
It's just like, it really is a village. And I think just so many people, like I know Tim's been just out on the course tirelessly delivering water and tents and all these things. And you know, it's just like, it's cool, man. Like these races are logistically huge, but really special. And I'm still really glad that we're doing it, even though I'm on day 2 and I've slept for 10 minutes and 48 hours.
You're doing great. You seem very on point.
I've had a lot of caffeine.
Caffeine? Okay, well, yeah. I mean, whatever you need to do, right? This is how you get through it.
No, absolutely. But, you know, speaking of things, I feel my phone buzzing and I should probably get back to things. But thanks for having me on, guys. And can I just say, you guys are doing an incredible job.
Well,
and
thank you.
Alyssa as well. Like all of you guys, I've gotten the chance to listen to a lot of the commentary. And I've just thought you brought in an amazing energy. I really love that you've kind of done your research on the area and tried to bring in the stories and build the sense of the bigger area. And there's a lot of locals that are following the race that are really proud of this area and feel like you're doing it justice.
Well,
and
that's great to hear. Not being an expert, we are trying to bring in the experts.
It is Lee Vining, not Levining.
All right, Lee Vining. Are you going to have a conversation with Katie about that? Because she's the one that told us it was Levining. Yeah,
we'll rewind the live stream.
You guys can talk about that on the Next Trail Network pod.
Yeah, totally.
We'll debate.
We're going to go head to head.
But thank you so
Oh my
much for
gosh.
being in here, taking a few minutes. And again, congratulations on how this is playing out. It's beautiful to see, and we are here for it for another few days. So thanks, Hillary. It's awesome to have you on the couch, and I'm sure we'll bring you back if we can.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's talk in 2 days and see how we're
Okay,
doing.
let's do it.
Thanks,
Caffeine
guys.
in hand.
Thank you, Hillary.
All right, welcome back to the Mammoth 200 broadcast by Mountain Outpost. I'm Corinne Chalvoy, and we are going to do a quick stream swap. You don't have to do anything if you are tuning in, if you're viewing, if you're watching, just stay where you are. But we are going to take just a minute to switch over to a new stream on YouTube. It'll automatically do it for you. Don't have to do anything, but we will be off air just here for 1 or 2 minutes, and then we'll be back with a very special interview, so stay tuned.